Twitch titles are correct and shit. And then we can go. Fucking hell. Okay. And I also got to change the title and stuff for the Twitch. US allows Ukraine to defend itself. 2 years later. What is... Maybe it's Chuds. Maybe
what?
I'm redoing the title on Twitch.
Oh.
It was Chuds. Interesting. You're not allowed to put Chud in the title. Okay, Twitch.
Is rapist fine?
I'm gonna check that, actually. I will actually check that.
Don't put it in there.
I will put it... If I put it in there, I'll put it on my one. Not the...
Yeah, do it on that. Yeah, back up.
And we'll see how it goes there. Because there's only ever like 3 people that click on that channel ever. So, don't know. Channel. I think Trump's cabinet of predators and agents is still pretty good, though.
That one's great, yeah.
Okay. Joke Shredder and Podcast, great. It's in the same one. Excellent.
Honk, honk, honk. Heckin' honk a chunk.
US Congress designated change. Rapists and agents.
Do we still need to do that thumbnail?
Yes.
Okay, after we finish streaming tonight, let's do it then before you run out to the gym.
Yep. Ukraine can finally hit Russia despite literally being invaded. Yep, rapist is fine.
But Chud's not.
Yep. What's up, Fudge? We're finding out that Twitch considers rapist a term that you can put in titles, but not
Chud.
Not Chud, apparently. Chud is too offensive. You can't call right-wingers Chuds. No, you wouldn't want that, would you? Absolutely not. Well, and it's literally in the title, fourth word is rapist. and Twitch is fine with that. So that's cool. We'll see how this account does today. We'll see with this title. We'll see. Fudge, can you post in the announcement on the Discord and fucking boop everybody to join the stream? Thank you. And then I think I am done. I believe. How's audio, guys? Audio?
I like turtles.
Yep, okay. Audio seems good. Titles are good. Let's fucking go.
World, I'm Tommy Vitor.
I'm Ben Rhodes.
Ben, you think Aaron Rodgers is going to leave the Jets and go work for RFK Jr. now?
Well, I thought he...
I don't care.
He's a little hope right now. I am thrilled to welcome
go
back
to
to
the
the
Bernie
show
interview at the
Vermont
end.
Senator Bernie Sanders. Senator, good to see you.
Tommy, great to be with you.
So you published an op-ed on Monday that began, quote, "The United States government must stop blatantly violating the law with regard to arms sales to Israel." Can you explain why you believe that the current policy is violating the law and how these joint resolutions of disapproval that you have introduced in Congress could help stop that?
To be honest with you, this is not just my opinion. The facts are very, very clear. The Foreign Assistance Act and the Arms Export Control Act, what they tell us...
He's 100% correct, by the way. It says that if they are committing war crimes and genocide with American weapons, America is not able to sell them to them. Yet they continue giving them weapons. They are literally functionally active hypocrites. And I already know what Bernie's going to say. And I'm 100% in agreement with him.
In very explicit language, is United States military aid cannot go to a country which is in violation of international law, humanitarian, and which is blocking humanitarian aid. Israel, according to the United Nations, according to every humanitarian organization on the ground, according to numerous countries around the world, is in fact...
And most importantly, according to 5th Gen,
doing just that. They are violating international law with regard to the way they are conducting their efforts in Gaza, and they are certainly blocking humanitarian aid. So no question to my mind, but that...
yes. No, not all war have war crimes, but generally individuals have and do commit war crimes.
I gotta say, the brain rot around that, I think people like me who are very anti-Iraq war contributed to that dumb type of opinion.
That every war is war crimes.
Yeah, because we were so anti-Iraq, right? And then I saw like wars that the United States aren't waging, and it's other idiots doing it.
Yes.
I was like, wow, the United States it gets as close to ethical killing you can get.
It would be against the law for the United States to continue providing offensive weapons to Israel.
About a month ago, Tony Blinken, the Secretary of State, and Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of Defense, they sent a letter to the Israeli government raising concerns that the IDF was laying siege to northern Gaza, and it listed a bunch of demands, including that the IDF allow at least 350 A trucks into Gaza per day, or else, some unspecified consequences. The suggestion was that the U.S. might cut off military aid to Israel. In response to that letter, the Israeli government basically did nothing. And yet the Biden administration announced that there would be no changes or consequences. What do you think happened? Why do you think the response is so consistently money, feckless?
Tommy, this is actually a very painful issue for me.
Biden is fucking bought and sold, baby.
Because
there is absolutely no explanation beyond the money behind Biden is telling him to continue. I do not believe that Joe Biden the man who stood in Congress and passionately told Europe to go fuck themselves because they were not acting on the genocide of the Bosnians. This guy is going to sit by and aid genocide without some kind of exorbitant factor behind it. I don't know. I struggle to connect those two dots. The only explanation is he's bought off. Or he doesn't give a fuck about his reputation. And for somebody whose entire legacy is politics, I don't know.
Consider Joe Biden a personal friend. I work with him on many domestic issues. I can believe that on issues facing workers in America, he's probably been the most progressive president.
Joe Biden has never been able to be bought. That's like he's
no. I'm talking about the money behind his campaign, behind him, not the money in his pocket.
Like, why the fuck would he care? He's leaving anyway.
Exactly. This is what I don't understand: is why keep giving them aid?
I don't think even the money angle makes sense.
I'm saying that the people behind him, the people in his ear, the people influencing him, telling him what to do, are bought and sold, and he's basically being told what to do by Israel.
I think he is more pro-Israel than some of his staff.
What are you doing? Thanks. Can't you just give them to the lizard? Probably. Gone. He's
more pro-Israel than some of his staff. He loves Israel. He may not like Bibi that much, but...
So why can't he recognize that this is Netanyahu's genocide? He surely has better intelligence than us.
I think he does recognize it.
So, but he continues to give them weapons.
Exactly. It's worse.
So it's even worse.
Yes. There's like political fallout that they're worried about.
He's gonna die next year. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, but it's the loyalty to the party.
This fucking decrepit skeleton.
It might hurt elections. It might hurt elections.
This decrepit skeleton.
I don't know, bro. It doesn't make sense to me.
None of it
hasn't made sense to me for a while.
None of it makes sense. And the more that I see that it doesn't make sense, the more frustrated I get. And it's more because it doesn't make sense that the actions are illogical, that it really... I just struggle to comprehend why this would be happening. It's literally old men who are going to die in the next 20 years, dooming people who haven't lived as long as they've got to live.
It just doesn't make sense to me. It really just
none of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. Like, I can't fathom that people just don't care.
Well,
people just don't care.
You have to think about this really. Like, Biden is really like all the death toll. He could easily be like he's got to think, I could end this, but I won't.
Exactly.
How does
he could literally be like, I could just stop this. It's all on him. Like, obviously, and I don't want to take away from how much of a genocide that this actually is. Like, this guy denies and apologizes for the Holocaust and the reasoning behind the Holocaust. This is his personal genocide. This is his revenge for his unreality
Bibi's whole
of
framing
the genocide.
Is literally trying to frame it as Palestinian babies are worse than Nazis.
Yes.
The Nazis would have been fine if it wasn't for Ryan Gosling. It's literally like what it says.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. And then that is at the same time Hitler apologia, and we're meant to be on this guy's side? Are you fucking kidding me?
But also, think about this. Biden is correctly able to identify that Trump's a fascist.
Yeah, doesn't make sense. What the fuck? What's the consistency here? It doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. Biden's actions don't make sense. The Democratic parties make total sense, but Biden's specific actions don't make a single lot of sense. Not one. It's fucking crazy. So if anybody has an explanation, please, any explanation as to why Biden would still continue to give weapons, despite US policy, despite his stance on genocides previously, despite all of that we just mentioned. If you've got an actual argument as to why this would be happening, I want to hear it. I genuinely want to hear it. So, please.
Since FDR for a variety of reasons.
Jack.
But on this issue of Israel,
I'm sending you a Twitter link.
Mm.
Open it in a new tab. It's going to be for a topic later.
Okay.
They are dead wrong. And what pains me is they are embarrassing themselves. You just gave one example. But I think many of your viewers have heard Biden saying time and time again, I'm talking to Netanyahu. I'm angry at Netanyahu. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Oh, but here's some more money. You continue. And Netanyahu continues to do exactly what he wants to do. So this is really almost an embarrassment in my mind for the Biden administration. And essentially, we've got to stop it. We have finally got to say to the Biden administration, you know what? The law is the law. What is going on right now in Gaza is unspeakable. We're talking about a horrific human.
Did you know that you can bring facilitation of genocide charges on the Democratic Party and Biden if you were so inclined? You should put those forward.
That's another thing. Not just denying weapons, but blocking genocide investigations.
Yeah, crazy. Like,
why would you block them? Do you really think the United States or the fucking United Nations is anti-Semitic?
Like,
the United States went after the guy who investigated. He went after their children. The UN investigator, or whatever, the judge seeing over the case, went over children to, like, literally holding guns to kids' heads, basically.
It's fucking crazy. Here? Like, honestly, because the responsibility for the prevention of genocide lies with the state. Biden and Congress are helping genocide. There is no reason that we shouldn't be able to petition the ICC to go after the United States as well. There is every fucking reason to, because Israel doesn't give a fuck, go after the United States. So why not go after the United States? Even better, go after it when Trump continues it. Say that the change of regime did not change anything in Israel, and therefore we are now going after the ex-president Joe Biden and the current president Donald Trump. Go for the whole administration, clean whole house. I don't think that's a bad idea. But anybody who voted for aid to Israel is on that list. It's a scary list.
Humanitarian disaster. We're talking, as we speak, Tommy, at this moment, the likelihood that many thousands of children are not only suffering malnutrition, they are actually starving to death. And every request that the Biden administration has made to Netanyahu has been totally rebuffed, laughed at, ignored. And I think finally, the United States Senate has got to say enough is enough. You ain't going to get any more money. You're not going to get any more arms while you continue to violate American law and America's sense of morality.
Yeah. And so we're talking on Tuesday. I believe these votes on the resolutions are Wednesday, correct? Is it a series of votes on different weapon systems? Like, how does this work?
Yes, that's right. There'll be we're talking about 3 weapon systems. We're talking about 120 millimeter tank rounds, 120 millimeter high explosive mortar rounds, and blocking the sale of JDAMs, which are guidance kits attached to many of the bombs dropped in Gaza. So 3 separate resolutions, 3 votes.
Right. I think sort of the elephant in the room here is that President Trump is going to be back in the White House soon. He has signaled, basically full support for Netanyahu in Gaza and in Lebanon. On top of that, he just named Mike Huckabee to be his U.S. ambassador to Israel. And Huckabee is out there saying that there is no such thing as a West Bank or a settler or a settlement or an occupation, right? He's someone who sounds like he wants full annexation. How concerned are you about the Israeli government fully annexing the West Bank in the next 4 years? And is there anything Congress can do about it?
Well, of course, Congress can do something about it. And I think that a majority of the American people and a strong majority of Democrats especially,
Again,
and young
this guy
people,
would be president right now.
are
if it
sick and
wasn't for Joe
tired of
Biden.
funding a right-wing extremist government which is waging all-out war against the Palestinian people, including killing some 43,000 and injuring over 100,000. So the answer is there something that can be done? Of course there's something that can be done. That's what we're starting to do tomorrow, is to say to the Netanyahu government, you know what? You're not getting another nickel of U.S. taxpayer money unless there are fundamental, very, very deep reforms, not only in terms of your conduct, your atrocious conduct in Gaza, but in the West Bank as well. So we have the power of the purse. Look, Israel is an independent country. They can do what they want. They can become an international pariah, but they should not be able to do it with American taxpayer dollars.
In this election, President Trump, I think, pretty successfully argued, or at least convinced voters, that he was the anti-war candidate, while the Democratic side, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, were pro-war, were pro, military intervention overseas.
I just found an IDF video highlighting a Muslim Arab soldier. It's like, damn. Okay. Is that supposed to make me feel better about your genocide?
How do you think Democrats can get back the mantle of the anti-war party?
Well, for a start, voting for these resolutions. And look, and by the way, on top of all that, you have our good friend Elon Musk making the very valid point that I think for the 7th consecutive time, the Pentagon, which receives something like $900 billion a year, has failed to successfully undertake an independent audit, right? So if the Democrats, in my view, were smart, number one, they would say, you know what? President of the United States has called for an immediate ceasefire. That's what we have. President of the United States has called for a 2-state solution. That's what we got to have. That's what we got to work for. President of the United States said there is a humanitarian crisis. We need to bring huge amounts of aid into Gaza right now. That's what we should be calling for. And I think from a political point of view, Tommy, what you will find is that most Americans do not believe that American foreign policy and military aid should be tied to the starvation of thousands and thousands of children.
Yeah, absolutely. The foreign war that I think got a lot of attention in the election was the war in Ukraine. President Biden just allowed the Ukrainian government to use U.S.-made ATACMS missiles to hit targets within Russia. Do you support that decision this late in the presidency?
Honestly, Tommy, I heard about that. I read about it. I just don't know enough about it right now. And it's something that I've got to be thinking about a little bit more.
Totally understand. Last question for you. President Trump is rolling out all these picks for...
Hey, Bernie, a good answer would have been Ukraine has the right to defend itself however it sees fit.
Or his national security team. You've got Matt Gaetz, who's going to be the attorney general. You got a Fox News host going in Secretary of Defense, Tulsi Gabbard, the DNI. Many of them don't seem that qualified for the jobs. Others have some vetting issues. But on paper, right, the Republicans have the votes. How do you think Democrats should approach this process? Do we need to pick our battles? Do we go after all of them? What do you think?
I think you pick your battles, and the president has a right to make appointments. There are a hearing process where senators are able to ask the hard questions that need to be asked.
The Senate approval hearings are going to be fucking amazing.
Yeah, it's gonna
Like I don't think anybody
like I
realizes
said,
how
it's
amazing
gonna
they're
be a
going to be.
slow season. But when
Yeah.
January hits, oh my
Oh,
god.
damn.
Like we're in our break because it's holiday.
Yeah.
Asked about the views, the backgrounds of the candidates, but I think a wholesale a decision to oppose just point blank all of Trump's nominees would be a political mistake.
Yeah, I agree with you. Pick your battles. Well, Senator, thank you for talking with us, and thank you for putting forward these resolutions. I think it's long past time the U.S. stop funding this war in Gaza and Lebanon.
I feel like Bernie Sanders is fairly responsive to emails. Maybe we should email him and say that he should propose facilitation of genocide. Not even.
I thought we were gonna try to get him on the show.
I mean that too, but like, it would be interesting. Not like a direct call for facilitation of genocide charges on these people, but you should at minimum get it in words on the Congress floor that these people are facilitating a genocide. Use those words specifically and really hammer that in. Really, really, really list off everybody who voted for weapons to Israel and list off when those weapons were used to kill children. Like, I don't think that that's unreasonable. Talk about how they're supporting a foreign invasion akin to that of the US invasion of Iraq, for example. You know, something like that would be great to see come on the Senate floor. That would be fantastic.
By the way, and so I appreciate it.
Okay, thanks very much. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks again to Senator Sanders for joining the show.
Cool. Next.
Yeah, he said he was the quickest interview he's ever done because Bernie is like ready to go. He knows what he's going to talk about.
That's great.
You don't really have follow-ups.
Cockatoos are cunts. Did you guys know this? They're just assholes for no reason. They're making a hell of a noise while they're doing it too. Okay.
Yeah, they screech.
I text the flaky PR and tell her that we need to do the pictures now. No reply. I text her again. Something is wrong. My shoot with Hillary Rodham Clinton from 2018. And all I can say with this one is I'm glad that I had an automated digital camera. Sometimes my shoots get cancelled. It's obviously better if you're given a bit of notice, but I understand circumstances change, things happen, you have to roll with the punches. I remember driving down to Rye in East Sussex and sitting in my car outside the house of Spike Milligan, waiting to do the photo shoot. I was told to wait in my car. At one point, a ghostly figure, a head sort of appeared at one of the windows, but he never came out and I never got my pictures. Something similar happened with Sadie Frost outside her place in Primrose Hill. Shit happens. But far worse than all that was my day with Hillary. And it was also indicative.
I saw this on the recommendations and I had to fucking put it on the list. I'm like, I have to hear this guy shit talk Hillary Clinton.
Of the contempt that some people, some famous people have towards those lower in the food chain, as they would probably regard us bottom feeders. Shoots with people like Clinton are a great opportunity. The work, by its very nature, will be seen more widely and perhaps discussed and become part of the zeitgeist. And as a photographer, that's what you want. You want your work to be seen. The shoot was at Swansea University and we arrived bright and full of anticipation. I intend to give her a copy of...
Apologies, yes. Close. Very close, actually. It's Kookaburra. So it's spelled like this.
Well, the males are kookaburras. The females are kookaburras. They're fucking brutal.
They are. They're very cool birds, though.
They
My
fucking
book,
when they
my
catch their
first
prey,
book.
they beat them against the rocks until it's dead.
Yes, that is what they do.
Survivor, a portrait of the survivors of the Holocaust, in order to curry favour, to sort of differentiate myself from the reams of other snappers who've taken her portrait over the years. Show her I'm serious.
Amazing. So, fucking hell. Why Bill? Why would Bill start yelling? What a dick. What a simp. I guess after he cheated, she really cucked him.
A person and somebody to be reckoned with. The PR seems frankly out of her depth as she shows us from room to room as we try and find the perfect location in which to shoot our subject. The day passed with tedium, and Hillary worked hard at being important, and when I got my opportunity I gave her my book, and she seemed to be impressed, and I said to her, I'm looking forward to photographing you later. She spent the day shaking hands with dignitaries and also starstruck children and giving sort of pompous speeches which were tinged with bitterness at her failure to beat Trump. All the time there were these sort of sycophantic flunkies fussing around and buoying her up, and everywhere were the mirrored security detail sort of lurking in the shadows. All day. Ugh! Literally 8 hours. And then finally, Decca Aikenhead, the writer, is summoned to do her interview. It's about 6:30 p.m. Decca's been gone for about half an hour, and the light is good, but it's going. So I'm.
You can see it. She is the epitome of the upper class. She's so easy to hate.
Look at what her husband did, and then she stood by him.
Yeah, because it's about the name and it's for the look, it's for the face, it's all about reputation. It's very gross.
Have you seen where they do a TV interview and she almost gets assassinated?
No, what the fuck?
Yeah, some I think it was a Gaddafi agent was plotting with the lights to catch her in a horrific comedic accident involving lights.
Okay.
But this did happen. It wasn't an assassination. Hillary almost killed by lights.
I've been waiting for so long. So I text Michelle, the flaky PR, and tell her that we need to do the pictures now. No reply. I text her again, and then something, call it an instinct, tells me that something is wrong. I decide to go and investigate.
Are you ready?
I take a deep breath. There's all these sort of security.
I understand how to share my screen. Shut up.
Governor's wife going on TV to help her husband with a problem.
His problem? Long-rumored allegations of marital infidelity finally surfaced in a supermarket tabloid.
Jennifer Flowers, a former TV reporter, said she had an affair with Bill Clinton, threatening his run for president.
It was just at the beginning of the campaign, and very few people really knew who Bill was, and nobody knew who Hillary was.
So you were really introducing her to the American public.
That's correct.
Okay, everybody settle. We have tape rolling, Steve, whenever you're settled.
Okay. As I mentioned...
It was a very big interview for Steve Kroft and a young producer named Frank Devine.
It was interesting to be in the room. It was clear that there was some kind of serious relationship between the two of them,
or something?
that despite what had gone on, that they were a team.
Don Hewitt, the creator of 60 Minutes, was there too. He'd convinced CBS to give him 10 minutes of prime airtime for the interview after the Super Bowl.
I think at some point you're going to have to be as candid as you know how, and then from there on you say, I said it.
This is so... I feel like this is so unfathomably true, that this is probably a thing that a lot of people have engaged with, is the existence of Hillary Clinton as a feminist objectively set back the feminist
Girl
movement.
boss.
Yeah. Objectively, Hillary Clinton harmed the feminist movement.
All it really was is like, I have a vagina and power.
Yeah,
Not
it was
anything about women in general.
literally, it's the start of women trying to emulate males in the
Well, I think
in
it's
the-
more of I think it's
workplace.
more of a literal DEI thing.
Interesting.
She's not actually about anything. It's just woman
It's just about existing there. Interesting.
as a woman.
I don't know, she's a very interesting figure, but I genuinely that statement, I genuinely believe that that's a more or less
Now-
accurate statement. Is she harmed feminism?
So the reason why this clip is so interesting is because of Hillary's behavior when she almost dies. It's just she's such a damsel in distress about it because that's what you needed to be at the time.
Interesting.
On 60 Minutes, if you want to know what I think or say on this subject, go get a tape and run it again.
People are sitting out there,
it's a bit choppy,
voters, and they're saying, look, it's really pretty simple. If he's never had an extramarital affair, why doesn't he just say so?
That may be what they're saying. You know what I think they're saying? I think they're saying, here's a guy who's leveling with us.
It made for riveting television, and 34 million people were watching.
There isn't a person watching this who would feel comfortable sitting on this couch detailing everything that ever went on in their life or their marriage.
40 minutes into the interview, the lights were hot, the lights were heavy, and the whole light bar came crashing down with all the lights on it on the back of the couch.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
Well, at the time, I thought, there's a woman that doesn't swear. Because if foul language was going to come out of her mouth, it would have come out of her mouth right then.
I got over there pretty fast. Tried to make sure they were okay.
All right. It was a scary incident.
It was very scary.
Oh my god.
Golly, thank you. Oh gosh, that was scary.
Oh my god.
In some ways, after the
She's
light
so
fell, everybody
media
loosened
trained,
up.
it's disgusting.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Don't you feel like you unlocked a new part of Hillary lore now that I showed you that?
That's gross.
Like, doesn't that feel like a missing puzzle piece?
Oh.
And it was there just to deny that he had an affair, even though he wouldn't specifically say that he didn't.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my goodness! Oh, I almost died, Bill!
Like, you know how chicks will be
The
like,
entire girl boss persona was
Awful.
created for her.
yeah. You know how there's like that
She's literally terrible political Lady Gaga.
Fucking hell. You know how they the chicks will be like, some guys just give them a gross feeling, like it's the ick, right? It's just like, ugh. It's just like gross, that gross feeling. That's what I get from people like Hillary Clinton. That damsel in distress is like a...
That clip gave me the ick.
Ugh. Gross. It's just like, that is my reaction to that kind of behavior. Get the fuck away from me. Are you that pathetic? Are you a child? You can't look after yourself? Fuck off.
They're quite
Did
scary,
you catch the 60
like
Minutes
something
interview
out of
where
Homeland.
literally in there telling Bill Clinton how to promote the interview?
No?
He was literally giving him lines to say.
That's hilarious.
That's what they showed in the behind the scenes.
And,
So these
and
people
I walk
crying about an
confidently
interview being
past them
edited by 60 Minutes is still so funny to me.
or into the space outside of the room where the interview has been taking place. And Hillary and her entourage come out, completely ignore me, and they're walking out of the building. Decca has done her interview,
No,
and
I
she's sort
think
of
they
walking
said that
after
was the
them
producer.
and sort of explaining that they have to do the photo shoot. So we belligerently sort of grab Hillary in kind of quite an aggressive way. I think I had my hand on her shoulder and I sort of muscled her into my little makeshift studio. I mean, how dare they go home after having kept me waiting there for that long? They'd never intended to do the shoot. They wouldn't have even said goodbye. Suddenly,
I completely support that. If you have been invited to do a photography shoot and you spend all fucking day waiting for them, you make sure that shoot happens.
she was in front of my lens. As soon as I had her in front of my camera, I was releasing the shutter continuously. And as I said, those 15 seconds were very precious to me. And I got what I wanted, although it was pretty irritating when all her flunkies started sort of criticizing me and actually being quite aggressive, acting like I was some paparazzi photographer on the street rather than a portrait photographer who'd been waiting for 8 hours to do my photo shoot, which had been part of the day's schedule. I wasn't meant to get any pictures. The publicist was an incompetent chancer who had sort of bigged herself up and presented herself to The Guardian as somebody who could get an interview and pictures when she didn't really have any authority. She was basically writing checks that she couldn't cash. I was furious.
So what, this guy's a Guardian photographer? Must have been. Harry Borden?
So on the way back, I sort of pulled the car over in front of an off license. And even though I haven't smoked for years, I bought a pack of Marlboro Light and angrily smoked 2 in the street. After a while, I calmed down. At least I'd got something, and I certainly got a great story. You know, as we saw with David Icke, a writer can really screw it up for a photographer. You're meant to be a team. And so...
Why does that name stand out?
David Icke is kind of famous.
What's he done?
You've seen his face.
I feel like he's on like...
No, hang on. Let me just show you. You know who he is. Let me just show you the face.
Conspiracy theorist? Is what I want to...
This one.
Oh my god.
You've seen this guy.
Yes. Yeah, okay. Is the COVID conspiracy guy, yep. That's who I thought it was. Okay.
In this instance, I'd like to dedicate this video to Decca Aikenhead, because without her, I would have got nothing. So I salute you, Decca. You're a brilliant writer, but also a decent human being, because she was the only one, apart from me and my assistant, who could see the way that they were behaving was completely unreasonable. I don't care how much status anyone has. She knew that I'd been waiting all day. I'd given her my book. You know, we had a kind of verbal understanding, which she reneged on. It was really poor behavior. The other takeaway...
It's funny that he's genuinely shocked by this.
No, I honestly...
I would have expected it.
They never... He said the publicist lied. She
Yeah.
didn't know she was supposed to have her picture taken.
Not necessarily.
I can kind of see why Hillary would be vain in ignoring this guy when she doesn't know he's photographing her. She's treating him like everyone else.
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah.
So she just treats people like shit. If she knew she was being photographed, he might have been treated a little nicer.
The new person? New chatter? Haven't
They
seen
got
that
a
name.
wrench. Yeah, that's coming from your channel.
Oh, is it? Sweet.
Yeah.
Hi.
That's coming from your second channel.
Oh, that's
because it's not on my dashboard.
That might be the first time we've actually had someone on that channel. Give me a minute.
Go look at the main channel, Jessica.
Yeah, I think it's in the description of that channel is the main channel. This is kind of our mirrored channel. So How did you find this channel? Just curious. I've been wanting to ask somebody this if they came into the other channel. So I'm actually very curious.
Well, it's in a different category. That was the
This
whole
is-
point. Is to occasionally someone would go in there and we'd tell them, "No, go to the main channel." That's a viewer you wouldn't get.
Yeah. Oh, is she there now? In the main one?
Yes.
Excellent. Great. Okay. Great. Okay. So now that you're here,
Get out.
We will continue to be your
Hey,
single
we
source of
love
truth.
this.
This is anything else.
Okay. How did you find the other channel? Was it just the
recommendation?
You will enjoy our channel. So yeah, how did you find the other channel? I'm curious. Was it just because it was in the news and in the podcast section? Was there something you searched? Because
We're tiny, so we're trying to figure it out.
Yeah, so we're tagged. Interesting. Okay. That's cool. Well, welcome to our chat. This is what we do.
When you're commissioned to do
Interesting. The reaction tag. Okay. So we are journalists and we cover it as more of like a media literacy kind of thing. So we're showing both sides of the story and trying to figure out exactly what's going on and helping people be able to do it themselves.
And then you laugh at the United States.
Yes, and then we also laugh because I am an outsider looking in, watching America vote itself into real life idiocracy, which I had someone bring up is actually a movie about eugenics, which is I can 100% see that. So that's kind of funny.
Portrait session is don't wait for the portrait session to start. Take lots of pictures as soon as you arrive. Reportage pictures. And I took a lot.
Yeah, I would have been doing exactly this. I would have just been taking pictures the whole time. Honestly, taking pictures of somebody candidly going about their day way better than set up shoots. Like if I was a photographer, I would want to just shadow someone for a day if they wanted me to get photos of them. Like I understand glamour shots and whatever, but if you really want me to take photos of you, I would shadow you all day and just take photos of you.
Yeah, if you do behind the scenes photography, that's what it's like.
Cool. Maybe I might look into doing that. Also, I'm not sure whether I mentioned it or not, but I'm going to look at doing a drone pilot licensing course, and then I can do like filmmaking, drone photography. I can do building surveying, that sort of stuff.
Flying into towers.
Yeah, stuff like that. But that could also be useful for like documentary filmmaking and shit. So I'm gonna look into that. America failed a literacy test when they voted for a convicted rapist who calls for firing squads. This is true. I blame the issue not on literacy but numeracy. The inability to compare numbers and understand why they're different is why America voted for a rapist. But yeah.
Well, the thing is that the reason why the U.S.'s education system is so bad is because of the government.
Yeah, it's by design.
It directly correlates.
And then on top of that, they're now moving towards privatization and more private religious schools, which also co-aligns with their plans to ban abortion and put the Ten Commandments into schools. You know, all of this sort of stuff. It all connects. They're putting a WWE star's wife as the Department of Education secretary. So that's gonna die.
I love when they're like, this country started going downhill when they stopped letting prayer in schools. And I just go, oh, you mean when things got integrated?
Yeah.
So your issue is actually what you're actually saying is
the dog whistle for segregation.
Yeah.
Yeah. They dirtied the white race. Yeah, that's what they're really saying. Clip that.
No, we saw this Jeffrey Epstein. Hang on. We saw this whole Jeffrey Epstein interview that this book writer just put out.
He's still going.
Where Jeffrey Epstein is literally saying that Trump can't read.
And then we get reports of Elon Musk giving Trump shit to read and Musk getting angry because Trump doesn't read it. Very fucking funny.
Most of it.
Okay.
There's a clip.
We're still doing fun. We're still doing fun.
5 seconds long.
Oh, no, but I watched the whole rest of it. I know you went back and forth, but it was so weird because you should really, if you can find this and put this up, because what I found fascinating about it was that you literally did say on multiple times in that going back and forth, because apparently what happened is you got in trouble at one point with, I don't know, some streaming service about people calling for the death penalty or whatever it was. I don't know the background of that.
YouTube says you can't call for the death penalty as a legal mechanism.
Okay.
Kravitz Project 2025? Like Lenny Kravitz?
I was about to say, like Lenny Kravitz?
Haven't heard of that one. That's interesting.
Stop eating my sesame cake.
We got to talk about what am I doing here?
Sure. I was going to start light, but you can go with whatever you want.
No, I mean, it's light to me.
Oh. I like comedy.
What is this? Is this
comedy cool? A funny comedy?
You want to see a great comedian with
what do you
with great political songs?
Go on. Who are you gonna put?
Frank Stanazi.
Yes.
The Hitler lounge singer.
Yes.
Who would think you dress up as Hitler for a comedy show? You're asking for trouble.
I know, and it's genuinely funny. Damn.
Hey, but what? I thought I was banned. Didn't you say I was banned and blacklisted?
Yeah,
maybe. I don't know the specifics.
We've watched this with chat.
Fine. Fuck you then.
It's really not interesting.
As I told you already,
I don't give a fuck.
I've seen it already. It's old. Just go to the Zelensky. There it is.
Zelensky, thank you so much. Before you go, if you want to share, what keeps you going? Do you ever feel defeated?
I have a lot of power, but even feeling strong and have a lot of energy, it doesn't mean that we want to fight all our life, because the price is high, like I said, because the war takes the best of us, the best heroes, the best men, women, children. That's it. But we are not ready to give our freedom to this terrorist Putin. That's it. That's why we are fighting.
Love it.
That's it.
What F-slur did he use? I can't believe he bleeped it. He took all the energy out of that statement. I'm telling you, in my head canon, since it was bleeped in my head.
He said
no, I don't think they censored it on air. No. The local news doesn't have to.
Ah, interesting. Neat.
They're not part of the same standards and practices.
Okay.
Well, not local, the news in general.
Yeah.
But you can be deplatformed if you're out there just being look at. Cause you remember the news outtakes? There's the one where the lady's like, "Who the fuck is that?" And it cuts to break. That wasn't bleeped.
No.
It's normally live.
True. That's
right?
funny.
So I can tell you it wasn't bleeped, but in my headcanon, because it's bleeped, I'm saying that he didn't say fuck. He used a different F word there in my head to describe Putin.
It's definitely that one. We all know that's what he actually called him.
President Zelensky, thank you so much for your.
A wild.
Is that it? And now he's just going to be waffling on.
Yeah. I mean, you know how these Midas Touch assholes are.
Yeah.
Right? Isn't he Midas Touch?
I think so. Yeah.
Pleb. He's in that spectrum.
He's somewhere. It's like Midas Touch or fucking Occupy Democrats. One of those fuckwit. One of those organizations. Absolute twats. I'm just scrolling through his Twitter. Like, oh my god,
he's the worst. Next,
like he's whinging about pins of AR-15s. Like, who gives a shit? It's like, cringe. A pin of a gun. Great. I don't care. Oh my god, he's so.
They have improved a lot. It's quite impressive, the speed with which they have improved. Now they are able to fight, they are able to maneuver, they are able to use the different specialists and to use the different equipment that we have on the battlefield. It is training and equipment, so both training and equipment in order to provide a whole combat force when they are in Ukraine and when they are on the battlefield. They will have the same APC, the armored personnel carriers. They will have the same tanks. They will have the.
Hang on, I've encountered something because Jake reposted this. Okay. And okay, there's a lot to process here.
Okay.
So it's like this, it's a Jaguar. They redid the logo.
Awful.
So there's no this type of commercial, right?
Okay.
I don't care about any of that. What's funny in the comments, okay? Because it's clearly a robot, right? Oh, boycott Jaguar along with any other business that still doesn't get it. Hello, thanks for the feedback. We'll be sure to pass. Are you guys a car company or something else? Soon you'll see things our way. Just shaking a fucking magic 8-ball. Where's the car? The story is unfolding. Stay tuned. Hello, thanks for your feedback. We'll sure to pass it on to the team. Best wishes. We do. All will be revealed. This is surely a joke. A pivotal moment. They're all so unhappy. It's painful to watch. Hello, thanks for your feedback. We'll pass it on to the team. Best wishes.
Is great.
Any criticism, it goes, hello, thanks for the feedback.
The Jaguar bot is decimating
is it supposed
people.
to be? Is it supposed to rescue tarnished brand? Quite the opposite. This is a renaissance. What the actual hell is this? The future. Think of it as a declaration of intent. Consider this the first brushstroke. What is
hilarious.
this? A new attitude.
This is great. I am loving that. That, like, usually shit posting corporate things, I'm just like, shut up, brand. But that's funny. That's very funny. Also, M16. Technically, I think the AR-15 is the base model. The M16 is the military version, which was just the commissioned version. The AR-15 was never automatic, I'm going to say. And the option for the automatic was the M16, I think. I could be wrong. Correct me, gun nerds.
Before. There's only two rifles. AR and AK. Okay? That's it. In America, I mean.
Yes.
anti-tank
people don't know what a
missile.
FAMAS is. So there's two rifles. They don't know the difference.
Yeah, it's funny that Europe makes some pretty cool rifles, yet nobody is allowed to own guns.
Yeah,
like
I mean, they need to use it for helping to kill the Palestinians.
Like HK makes some very cool shit. FN makes some very cool shit.
Glock, quality horse cum.
The Benelli makes some pretty good shotguns. Handguns as well. I don't know about the Italian rifles. I think they're pretty dog shit.
My friend just did their handgun licensing.
Mm-hmm.
Like they did their shooting course. And they gave her a lanyard, a Glock lanyard.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, you know what else Glock does? Horse cum.
And what'd they say?
So just I don't remember exactly, but they were laughing about, oh, now I can talk about how this lanyard is about cum or something.
Hilarious.
I don't remember exactly.
They do. This is true. The Italian army do look good. They got them. If I remember correctly, they still got that fash motif. If I remember correctly, let me look it up. Hey, look, you got to admit it's got style. Like, and when we watched the whole fascism is for the gays video, right? She made a good point. You know, you want to attract young men, go to Hugo Boss and make them make a uniform. It's a pretty good option. Makes you look pretty good.
Whatever you say. Ma'am, this is Wendy's.
What the fuck is that? Okay, I was wrong.
Size.
On a l'expérience l'armée française, elle a l'expérience de ce qu'on appelle les opérations extérieures qu'on a menées en ex-Yougoslavie, en Afrique, en Afghanistan. On a cette expérience-là, on a l'expérience du combat, mais sur quelque chose un peu corps expéditionnaire, ce qu'on appelle dans notre jargon les opérations extérieures. Donc on a cette expérience-là, on n'a pas l'expérience d'un combat à parité. Donc de la guerre de deux armées constituées, équipées avec du matériel moderne. Ça, nous, on le redécouvre avec eux.
Air raid sirens sounded in Kiev on Wednesday, after the United States shut its embassy there due to, quote, specific information of a potential significant air attack. It told its citizens in Ukraine to be ready to swiftly seek shelter. The Italian and Greek embassies said they had also closed their doors, while the French embassy remained open, but urged its citizens to be cautious. Moscow has criticized the decision by outgoing US President Joe Biden to let Ukraine use US missiles to strike into Russia, having warned for weeks it would see such permission as a major escalation. And on Tuesday, President Vladimir Putin lowered the threshold for a nuclear strike in response to attacks using conventional weapons. Russia said Ukraine fired US ATACMS missiles into its territory early on Tuesday morning and suggested that the United States must have helped the strikes with satellite data, targeting and military personnel.
We aren't surprised by...
Washington did not immediately address those assertions, but rejected, quote, more of the same irresponsible rhetoric from Russia. Putin's spy chief, Sergei Narishkin, warned on Wednesday that Russia would punish any NATO states that help Ukraine with such strikes. Biden has also approved provision of anti-personnel landmines to Ukraine, a US official told Reuters. That's aimed at halting the advance of Russian ground troops in the east. The war is at a volatile juncture, and the rising tensions have stirred concern of a global confrontation. A fifth of Ukrainian territory is in Russian hands, and North Korean troops are deployed in Russia's Kursk region. There are doubts over the future of Western aid to Ukraine as US President-elect Donald Trump returns to the White House.
On the same day,
Get 'em.
Moscow said Ukraine struck deep into Russia with US-made ATACMS missiles. President Vladimir Putin lowered Russia's threshold for a nuclear response to be able to respond to a broader range of conventional attacks. Russia has the world's biggest nuclear arsenal, and Putin is the main decision maker on how to use it. The change was published on the 1,000th day of the war in Ukraine and drew swift rebuke from its president, Volodymyr
I mean, look,
Zelensky.
you can have a huge dick, but does it work?
Nuclear weapon strategy. Why? They didn't present peace strategy.
You know, like, it can be as big as you fucking want. But does it work? Also, lowering the threshold doesn't mean anything. It just means that, like, it's such a feckless thing to actually do. Like, what are you actually doing by lowering the threshold besides displaying your displeasure that people are helping a country that you're invading defend itself? You're a bitch. You're a big pussy. That is all you're showing us here. Vladimir Putin is a gigantic bitch boy. That's it.
Did you hear it? Did you read about it? No, of course. Of course, nuclear weapon strategy. Putin wants war.
Speaking in Brazil, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov warned against cherry-picking what's in the new doctrine, saying, "I hope this doctrine will be read." The old one said Russia could fight nuclear with nuclear or use nuclear weapons against a conventional attack that threatened its very existence. Analysts say the big change now is that Russia could consider a nuclear strike in response to a conventional attack that posed what it called a critical threat to its sovereignty or territory. Together, Russia and the U.S. control 88% of the world's nuclear warheads. The U.S. National Security Council said it had not seen any reason to adjust its nuclear posture. Moscow has been warning the West for months that if Washington gave the green light to Ukraine to fire U.S., British, and French missiles deep into Russia, it would consider those NATO members to be directly involved in the war. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer spoke to reporters from the G20 in Brazil.
There's irresponsible rhetoric coming from Russia, and that is not going to deter our support for Ukraine.
Moscow's forces are advancing at their fastest pace since the early weeks of the conflict, with some Russian and Western officials alike saying the war could be entering its final and most dangerous phase.
Yeah,
in a way, things are escalating between Russia and Ukraine. You said we've got the news that they use UK-made Storm Shadow missiles. It seems
to take territory now.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's why he's moving. That's why we're going to see a very dangerous time, is because Putin is going to escalate, because Trump is going to give him, or he will go to Zelensky with essentially his negotiations. And I still think that Zelensky should straight up tell Trump to go fuck himself if he does. Like, honestly, if you are in Zelensky's position, you've been fighting Russia for 2 fucking years. And 1,000 days, more than 2 years. Almost 3, right? So you've been fighting this cunt in your territory. Your people are dying.
Well, like
And
Zelensky
Donald Trump
was saying about how heavy the price is.
Exactly, right?
So like,
Donald
that's
Trump,
another thing, is the Ukrainians inside the country are extremely war wary.
Yeah.
And while the percentage is still low for this specific option, where they're okay with surrendering territory to draw an end to the war, it's larger than ever, while still lower, but it's now over 51% of Ukrainians want to end to the war. It's only a small percentage of that 51% that are totally fine with ceding territory.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So it's like if you're Zelensky and Trump comes with Putin's demands, China's demands, the same thing that they've always had, that they haven't changed, why would Zelensky deal with Donald Trump? Like, why? Why would you? Why wouldn't you just turn to Europe and be like, are you going to pick up his slack, or are we going to have to bend over and fuck ourselves? Because that's the question at this point. How fucked are they going to get because the US is withdrawing support? Are we going to talk about how China and Iran and North Korea are all backing Russia and helping them invade a foreign country, invade a neighbor they had treaties with over nuclear weapons? Are we not going to talk about this? Are we not going to talk about how the entire American right-wing base thinks that Putin was justified in his invasion? Are we not going to talk about this? How is none of this a factor in any of this? None of it makes sense. The whole thing has been an exercise in information warfare and how fucking effective it is on stupid people.
Strike just over the border inside Russia. That's after the use of the US ATACMS missiles to strike just over the border into Russia. So in the conflict zone, in a way, a couple of 100 miles at most across the border. But this all is in the realm of the idea of them both positioning. Russia trying to advance as much as possible inside Ukraine, Ukraine trying to hold on to as much land inside Russia that it's got as a negotiating tool, because we are, it seems, heading towards some kind of negotiating at some point early, potentially in next year. The incoming US President Donald Trump has made it clear that he wants this war to come to an end, or he wants some kind of ceasefire to be negotiated, and he doesn't want to continue to send military and financial aid to Ukraine. So this is the front running of a lot of aid to Ukraine that we're seeing at the moment. And again, both Ukraine and Russia trying to position themselves the best they can for getting to the table.
Roz, we had a guest on earlier this morning who characterized the war in Ukraine as one in which Ukraine is losing slowly every single day. Is that a view held by folks, in the business of really thinking about these things?
Well, it's definitely a concern. You can hear it in some of Ukraine's strongest allies, that what they were saying privately to themselves and each other, they're now saying more publicly, which is that, this is a grinding war that's been going on for years now. And it's not just about, whether they've got access to long-range missiles and sort of high-tech kit, but it's also the reality that Ukraine is suffering very badly from a shortage of manpower. Russia has lost a lot of soldiers on the battlefield, but so has Ukraine, and with with less manpower to hand. And so a real concern is that Ukraine is slowly losing the fight, and Russia is slowly increasing its hold on territory. And so, bit by bit is Ukraine weakening its position to negotiate. And again, that's why there seems to be this push suddenly to get it into a stronger position to do so.
Let's get to Ukraine striking Russia with long-range U.S. missiles and what might potentially happen.
1,000 days of war, and Ukraine's parliament is still standing, still populated by elected Ukrainian MPs. So, a moment to reflect on that, and on the people who died to make sure it's still the case. Then, it was back to business. In the early hours, American ATACMS in operation. This video set to show the launch. Ukraine fired the long-range ballistic missiles into Russia after permission was finally granted by President Biden yesterday. Russia's defense ministry said the strike targeted the Bryansk region bordering Ukraine to the north. It said 5 missiles were shot down and 1 damaged, with its fragments causing a fire at a military facility. Looking at this explosion, though, it must have been a very big fragment. The Russian foreign minister at the G20 meeting in Brazil described it as an escalatory gear shift.
If long-range missiles are going to be applied from Ukraine into Russian territory, it will also mean that they are operated by American experts, military experts. And we will be taking this as a qualitatively new phase of the Western war against Russia, and we'll react accordingly.
So what does that mean? The reason it took Joe Biden so long to give permission to use the system in this way was fear that Vladimir Putin would retaliate with a tactical nuclear weapon, for example. that saber rattling would become button pressing. Biden is bowing out, having concluded that after 2 years of rhetoric.
Okay, the media keeps forgetting. So here's the thing about the insurgency. You can't annex UN member states. So while Russia has done annexed territory already in Georgia and Ukraine, it's not like the war ends and it goes back to the status quo and they're totally forgiven for what they've done. Like, there's a lot more political fallout than just the insurgency.
No, you're 100% correct.
It was really stupid for Russia to do it. I don't know why they did this. Well, and that's what Hassan, he thought that it would be so stupid that Putin wouldn't invade Ukraine. It wasn't because he thought Putin didn't want to. He just thought there's no way Putin can be that stupid. Anyway, did you see Boris Johnson speaking French? Okay, so picture in your head Boris Johnson speaking French.
It would be fucking hysterical.
Well, it's one of those things where it's like, wow, that's exactly what I thought it would sound like.
Moscow is, for now, bluffing. Remember, once upon a time, the US agonized over, but eventually sent, Abrams tanks.
Okay, so my response to this is, was the Cold War a hot war? If the answer is no, shut the fuck up. Because both sides gave weapons to forces fighting directly with either side. So, if giving weapons to Ukraine is an escalation of war, why was the Cold War a Cold War, you fucking morons? Stop being dumb.
Anyway, this will echo for you if you talk.
Il y a une idée de liberté constitutionnelle pour le Royaume-Uni. Et je raconte la lutte pour le Brexit. Et la liberté de faire des choses différentes. Et en particulier, vous voyez, on oublie tout ça maintenant, parce que c'est il y a 2 ou 3 années. Mais quand on a eu la pandémie, grâce à la Brexit, on a eu la possibilité de faire les vaccinations en Angleterre beaucoup plus en avance qu'on aurait.
Oui, alors...
Il y a une idée de...
Exactly what you thought it would sound like, huh?
Amazing. Amazing.
Patriot missile systems, HIMARS, F-16s, now ATACMS.
Every French person listening to that was screeching.
And already boundaries being pushed perhaps around how they're used. Yesterday it was reported that the Americans would only allow the systems used to target the Kursk region inside Russia, part of which is under Ukrainian control. This morning's strike, though, was here in Karachev, in the Bryansk area next door. In Kyiv this evening, 1,000 candles for 1,000 days. On one of those days, Yulia had to leave now occupied Mariupol.
What are the consequences of this? Realistically, nothing changed in my opinion. I mean, we'll see.
True.
Russia has routinely stated that if they lower their restrictions on how American weapons can be used, they will be considered an act of war. And he has talked about He considers this
What
to
do
be
you
a
mean?
war
Russia
with all
continually said
NATO
that
partners, all coalition
constantly.
partners.
Russia continually has said constantly, this is an escalation, and now we're going to say, hey, Russia has continually said that it'll be an escalation. Shut up.
It's like, nothing is going to happen because this is what Putin does. So that idiots like you come out and start saying Russian talking points as an unwilling agent of Russia because you've fallen for the bullshit. Like, I don't know how much time, like how many times he needs to be told about this until he fucking realizes. It's ridiculous.
So I guess what that means is that I don't think Russia will, attack the United States. But then again, I'm not making any predictions because we know how that unfolds every time I make predictions about Vladimir Putin. But I think in the interim period, the biggest targets would probably be Ukraine and then European partners. If Russia get drawn to
my prediction is that everything hinges on how Trump deals with Ukraine. If Trump goes to Zelensky with Putin's peace plan, verbatim, essentially, and considering that he called Putin allegedly, like day one, sus. So if he goes there with Putin's demands and basically gives them everything that they wanted from their invasion, why in the world would any dictator in the world, why would they wait to do what they want to do? Why would they not utilize this 4 years of Donald Trump is clearly not going to do anything? So the US is no longer the world police and therefore no longer going to stop us from fucking people up. Is that a good scenario that'll come from this? I don't know. That's my worry. Is that's how it's going to roll out. There's no way.
Who's the little babies?
There's no way.
Tiny men.
But military intervention into Ukraine would, I very highly doubt, would ever happen. You could send European NATO troops, maybe. Maybe, but I there's no way Americans would be down with going to Ukraine. Some would. Sure, some would, but no way.
To attack NATO, won't they shatter their own army? They could barely invade Ukraine. So
correct.
Charitable chinchilla. There's a concept called mutually assured destruction. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but Russia, when it was the USSR,
it doesn't grow. What a fucking moron. Mutually assured destruction doctrine existed under Dwight Eisenhower. Like, this idea that mutually assured destruction is even possible in the current era is silly. Like, millions of people could die in a nuclear war. Yes. But life would continue on as we know it.
Yeah, it would just be
the
nuclear
world will
wastelands.
not end.
Yeah, it'd just be nuclear wastelands in the America and
Not
Russia.
even.
You reckon?
Is Hiroshima a wasteland?
No. But the amount
They'll
of
be
nuclear
rebuilt.
weapons?
It's just a bigger bomb.
Yeah.
It's not. It's
Greatly
this
enga-
idea of mutually assured destruction is just silly.
Engaged in a nuclear arms race. And they did this because America had nukes, and America had shown that it not only had the
Oh my God,
capability
bro.
of,
He's literally taking
not
the
only
Soviet
did they
narrative
have
out
these
of this.
nuclear weapons, but these weapons of mass destruction, they also had the willingness to use it.
Hassan's doing the Soviet narrative and still wrong. Mutually assured destruction was an idea that existed under Eisenhower. That's it. Eisenhower thought it was a good idea.
And he was
Eisenhower's
notoriously a
also
psycho.
the guy who was going to enable things like, I mean, the Bay of Pigs still happened. Like, the CIA enabled under Eisenhower. And then people are like, he was the guy against the military-industrial complex. What he was actually talking about was that how nobody but the United States should have nukes. All right?
Are you going to play this speech?
No. I'm going to also talk about how Khrushchev think about this, okay? Khrushchev is the Cuban Missile Crisis guy. That's who Eisenhower is afraid of? Post-Eisenhower, did they not start denuclearization of weapons? Did that not immediately happen?
I guess it did.
That's what the Cuban Missile Crisis is about. Retarded.
I take your word for it.
Not using human brain properly, bro. This fear-mongering around nukes.
Maybe brain no work.
They're just an impractical weapon. That's why they won't be used.
Yeah.
Right? They did that twice in Japan. So Russia looked at that and was like, oh my God, we got to build our own, because they're going to, the USSR saw what happened.
This is
and was
so
like,
stupid.
If these guys,
they had nuclear
swing the
programs
crosshairs in our
already.
direction with nuclear
They knew
arms,
the science
they will-
existed. The Nazis also had nuclear programs. They were actively trying to make a bomb.
America
to think
just
that
got
it's like,
estimates.
hey, the U.S. just designed a secret super weapon. We're scared. Let's make ours now. That's not what happened. It's like the first tank that rolls out, and people were like, "Oh my God!"
Yeah, it's
like other countries weren't figuring out how to put troops inside armor to transport them.
Or
Like, you
anybody
think
else that
other
they want to
prototype
destroy.
tanks didn't
So they
exist
very
when
quickly
the first tank hit the battlefield?
Oh, there literally is.
Fucking moron.
got to work. Okay. And, there was some cross-pollination of parties that were involved in the creation of nukes that may or may not have leaked details of how the USSR could maybe build their own. And then they did. They got to work and created what is known as, this mutually assured destruction principle, nuclear armed deterrence.
No, they didn't.
The idea is that
it doesn't. It's literally not an idea. It is not a thing. This is silly.
Countries that have nukes, if any two countries that have nukes would ever get into direct war with one another, hot war, not cold, not like by way of proxies, but direct war with one another, that the nuclear option would be entertained. And what that means is, it would never get to military conflict with boots on the ground warfare between these two nations with nuclear arms. It would just be
It could totally
launched in either direction.
We literally smoked them in Syria. We rolled them up and smoked them in Syria.
There's a really good British bald guy explains things badly video on it, actually.
I'm sure we've done a few videos on it.
Oh, we
Also,
have, but
I don't know,
that video is actually really good.
I don't know much about the Japanese nuclear program. I do know they were more interested in biological weapons. So I kind of see this like alternate, like scary horror dystopian universe where it's like if the Nazis won, then it would be dominated by chemical weapons, and if the Japanese won, it would be biological.
It would be bioweapons
instead of a nuclear future.
Yeah, I feel like the nuclear future might be better.
Well, biological weapons are probably the worst to go. It's not. They're not viable.
Sure. Chemical weapons are awful. So glad the Nazis
Chemical
lost.
weapons are also not that viable.
No, but they are
So that's the thing. Is like, why weren't chemical weapons used in World War II?
Because they were banned from World War One.
No. Mussolini used them in World War II.
They were literally banned after World
But
War
why?
One. There was a chemical
Mussolini
weapons
used them.
convention.
Mussolini used them.
No, I'm aware. There was a chemical weapons convention, though. That's why they weren't conventionally used.
But
in
why
World
did
War
they
II.
actually agree to it?
They said that it was against
We will continue to be your single source of truth.
It was.
Dismiss
Hold on,
anything
I
else.
actually know the answer. It was
Nope.
against the. It was like against the vibes of war, essentially. But they used a specific word.
It's because they were so ineffective, and they killed their own people.
Sure.
Because you can't just open up chlorine and hope the wind blows in the right direction. Because essentially any chlorine device that you have, that's how it works. You open a tank and hope the wind blows in the right direction. Now, on the other hand, out of all those chemical weapons, cyanide, widely used. But you can only use it. It's the only real viable chemical weapon, and you can only use it on like small individual targets. Right? Same with biologics. To think you could do a mass biological attack is like thinking you could do a mass cyanide attack.
Mm.
It's just not effective. And besides, like, if we're going to talk about biological weapons, like, look at fucking the herbicide in Vietnam.
Yes.
But also the U.S., Reagan, you can see him. I've told you about it, the yellow rain.
Yellow rain?
So they believe the Soviets were using this weapon called yellow rain. And Reagan said this, and it was it's literally the WMDs are in trucks of their time. So it's like myotoxin. So there's a lot of people who are being poisoned by myotoxin in this region. Guess how you get that?
It'll be a byproduct of something.
Oh yeah. What do you think happens? It's not a byproduct in the way you think, but it's a naturally occurring thing like anthrax.
Oh.
So if you feed contaminated rotten grain to chickens and then eat those chickens, myotoxin.
Really?
Yeah, that's how it works.
Interesting.
Like like dolphins are extremely high in mercury.
Yes.
Because they're a top shelf predator.
Well, it's also because their diet is mostly high mercury fish as well.
Exactly. It amplifies in the dolphin though.
Yes. Interesting.
So this stuff, the yellow rain, they alleged that this myotoxin was being used to kill people in the jungle there by the Soviets. Okay. So you can see like there's even a book on it or a little short on it. But right here is a picture, okay? This is what they were saying it was. Right here. That's bee shit.
Okay.
That's pollen. Shit out of a bee. So they were saying that this is what it was.
Amazing.
Because they detected myotoxins in the bee pollen.
No shit.
But not only that, the people were so hungry, they were eating the contaminated grain themselves. Right? So there's people that, like, there's victims of yellow rain to this day who fundamentally believe that it happened. It's controversial in certain areas, right? But the U.S. amplified this with no evidence. Why? Because it was a justification to fucking arm shit to go against the fucking Russians. Like, you can look up Reagan talking about it. talking about deadly yellow rain and chemical weapons being used
Mm.
and all this stuff. Meanwhile, they fucking dump Agent Orange all over the jungle, which was probably worse than most of what the Soviets did with any type of chemical.
Yeah. And the little one.
You get it from eating ass. You might.
Total death in was chemical gas. Absolutely prevented by Geneva Convention 25, occasionally used since World War I quantities. Production of some of these dangerous chemicals continues to this day as they have peaceful uses. For example, phosphine is an industrial reagent, a precursor for pharmaceuticals and other organic compounds. Several chemicals were weaponized in World War I, and France was actually the first to use the gas. Interesting. Tear gas. In 1914, the agent was either ethyl bromide, which is described as smelling pleasant and aromatic, or ethyl bromoacetate, described as fruity and pungent. Both colorless liquids, keyword liquid, liquids, guys, and have to be atomized to be dispersed as weapons. Remember everybody who listened to when we were talking about sarin? It's not a gas. It's a vapor. It gets vaporized. They're droplets. Very, very small droplets, not gas. Make sure you grammar Nazi anybody who calls it a gas and correct them. Make sure that everybody knows it's not a gas. Even in the video that we watched where the animals die, the voiceover guy calls it a gas. It's not a gas.
So guess what?
Lacrimatory agents. They irritate eyes and uncontrolled tearing. Yeah.
In the buildup of the 2003 Iraq invasion, Wall Street Journal alleged that Saddam Hussein possessed chemical weapon called Yellow Rain. Which also would have... Yellow Rain is a biological weapon.
Yeah.
So you're wrong there. The Iraqis appear to have investigated the trichocothiocene myotoxins in the 1990, but only purified a total of 20 milliliters of the agent from a form of fungal cultures, and did not manage to scale up the purification or produce any weapons from these compounds. Although these toxins are not generally regarded as practical tactical weapons, the T2 toxin might be a usable weapon since it can be absorbed through the skin, although it would be very difficult to manufacture in any reasonable quantity.
Yeah. It would be like a big bomb.
Even in the build-up to Iraq, they were still doing the Yellow Rain thing. That's fucking hysterical.
Large doses can cause temporary blindness if inhaled, also makes breathing difficult. Symptoms usually resolve 30 minutes after contact. Thus, tear gas was never a very effective weapon against groups of enemy soldiers. German gas warfare programs was headed by Fritz Haber, whose first try for a weapon was chlorine. Thanks, Germany. Chlorine is a diatomic gas, 2.5 times denser than air, pale green in color.
Chlorine is like pretty much toxic to everything on Earth.
Yeah.
There's nothing that's like, yum, chlorine. You know what I'm saying?
It's pretty cool. So, yeah. Pale green. A lot of people think it's yellow. It's pale green.
It kind of looks yellow.
It's like a yellow-green, yeah.
Green and yellow look very similar.
With an odor which was described as a mix of pineapple and pepper. It can react with water in the lungs to form hydrochloric acid, which is destructive to tissue and can quickly lead to death, or at least permanent lung tissue damage and disability. At lower concentrations, if it does not reach the lungs, per se, it can cause coughing, vomiting, and eye irritation. Chlorine was a deadly agent, was deadly against unprotected soldiers. 1,100 killed at its first use The Germans weren't prepared for how effective it would be and were unable to exploit their advantage and gained little ground. Great.
Well, like, so here's the thing too. So
Mm.
because chlorine is a liquid, right?
Yeah.
And it's trench warfare. It settles in the trench.
Yeah.
And then you can't fucking go take that trench. It's contaminated with chlorine. Mustard is the same way.
Mm-hmm. Mustard is better at it. Its usefulness was short-lived because it smelt and had a cloud and was water-soluble. It could be minimized. And even urine, even pissing on it worked. So piss-soaked rags over their mouths worked to disperse the chlorine so you could get through it without a mask. That's interesting.
Ineffective. That's why it's good against Syrian civilians.
Yeah, exactly.
You notice Assad didn't drop those on military targets.
No, he did not. Phosphine was the next choice by the Germans in December. Colorless gas.
Also
musty
used by
hay
Assad.
smell. Mm.
And Saddam.
The concentration had to be 0.4 parts per million, or several times the level at which harmful effects occur. For fuck's sake. Phosphine is highly toxic due to its ability to react with proteins in the lungs, disrupting the blood-air barrier, leading to suffocation. Interesting.
Yeah, so that's a blood agent, I think. Cyanide is a blood agent. I want to say blood agents are like the most toxic.
Interesting. Look at that.
Yeah. Not effective.
No. What a crazy picture.
But that you have to think about it. They also, like, everyone agreed that they rather not be developing it because it's dangerous for them too.
Mm.
Like the money that they spent developing chemical weapons for little results.
Yeah. Here we go. The most commonly used gas was mustard gas.
Mm-hmm.
A pure liquid form is colorless,
It doesn't
but
look like phosphine is a blood agent.
But in World War I, impure forms were used which had a mustard color with an odor reminiscent of garlic or horseradish, an irritant and a strong vesicant, blister-forming agent. So it's a blister agent.
Yeah.
Yes, this is
blister agent, choking agent, blood agent, nerve agent.
So this is what is it? There's chlorine, sulfur mustard. Yeah. This is the sulfur mustard. Yeah, sulfide. There we go. An irritant and a blister agent. It causes chemical burns on contact with blisters oozing yellow fluid. Initial exposure is symptomless, but by the time the skin irritation begins, it's too late to prevent. Cool. Mortality rate from mustard was 2 to 3%. But those who suffered chemical and respiratory problems had long hospitalizations if recovered. So honestly, if we're looking at like
mustard is the most effective.
Mustard is the most effective because it costs the
NATO
enemy the most.
stockpiled it.
Yeah.
Because technically, think about this.
Area denial.
Well, I was going to say, if you're doing a Dresden bombing, would it not be better to use mustard over explosives?
Yes. Because it lingers for a long time.
Because there would be statistically less civilian casualties.
Mm-hmm.
But you would still have the goal of taking people out of action and overwhelming the hospitals. So they can't, like, because that's the thing is like the American doctrine is actually evolved around not killing. It's evolved around wounding.
Yes.
Because a wounded soldier they need to be pulled out of the battlefield and tended to. It's statistically better for them to wound, is what they decided.
Create disabilities. Create a strain on the actual system of the country itself.
No, that's the doctrine.
It's not even a it's not even a policy of like that's almost a policy attacking the future of a country too. That's pretty savage.
And also, like, the infrastructure will remain behind from the mustard.
Yes.
So like that's fucked up. You know, it's fucked up to say, but I don't think mustard is that unethical of a weapon.
Yeah, it would depend how you use it, and you can see us discuss
depend
this.
on how you use it.
You can see us discuss this on whether Israel should use it or not. If
They
you
shouldn't.
look through our video history, we talk about how they could use it though, and we said they should just pump it into the Hamas tunnels. Nobody would give a fuck, and Hamas wouldn't be able to use the tunnels anymore. Just pump them full of fucking mustard gas. Like sulfur mustard, that's area denial. Problem solved. Like, is that not an easy solution for them that also prevents civilian deaths? Maybe they want civilian deaths.
A nuclear holocaust. Now, in an effort to, I guess, minimize that damage, what the American government has done is basically set up what is known as a nuclear sponge. A lot of the nuclear silos are very far away from massive population centers that are densely packed with people.
So,
and
Hassan,
the goal for any nuclear...
Do you see how you're already contradicting your whole mutually assured destruction thing? Why would America put those things there?
Is it so that if they're attacked, it doesn't kill anybody?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Nation would be to eliminate
Somebody posted it was a population density thing of Russia, and it was just like basically how there's only one city.
Hello.
And it's like, just saying.
Yeah.
If my population density looked like this, I wouldn't be threatening with nukes.
Was it Russia?
Yeah, no, because their population is just in one spot.
It's all in the West, right?
Yeah. Well, it's
Yeah.
all Moscow.
Yeah, okay. That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Like so as Hassan has explained, the targets that you would need to target in America to do counter
A US
would
strike,
be in the center of our fucking country. Right? So you have to get through the F-22s.
Yeah,
to
true.
those
You have to
fucking
get through the
silos.
coastal defenses and the perimeter defenses before even hoping the missile gets into the US.
So that's why
to even
Putin
get
is
rid of
constantly
them.
threatening that he has a super hypersonic missile that
Yes.
can dodge all our missiles and hit us before we can respond. And the Typhoon torpedo.
Yeah, and then idiots like
Because
this repeat all
Putin
that.
knows that he can't use them. It's a so they have to make up these new weapons that they have. So we put pressure on our governments. Putin understands that the rest of the world is a democracy. That's why he makes nuclear threats.
Yeah.
And the news media and Hassan continue to make those nuclear threats effective.
Exactly.
Or look at the admin coming in. They literally are so dumb they believe it now. Great.
So nuclear silos, everybody knows where they're at. So they would attack the 5 states, including but not limited to Montana.
My life is turned upside down. There is no life for me. I only want victory and to return home.
What really matters now is what will the next American administration do? Will talk of rolling back military aid to Ukraine materialize? It's 62 days until Donald Trump becomes president.
Well, thousands of miles away at the G20 summit in Brazil, Sir Keir Starmer said Ukraine must be put in the strongest possible position to win. But many leaders with him at the summit are far less supportive of Ukraine. And when Donald Trump is president again in 2 months' time, international backing could be weaker. Our political editor, Gary Gibbon, is in Rio now. Gary.
Gibbon?
Well, as you suggest,
Like
Donald
the
Trump is
monkey?
on everyone's mind here. The implications of his presidency and the implications of what's
Yeah, like
going
the
on
monkey.
in Ukraine, but not really. part of the formal proceedings, and that's partly because of the nature of this organisation, the people around the table. Brazil, the host, didn't want to be talking about Ukraine here and made sure they weren't. They don't really want to choose between.
The hello, my response to the hello got nothing back. Sad. Very sad.
Yeah, it was too long ago.
Between East and West. You've got people like Sergei Lavrov here, you just heard in Porok's report, and you've also got people like President Erdogan. In his close of summit press conference, he said that NATO, of which he is...
Mr. Play Both Sides and always come on top, baby. Erdogan recently finished the development of Bayraktar 3 missiles, or not missiles, drones, which now have the capability, first ever in the world, as far as I understand, of launching from a aircraft carrier in the short distance of an aircraft carrier. Bayraktar 3, baby. Now, who would use such a thing? The Bayraktars. I think we all know the answer to that. Ukraine has been using them.
As a member, really should sit and take notice of what President Putin is warning.
How many of them are going to be used to surveil the Kurds?
About nuclear retaliation for use of long-range missiles. He sounded pretty pro-Trumpy. The G20 is spawned of the very...
Okay. Yes. All of Russia's weapons that they claim are horseshit. Because look at the Su-57. That is their answer to the F-22. Not the F-35. That's the answer to the F-22. That's their air superiority fighter. Did you see the fucking engines? There's nothing stealth about them.
Yeah,
they're just straight up ripped out of the
profile
Su-35.
roughly looks like it'll be the profile of
an
the
Su-57. Yes. There is nothing stealth about that plane. Unless it's flying right at you, then maybe it'll have a small cross section. But other than that, that plane is not stealth. It's just like the Chinese plane, the Ju-35, right? If we ever look at that, right? So if we, oh my god. There are no images of it. What the fuck is happening? Anyway, this will do. This will do. Right? Look at that. Look at those engines. There's a little bit of it's a bit spiky, but there's nothing stealth about that. This is stealthier than the Su-57. For sure. China makes a better plane than Russia. I am happy to stand on that. But if you have a look at the I'm going to try and find more images of that. What is this? Thrust vector? Interesting. Oh, this must be the super maneuverability of the Russian planes with the thrust vectoring. Interesting. I'm surprised there's no shots of the back of the Ju-35. Oh, it's Ju-35, isn't it? Hold on. Oh my god. Where this? That looks like a render. Oh, it's a carrier. It's a carrier plane, apparently. Very cool. Sure, that'll do. Here we go. I don't know if that's AI or not. It might be, but look at those engines. Like, this is 100% stealthier than this. All right, hold on. Bear with me. Bear with me. Bear with me. Bear with me. Then this. All right. Look at those fucking engines. What is stealth about that? Literally, the heat signature runs from fucking the middle of the plane. The whole engine is visible. What is happening? We're supposed to believe that this thing is their... I mean, it's 5th generation because it's built in a certain year, but this is their stealth option? What? And then you look at this one. Right? Better, but still shit. And then you look at the F-22. Bear with me. Bear with me. Look at this. Look at that. How fucking old is this plane? Like 40 fucking years old? This plane is 40 something years old, something like that, getting on 50 years old, the F-22. And we're supposed to believe that Russia is making more advanced, better planes than this?
Look at this.
Look at this piece of shit.
Look at this, though.
Not that piece of shit.
Look at this, though. He's just a little man.
Right? But like, hold on. I took you right off stream. Sorry. But like this to this to this, right? If you're looking purely from like a layman's point, and you're looking at these three planes, which one do you think people would say is the newest? Out of this, and this. I would probably say maybe the Chinese plane. But even then, F-22. I don't know. This could just be my bias that I kind of like the F-22, but
it's just so sexy.
It's just like I just don't see how China's plane or Russia's plane can even compete. Which is why they're trying to compete with the 35, not the 22. 97? Is that when it first flew? I swear it was from 80s. Let me show you. '96 to 2011. Introduced in 2005. First flight in 97. Okay, so 30 years. What am I thinking is 50 years old? F-16 maybe? Yeah, F-16 maybe is what I'm thinking. Sorry, apologies. The F-22 is from the 90s. It's 30 years old. 30 years old. But my point still stands. These planes are supposedly produced in the last couple of years, and I'm supposed to sit here and believe that the Chinese and the Russian planes can compete with something America did 30 years ago and moved on from? Come the fuck on.
And again, America abandoned it because it was too advanced.
Yeah, exactly. And then they went back to the F-15s and upgraded them. Like, the amount of shit that America has developed, made, and scrapped would make Russia and China fucking weep.
Western G7, but it didn't feel like that.
And this isn't even like fanboying for fucking the United States. This is just admitting facts. To even
the facts are the facts and the rules are the rules.
Like to even consider Russia or China to be an equal on technological scale is a laughable proposition.
That at all here this week. And there's one particular...
And it's by design. America has made it this way. They control it. They are the mafia. They are the defense monopoly.
Vignette you come away with watching the movements of President Xi this week. He's been having, not always a very sociable man, meetings with just about everybody in the room, leaders, representatives of the countries. It's almost as if the guy here from the Vatican is the only person he hasn't actually sat down and talked to. And he's trying to make contacts, get influence, get his message across for that post-Trump world which this summit ushers in. The G20 family photo, take two. Yesterday's snap was 3 leaders short, including President Biden. Today, leaders were reconvened. Diplomats have complained about the efficiency of the G20 hosts. President Lula looked taken aback when officials told him this one was a few leaders short too, including Keir Starmer. They bunched up on the front row to hide the gap. President Lula wanted poverty and climate change centre stage at Brazil's G20, not Ukraine.
Fair
President Zelensky was told he couldn't address the gathering of world leaders in...
Someone said Keir Starmer scolded Xi about human rights. Lamau, it did not go well. There's nothing funnier than
so
here we go.
Every Western government.
Hang on. What's been funny is the conservative media has been acting like Biden forgot to show up at the photo.
Hilarious. Who was he talking
that he's incompetent.
to? Who was he meeting with?
At the time, I don't know. I just know that this has been one of the worst organized G20s.
That's funny.
Currently engaging in and directly funding and offering political cover for Israel doing a genocide.
Don't whataboutism China's fucking human rights record, cunt.
Yeah, again.
What the fuck are you doing? Both things can exist at once.
He's talking to the person directly responsible for something.
Yeah.
Like I hope Starmer also lectures Netanyahu.
Yeah, that would be great. But you are doing whataboutism for a guy who runs a country like a prison. The most executions on earth, Hassan. State executions, secret executions, black sites. Literally
This is the same guy who talks about how Americans don't have object permanence.
Like, literally from the horse's mouth, documents ordering prisoners be taken who are Uyghurs. From Xi. His signature, bro. Like, Jesus Christ. This guy is responsible for countless human rights violations. Everybody should be lecturing him on human rights while he tries to pitch his bullshit.
And I'm sure
to them.
Xi just did a whataboutism about how Britain backs Israel.
Exactly. It would have been the same shit because you are not listening. You are not for anything. You are a team sports enjoyer. That is all.
And then turning around and telling other countries that are not doing that they're violating human rights. Like, you have no leg to...
Again, two things can simultaneously exist at once. You are a team sports enjoyer. Shut the fuck up.
Stand on the international stage. That's, I mean, I'm sorry. Like what a joke that is, dude. Like, does the Chinese government violate human rights laws? Of course they do. Okay? They do. Of course.
But what about...
Virtually every nation state does. Is it appropriate? No, it's not. But it is ridiculous to try and state that and to, engage in this tut finger wagging.
No, it isn't.
While you are permanently in the tank for...
It is a literal one-on-one meeting. What better time to tell the leader of the country also committing a genocide that they're a piece of shit? When else are they going to get that opportunity? You fucking clown.
Israel's genocide. That's ridiculous. No one looks at this and goes, well, that's a valid point. Unless they're primed, unless they are the most invested, the most like Western chauvinist, brainwashed weirdos on the planet. Here's the Kier telling Geoff video.
Very pleased that my Foreign Secretary and Foreign Minister Wang met recently and discussed respective concerns, including human rights and parliamentary sanctions, Taiwan, South China Sea, and our shared interest in Hong Kong. We are concerned by...
So it wasn't actually just human rights abuses and the genocide they're committing and cultural ethnic cleansing of Islam from the country and shit like that, Hassan, which you clearly either don't know about, don't care about, or support. It's about their imperialism. Crazy how you whitewash it, then play the video showing that you're a whitewashing hypocrite. Pretty cool.
Reports of Jimmy Lai's deterioration, health in prison. You raised the Chinese embassy building in London when we spoke on the telephone, and we have since taken action by calling in
filming
that application. Now we have to follow the legal process and timeline.
What is happening?
I'm very pleased that my Foreign Secretary and Foreign Minister Wang met recently and discussed respective concerns, including...
Are we not going to talk about how the fucking cameramen were ushered out? What is happening?
Parliamentary sanctions, Taiwan, South China location, M1, South China building in London when we spoke on the telephone, and we have since taken action by calling in that application.
Were they Chinese officials?
Probably. Look like it.
Because this happened in Australia. In the Australian Parliament, Chinese officials blocked cameras from filming journalists asking them questions. I wonder if Hassan's going to pick up on this.
Application shared in
nabbing all the China is straight up nabbing all the leadership of the pro Hong Kong, like Hong Kong liberation protests. Not all of them, but a decent amount, and they're prosecuting them. And that is
no, what they're doing is holding political prisoners for opposing the Chinese state, Hassan. But I'm sure that you believe that they're like a color revolution and CIA or some shit because you're a fucking idiot.
Is unacceptable. I don't disagree with that. I don't care that it's like CIA backed or whatever the you can't do that. Okay? That's not appropriate nor acceptable.
Did I call it?
You could say that it's like CIA backed. I just don't give a shit is my point. Okay? And before people go, excuse me, what are you supposed to do? Like, this is direct intervention, direct infiltration of like, China. It's like, dude, China, I always go to the dichotomy between China and Russia. Look at the way China operates. Look at the way Russia operates.
I'm very curious how he's going to handle the cognitive dissonance of him about to explain why he doesn't support Russia but supports China when China supports Russia, which by proxy is supporting Russia. You fucking moron.
One is clearly better than the other. Okay? Nice OTAN propaganda. Shut up. This is not OTAN propaganda. You're an ultra. Wait, what? I don't think people understand where I'm coming from. No, they're not arresting Palestine activists. What are you talking about? No, they're arresting the Free Hong Kong activists. My argument is China's best policy in this situation. China's best policy in this situation is basically to continue doing whatever the fuck it's doing, which is kicking back.
Rio, Washington's decision to authorize the use of long...
What a dog shit analysis.
What do you expect?
Like... Kicking back. China is kicking back. Shall I go on for 10 minutes listing the shit that they do globally to counter American imperialism with their own imperialism? I could probably tell people now that we're doing an article on South China Sea. So, I mean, we
Well,
could
you know,
literally...
that's where they'll read it.
Yeah, like, we can literally go on about how their imperialism is impeding on 6 different nations of the South China Sea through imperialism and military force. Like, isn't that what you oppose America for doing? I don't understand where these people come from and how they can justify their cognitive dissonance. It's crazy.
Long-range ATACMS missiles on targets within Russia upstaged the Brazilians' agenda. Western diplomats say they hope President Xi might intervene with Russia to get President Putin to tone down the talk of nuclear weapons use. But diplomats say Xi's many separate meetings with leaders here have been focused on making connections with other countries. Now the world knows that the next occupant of the White House will be Donald Trump. Just before the G20 ended, I spoke to Keir Starmer, and I started by asking...
It's funny, China has more of an opportunity to take over as the global hegemon under Donald Trump than ever before. Moving on.
Feels like a significant escalation. Does the U.S. and the U.S. actually, and President Biden
really
gave
isn't.
the blessing to Vladimir Zelensky to use these very big missiles a couple of days ago. Does that come with the guarantee that if Russia escalates, the U.S. is there to protect them?
Well, I think that
that's not the deal. It's a weapons sale. If selling weapons to somebody, as I said, is justification to...
No, seriously, what did she even say? What?
To use these very big missiles a couple of days ago, does that come with the guarantee that if Russia escalates, the U.S. is there to protect them?
How much further
Protect
can they
who?
escalate? They're literally
Protect
invading
who?
the country.
The missiles?
What?
Like, who's being protected? Who's the them?
Ukraine.
That's being protected.
How'd you miss that?
Why
Ukraine.
would you ask such a stupid question? America is going to go into Ukraine because Russia responds to missiles being used?
Dumb.
Go home.
Well, I think that this is a slew of questions that we do not yet have the answers to, Francine. And just to recap some of the news that we just got in the last few minutes, because this all feels fairly significant, is what we got from Vladimir Putin was...
It only feels that way because you guys make it want to feel that way. You write it that way.
Signing into a decree allowing Russia to fire nuclear weapons in response to any kind of massive conventional attack on its soil. That would include drones. That would include presumably long-range missiles. That Russia would view aggression against itself or its allies by non-nuclear state backed by...
It's a cool missile.
By other nuclear powers as a joint attack. In summary, basically saying that if there was an attack on Russia by a member of a coalition that will be seen as an attack by sort of the full coalition, i.e., even if it's a non-nuclear power aided by a nuclear power, that would be seen as a joint attack. This is something that Putin has been talking about signing into as a decree since September. This is officially happening now, and it comes, obviously, Francine, just on the heels of that sort of news that we got from Joe Biden, basically permitting the Ukrainians to begin using some of these ATACMS within Russian territory in the Kursk region, not sort of...
If Israel, an invading nation, has unrestricted use of US weapons, Ukraine, in its defense, should have unrestricted use of whatever fucking weapons it buys or produces. I don't understand why we're kneecapping a country defending itself. No wonder they're fucking losing. Like, are you kidding?
All across Russia, but within that region they have a range of about 300 kilometers, and this is coming at a time right now when we understand, again, from Ukrainian news agencies that those first missiles have been deployed. So what we are getting this morning in the last few minutes is Putin, on the one hand, signing a decree that says that any sort of coalition strike...
Send one to Moscow. Knock on his door with one. See how he feels then.
that is backed by a nuclear power, even if it's by Ukraine, non-nuclear, striking within Russia, could see a nuclear response. Again, that is why there is seen a huge move into the haven assets over the last few minutes. You can see it on the sort of German bonds have been being bought up. You see the euro moving, you see gold moving, you see everything moving, because there's a lot of uncertainty as to what this means. Again, when we think about the possible red lines in Ukraine and when they are drawn, this sort of goes back to what we've been hearing from Olaf Scholz, who has been much more reticent, for one, to support any of these strikes within Russia, presumably to try to avoid a situation that could escalate severely.
But Ali, on these ATACMS, I mean, again, as you said, they're American-made Army tactical missile systems. There's these supersonic guided missiles. Will we know what they've hit this morning and what this means in terms of escalation? Or is the market just, before they find out, they just want to get out of risky assets?
I think that that's what you have to assume, that people want to get out of risky assets. When you hear sort of a Russian nuclear response in the same breath as a strike, within Russia by some of these U.S.-made weapons, that you're going to get a lot of fear within the market, right? And this is exactly the kind of thing that Olaf Scholz has been talking about at the G20 when he was asked, basically, will you follow Joe Biden? Will you begin to deliver your own long-range missiles, the Taurus system that has an even further range than these U.S. ATACMS? Will you be able to deliver those? Will you begin to deliver those to Ukraine? He said, no, absolutely not. My position is unchanged. And that comes after he is really the only G7 leader to have had any contact with Vladimir Putin. They just had a call this Friday, and basically saying that Putin had not.
Germany has an election,
Mm-hmm.
right? And as I've said, it's going to be interesting next year to see how long it is until coalition or still incumbents keep power.
Yes.
Right. So, what's interesting is that both sides of the German's political spectrum actually support aid to Ukraine.
Okay.
It's the centrists who don't. So who's he trying to appease? Who's the German guy trying to appease? He's not pulling votes away from those sides. So he's doing this because he has an election in February. That's why he's taking these positions like this now.
True. I mean, is it going to work though, or is he still going to send shit to Ukraine, or is he?
As I said, the groups that his party could pull votes from support arms to Ukraine. It's like it's the people that are in his party who are the ones who are against it. Like it's more people who are similar to him. So like he's not gaining votes from doing this.
So why do it?
I couldn't tell you, bro. I don't understand. If Revi was here, maybe they could go into more in depth. I'm not a fucking German political expert. I think their internet's still broken.
Really changed his position on anything, and he's of course also fighting his own election within Germany, where some of the Germans are really very concerned about possible escalation, and many of the voters here, particularly on the far right and the far left, which are doing very, very well here, want to see less involvement in Ukraine, not more involvement. So this is a story that obviously has huge ripple effects within domestic politics across Europe, but as you can see this morning across the markets, with catching a bid here from the German bonds and across really the whole sort of haven complex right now.
The US President Joe Biden has authorized Ukraine to use American long-range missiles to strike targets deep inside Russia.
Until now, Mr.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Ukraine has for the first time.
Gonna get deep.
I kind of want to hear from the European news.
Fired US-made ATACMS missiles into Russia. Ukraine and Russia say 6 of the ballistic missiles targeted a military facility in Russia's western Bryansk region overnight. Moscow says 5 were shot down by its air defenses. Ukraine has only just received permission from the United States to fire these longer-range missiles at Russia. Moscow described the attack as an escalation marking a new phase in the war.
An escalation of them being able to defend themselves. Anybody given the option, explained clearly that literally just being like 2014, Russia sent agents in. 2014, Ukraine had a referendum, a popular referendum, some call it a revolution, where they said, fuck you, we want Europe. Russia sends agents in. annexes Crimea, full invasion in 2022. Ukraine has been defending them while being kneecapped by the people selling them weapons. Now, Ukraine is able to adequately defend themselves. In that small explanation of pretty much exactly what's been going on, how can you logically say that this is not just taking the shackles off Ukraine?
And then you have to ask yourself, why would Russia want to completely lose this advantage they have by making nuclear threats a reality? Look at how much they've done with the nuclear threat.
Mm-hmm.
Look at how powerful it is. So much more has been done with the nuclear threat.
Yep. And it's still happening. And it's happening in front of our faces. We could see Ukraine collapse and support for it collapse because of Russian information warfare and a nuclear threat. Because these idiots believe it, because their brains have been poisoned into believing an unreality, completely fueled by Russia. Like the last 3 years.
Well, the media loves it too. There's nothing more that the media loves to doing a nuclear threat. They can't wait to report it.
Straight to our correspondent, Nimisha Jaiswal, who's in the Ukrainian capital. Welcome, Nimisha. What more can you tell us?
It's like, so like the
from the Ukrainian military
guys, they're talking about like what we could see from Trump's cabinet. I don't care. Like, what am I supposed to do about it? So it's something that might happen that I have no control over. I don't care.
Tell me when it happens.
Yeah.
There has been no official confirmation of the use of the ATACMS. They did say that they hit an ammunition depot in Bryansk overnight. They didn't describe the kind of ammunition they used, and we don't expect them to admit to that anytime soon if previous patterns are anything to go by. But what is more interesting is that both US and Ukrainian media sources are reporting that US and Ukrainian officials have told them that ATACMS were used. And it's also here in Kyiv, when Zelensky was asked, were ATACMS used? He was a bit evasive in his response because he said Ukrainians do have their own long-range drones. They have the Neptune cruise missile.
True.
And he said, now we have ATACMS and we will...
Don't they have a domestic made missile as well?
Yes. They're working on it.
Is it good or is it still in development?
I couldn't tell you. I am not a missile expert.
Is there anybody in chat that knows?
I know they're working on it. That's all.
Yeah, because I heard some stuff about it recently, but I don't remember how recently. That's the thing. So it could have been last week. It could have been 2 months ago. Who fucking knows? Time blurs.
Use everything we have. So not an outright admission, but definitely a nod to the use of ATACMS.
And do Ukrainians think that this can change the course of this war?
Got to be the best name for a missile ever, right?
Well, some definitely do. The foreign minister, Andriy Sybiha, has called the use of ATACMS a game changer. He said that the longer Ukraine can strike, the shorter the war will be. And he shares that enthusiasm with some other Ukrainians who feel like this has been a long time coming and who are celebrating the fact.
Honestly, what they should do is don't announce any arms packages to Ukraine. Just sneaky send them big missiles and be like, go crazy. Go nuts. You know, make Russia hurt. And every day be like, you can withdraw. Every single day we will hit a city closer to Moscow. And be like, we will hit Moscow unless you withdraw. You've got 3 weeks to get shit out. Every single day we'll hit a district closer to Moscow. And just go full terrorist.
Like the plot to Splinter Cell Blacklist.
Is that what it is?
It's similar. So the Blacklist is they get basically every agent America has, the entire intelligence network. So it's actually they actually are doxing them.
Yes.
Right. And so these are informants and all that stuff. So they get doxed and they get killed in these enemy countries.
Yes.
But what the Blacklist terrorist group wants is that they say that they'll stop doxing if America withdraws its troops in every country.
Huh. Now, how does the state react?
Huh?
How does the state react?
How does America react?
Yeah.
They send Sam Fisher.
Okay. I figured that's what it was.
But then there's also like then they have a whole B plot that ends up happening where they have sarin.
Sarin?
And they're distributing it into like water supplies.
Damn. But yeah,
Sam Fisher sits next to nerve agent that's literally exposing in his face.
Great. Nothing happens.
Nope.
Great. But that's what I personally think Ukraine should do and what the world should do, primarily Europe, is just be like, we need to just like sneaky send these missiles there, just like send trucks full of missiles. And then just be like, yeah, we don't give a fuck what you do with these. Go for it. Obviously, don't intentionally target civilians to make Russia pay. Don't fall to their level. But like, you want to hit some military bases? Fucking go for it. You want to hit Moscow? Go for it. You want to hit the Kremlin? Fucking blow that building up. Fuck that building. That would be like as sad as it would be to see the Kremlin in ashes. It would also be such a big dick swing from Ukraine to send a missile to fucking the Kremlin. Like, honestly, it would blow people away. People would be outraged. And it's wild because it's like they literally hit Kiev all the time. What's the difference? They literally hit historical sites in Ukraine all the time. What's the difference?
Why can't we talk about the Jews?
But I don't know.
I'm not saying Hitler was a good guy.
I want,
but I gotta wonder
Ukraine to hit Russian targets inside Russia with missiles and then just dick swing. Just be like, okay, you can keep pushing. We're going to keep hitting targets inside Russia. We'll see who lasts longer.
That now when Russia strikes Ukraine, Ukraine can strike back. Others, however, are less optimistic. They feel like this may be too little too late. That Ukraine has been forced to fight with a hand tied behind its back for too long, as Zelensky describes it. But the more optimistic do think that this will allow Ukraine to potentially claw back some territory, defend territory in Kursk, while Russia's military is building up there with troops up to 50,000.
It also allows them to hit batteries and shit outside the range that they currently have, which is more important because if they can take out the supporting fire that Russia has in advantage over them, they can push back. Because I genuinely think that Ukraine is the better fighting force, but Russia has the superior firepower. That's the problem. So if they can level the playing field with their artillery shells, and they can reduce Russia's use of artillery shells by literally taking out the batteries, that's a better use. But obviously seeing them hit Moscow would also be pretty cool. You know, I'd be cool with either.
And this will essentially allow it to have a better position at negotiations, at any kind of peace talks in the future, and have some kind of a bargaining chip so that it can negotiate potentially giving up territory in Kursk for getting back territory in Ukraine.
Okay, Nimisha, thank you for that. Nimisha Jaiswal in Kyiv.
Yes. Yeah.
Let's get more on this from DW's.
Yeah, imagine if people just watched us instead of DW.
Well, DW is great.
No, I know.
Former Moscow bureau chief Yuri Reshetto, who's been operating from Riga since Russia banned DW from reporting there. Welcome, Yuri. What's Russia been saying about this? A closer look at this with Sir Lawrence Freedman. He's an Emeritus Professor of War Studies at King's College London. Welcome to DW. What does this Ukrainian attack inside Russia using these ATACMS, what do you think this tells us?
It tells us that the Ukrainians are doing something that they've wanted to do for some time, which is attack targets more effectively. It's not that they haven't been able to attack these sort of targets before, but now more effectively with more accurate, more powerful weapons that come from the West. They would have liked to have done it a long time ago because some of the most relevant targets have been moved out of range. But in the context of the current fighting, they'll find this helpful.
Moscow says using these weapons against it marks an escalation of this war. What do you think?
Well, the Russians have been escalating the war steadily, from the full-scale invasion to attacks on Ukrainian critical infrastructure to attacks on shipping. I mean, I don't think the Russians are in any position to complain about escalation, and they have already.
Again, like any logical person would come to this conclusion. I feel like anyone looking at this situation the way that they should be looking at this situation would come to the conclusion that Russia has been fucking around with this the whole time. Now that Ukraine is to the privileged, equality feels like oppression, right? It's Ukraine getting equality is what this is. It's leveling the playing field. The more you level the playing field, the worse Russia looks because they're dog shit. Their military, their forces, their logistics, their equipment is all dog shit. And now they've got what? North Korean shells? What's the bet most of them fail?
Been Ukrainian attacks on Russian territory, many attacks on Russian territory. Western weapons have already been used in territory that Russia considers Russian, which is much of Ukraine now. So I don't think this is necessarily as dramatic a step as is being presented, except for the fact that the Russians have made it an issue and now will feel a need to demonstrate some sort of response. Although one should note their reaction to the initial ATACMS attack has been to suggest that it wasn't that effective.
Right. Do you think, now that the United States has said yes to Ukraine using these longer-range systems, can you see the likes of the UK and indeed Germany also giving the go-ahead for the use of their longer-range targets?
Oh my god, imagine if a Storm Shadow hits a massive military base in Russia. How pissed they're going to be. And they're going to go, oh my god, Britain, how dare you? And they're going to be like...
I believe Britain has implied that they're kind of going for it.
Hello.
It's Germany, the one that's holding up.
Of course it is.
Systems.
Well, the UK, yes, and France, yes, because they've got Storm Shadow and Scarp, which are already available to the Ukrainians. I mean, there's an issue of supply, as there is with ATACMS. You don't have lots of these. Germany is, I don't think so, because Chancellor Scholz has set himself against it. But of course, Germany may have a new government in a few months, and they can look at it again. But not for now, I don't think.
Let's talk about
bring back Merkel.
the reported use of these North Korean
if the German
troops.
people go out and vote to be pro-Ukraine, and somebody more in favor of Ukraine came in, it would be a game changer.
Yes.
The thing is, Revy and the Germans can talk shit all day. I have no faith in voters making the right decision inside democracies.
I think we've demonstrated this whole year.
I support autonomy, but I also know that there's a cost for freedom.
Yeah,
and it's your brain. You don't make good
already
decisions
be on
when you,
especially in group
go out. Exactly.
The battlefield in Kursk, supporting Russian forces. How will their presence alter this conflict?
It's hard to say. In the numbers that are there at the moment, not a lot. Politically, it's very important. Indeed, their presence provided the rationale for President Biden to authorize the long-range use of ATACMS. They still have to learn the language to be integrated into Russian forces. And of the force that's said to be assembled in Kursk that is already trying to push the Ukrainians out, they're about 20% of the total. So it's important, but I don't think at the moment it's a game changer. The issue is whether this opens up a new pipeline for Russia, which is going through its own manpower at a rather shocking rate.
It's true. All right. Fox News, let's see.
Well, Eric, joining us now for more is retired U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Robert McGinnis.
Yeah, we're getting all the takes on this today. We're getting all the angles. We're getting every single one. We're getting the terminally online dipshits. We're getting the left wing, the right wing, the Europeans who clearly are better on this than any American source. I just wish they didn't fucking claim everything. Leave us alone, cunts. Let us fucking watch your shit so we can use good examples of journalism to show people. I feel like I want to email them and be like, stop fucking copywriting us so we can use your shit to demonstrate good
YouTube
journalism.
is just awful.
No, I'm talking about DW. I'll email the fucking editor.
Well, DW lets it's the DW documentaries.
Okay. So it's the news is fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's specials, like 60 minutes as well. You have to be careful with. But sometimes I've shown 60 minutes, like the Shah, that didn't get claimed, you know?
Yeah, sometimes it's weird.
It depends on what it is.
Okay, noted. I'll look at DW more now than if they don't claim the actual news stuff.
Yeah, well,
DW is fine.
Let me know if they do.
Okay, I'll let you know.
McGinnis, thank you for joining us.
And maybe I will fucking email and be like, hey, can you like not? We're trying to use you guys as a good example. Fuck off? Like, and especially because I'm like gonna go with it with if I was to do it, I would be like, we're trying to utilize good journalism to show people how good journalism is done, and you guys fuck us for doing that. Can you like stop?
They can't.
They could just not claim it. Like they could just like remove, like don't claim it on the automatic claims.
It's not even. It's like just automated dumb shit.
No, that's what I mean. It's like don't set up the automated claim on YouTube. It's news. Let people use the news.
And so, how does allowing Ukraine to strike Russia with U.S. supplied weapons change the Ukraine-Russia war?
Well, Arthel is probably going to enrage Putin, which, of course, is problematic. Keep in mind, the intelligence community, according to the New York Times, recently said that Ukraine is losing the war. Now, we know that Zelensky, as you just reported, has come to the United States weeks ago with a victory plan. And allegedly, when he met with President Biden, he made it very clear that using ATACMS and other long-range missiles, such as what the French and the UK just released, will be helpful. Now, unfortunately, it's a possibility that this could likely broaden the war. Now, keep in mind, the Chinese are allegedly providing lethal aid now to Russia. The Iranians have, and of course, as you just reported, the North Koreans have sent upward to 10,000 troops to Russia, allegedly that are going to be in the eastern provinces helping in the fight against Kursk. So you have a host of issues here. Allowing them to use HIMARS ATACMS that can reach 188 miles inside of Russia could be incredibly problematic.
Well, also, here's another question. Is there enough time for Ukraine to take advantage of these long-range missiles in the next 64 days, enough to put Russia and the North Koreans on their heels?
Unlikely. ATACMS are not going to make a major difference, quite frankly. What it will do is put Mr. Trump, as he assumes the presidency, in a much worse situation because the Russians, like I said, have been enraged. And so you have a series of things that have happened, Arthel. Mr. Biden, in fact, thought that the war in Ukraine was going to bolster our industrial base. It didn't. And he also was hoping that it would degrade the Russian military. Unfortunately, what Vladimir Putin has done is upgrade his industrial base to produce more munitions. And he is increasing his selective service to bring more people into the ranks, to include, of course, North Koreans. So you have the makings of a much broader war. So we need to be incredibly careful here about allowing Zelensky's so-called victory plan to go forward in a way that could just rob us all of our future freedoms.
Well, okay, you said that Putin's reaction has already been to increase his forces. Well, he's taking North Korean forces, so he's not that impressive. So his military is wounded by the smaller, mightier Ukraine. That said, listen, as we said, in 64 days, Trump will be the U.S. president. How do you think Trump's military advisors will guide him?
Well, it's going to take a while to bring them aboard. Clearly, Waltz and perhaps Pete Hegseth and others will be able to advise him to go slow. Mr. Trump's already made it clear that he wants to get out of this war.
That was a very funny retort from her. Hold on, I want to go back.
Well, unfortunately, it's a possibility that this could likely broaden the war. Now, keep in mind, the Chinese are allegedly providing lethal aid.
I fucking skipped right to the perfect point, right? So, the Chinese lethal aid. China is apparently now sending lethal aid. Motherfucker, they have been sending lethal aid to Russia the entire time. Do you not remember them saying they are unwavering partners? Like, since that partnership, that handshake between those two guys that brought in that deal, Putin went to China, handshake, deal.
Well, you see, this is
From
just a
that
game that
point,
we play.
What?
It's a game we play.
Mm.
You know, when you bomb the Golden Zone, you pretend it's no big deal. It's all fake.
Yeah. Like it's ridiculous. Like from that point, China has been giving lethal aid. We've heard rumors that all of Russia's technology is now Chinese. Like all of this shit is a repercussion of that deal. And now China owns Russia. We were talking about this when it happened. Talking about how China owns Russia now. How Russia fucked up and made a real bad deal. And as soon as Russia is weak enough, China will probably go for Manchuria, Greater Manchuria, Eastern Russia. Because what is Russia going to do? Fight China? They can't even fight Ukraine. Like, Jesus Christ. China could take half of fucking Siberia and Russia couldn't do shit about it. Like, they are fucked. China is going to finger Putin hard.
Now to Russia, the Iranians have, and of course, as you just reported, the North Koreans have sent upward to 10,000 troops to Russia, allegedly that are going to be in the eastern provinces helping in the fight against Kursk. So you have a host of issues here, allowing them to use.
Also, if China takes Manchuria, they're now an Arctic country. There's a lot of tactical and economic reason for China to take Manchuria. So
the Manchurian Candidate.
HIMARS ATACMS that can reach 188 miles inside of Russia could be incredibly problematic.
Well, also, here's another question. Is there enough time for Ukraine to take advantage of these long-range missiles in the next 64 days, enough to put Russia and the North Koreans on their heels?
Unlikely. ATACMS are not going to make a major difference, quite frankly. What it will do is put Mr. Trump, as he assumes the presidency, in a much worse situation because the Russians, like I said, have been enraged. And so you have a series of things that have happened, Arthel. Mr. Biden, in fact, thought that the war in Ukraine was going to bolster our industrial base. It didn't. And he also was hoping that it would degrade the Russian military. Unfortunately, what Vladimir Putin has done is upgrade his industrial base to produce more munitions. And he is, just increasing his selective service to bring more people into the ranks, to include, of course, the North Koreans. So you have the makings of a much broader war. So we need to be incredibly careful here about allowing Zelensky's so-called victory plan to go forward in a way that could just rob us all of our future freedoms.
Well, okay, you said that Putin's reaction has already been to increase his forces. Well, he's taking North Korean forces, so he's not that impressive. So his military is wounded by the smaller, mightier Ukraine. That said, listen, as we said, in 64 days, Trump will be the U.S. president. How do you think Trump's military advisors will guide him?
Well, it's going to take a while to bring them aboard. Clearly, Waltz and...
Sorry, not quite an Arctic country, but closer. Basically, the islands that Russia is arguing with Japan over, China would now claim those islands, is essentially what it would be.
Perhaps Pete Hegseth and others will be able to advise him to go slow. Mr. Trump's already made it clear, Arthel, that he wants to get out of this war, wants Ukraine to have peace in the future. And I think that the statements over the weekend by Vladimir Putin suggesting that, he's ready to talk in a matter of speaking. And Zelensky has said as much as well. What we don't need to do at this late hour in the Biden administration is exacerbate a pretty bad situation that perhaps has a chance of resolving itself in a peaceful way in the near future. I think all of us want peace. What we don't want, obviously, is the total occupation of Ukraine by the Russians and more killing. And that's unfortunately what's happening.
Here's a what now?
Do you know what we mean when we say, I like my suitcase?
No idea.
The meme culture is weak with this one. I wonder if I type in suitcase like that, if it'll come up.
There's a ferry from Japan to Russia. That's random. So you'd need your passport.
Okay, check this. Go on here. This random tweet says, "Me if I said I like my suitcase 800 times a day was illegal." Okay, so this is a video of Barron as a kid, and he's got this thick Slavic accent, which makes it very obvious that Donald Trump was not around for him. You know, like it's very obvious he was raised by this woman, not this guy.
I like my suitcase. I have to go to school now.
Yeah, you will have lunch and then you go to school.
Now I'm gonna go.
Yeah, first you will have lunch and then you go to school.
Now you can do reading, writing, and arithmetic.
I like my suitcase. I have
to Jesus Christ. That is amazing.
Too bad we don't have sound bites anymore because StreamYard is a cunt.
Can you send me this video?
I like my suitcase.
Please send me this video.
I mean, just look up suitcase.
Just you've got it right there.
I know. I already clicked off.
But is there any way to look at it from this other perspective, which is, sure, it's going to poke the bear, it's going to make Putin more angry and angrier and more fierce as he...
Don't let Bisky hear you. Bisky missed the Baron segment.
Suitcase.
Okay, guys, important chat. Next time Bisky comes in the chat, everybody has to say that as soon as he pops up. Everybody. Every single person. In caps.
Do you like Baron's suitcase?
So that's what we need to do. So we need to manifest.
Don't tell me about the clip. Send it.
So this can happen.
Can be. But what's the other side of this? Because this agreement that could happen in the next 64 days or so means that Ukraine has to once again give up territory to Russia. So, you know, how's that just a great move?
Yeah, this is a bad situation for all involved. I do believe with the Russian parliament having already accepted the 4 provinces of eastern Ukraine as part of its kingdom, and what Vladimir Putin has made very clear is he's not going to give away anything. And in fact, over the last few weeks, he's redefined his own nuclear doctrine in such a way that he says very explicitly that a joint attack by a non-nuclear state such as Ukraine, backed by a nuclear state such as the United States, will in fact allow him...
Do you see how they fucking fearmonger?
Yeah.
And watch you not push back at this at all.
If he so decides to use tactical
He's
nuclear
not going to do that.
Hey, I was wrong. I like this woman. She's
who's this
good.
Fox News journalist
She's
who
fucking great.
Who actually has a spine.
Fucking well done.
The smallest of
you know
one.
that. You know that, Kurt.
Completely fused spine.
But it's more than the normal corporate journo parasite.
So decides to use tactical
He's
nuclear
not going to do that.
I don't
he
think
won't.
he's going to do that.
You know that, Colonel. He's not going to.
But
so let me ask you this. Yeah.
But Arthel, he's been boasting about that for years. I understand that, but they had exercises here recently in Belarus with those same tactical nuclear weapons.
Oh my
he
God.
also has had exercises in the northeast or the northwest part of his country talking about these things. Putin is a rational player, but at the same time, Putin is very hegemonic about not allowing NATO's encroachment into Ukraine and further.
He's literally spouting Russian talking points now. In response to him being called out, he is now.
Didn't you see all this Russian propaganda?
Russian talking points.
He literally was citing the Russian propaganda he watched.
Incredible. This is amazing. That's great. And this is why Fox News needs hosts that push back. Look at what just happened.
Well, now that Trump's in the White House, hopefully they can get less Judge Jeanine.
Fucking hopefully.
And as a result,
because like if they just stopped doing Fox News shit and had some programming that appealed to a center moderate, like, don't be silly. Stop it. You only need one fashy show on your network. Okay, you click those links, Jack, and you put them on screen.
You guys have no idea what I just found.
You pair two of the slab. Bon voyage. Bye-bye.
The music in the background, though. Crash into that vase.
I'm the family, I'm the Batman, I'm the family,
That kid is not speaking English.
Yeah, like you did before with
Dude, this is the most animated I've ever seen her. She hates him. And she loves her kids.
Yeah, I mean,
no, 40.
it's literally her kid, not Donald's.
I'm gonna put the gas. Okay. Okay, now we can go back.
It's not gas.
Yeah, can you go back?
There's no gas in that car, idiot.
Fucking hell.
All right. Okay. Ready to go? Okay.
It must just be like a photo shoot or something.
Yeah.
Your house. We're at your house, Mommy. Okay. We are. So now get off. Get off. No, you get off.
Bisky is missing out.
Doesn't it seem like he's a little old to be acting like this?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Like he's mentally deficient or something? Oh, that's right. He's Eastern European.
Your house is that way. Pick up somebody else. Look at your mama. Yeah. With mama. Oh, that's cute. With mama.
Take mama like this.
Yeah. All right. Okay,
With
we
both
ready.
arms.
Family portrait, we ready.
Big hug, big hug, big hug. It's really going to be so small.
Oh, look, Donald showed up. The absentee father.
One more?
He hates this kid. Dude, what a dumbass song this kid is singing.
What a dumbass. When he read that, did he read that?
Ready, let's go. Okay. Margaret. Yeah. I'm going off. No.
You're going off.
Okay. Look at Mr. Jean. Ready to go? Come on.
He's so bored.
The kid?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You had him premium and focused before Donald showed up. Right? Maybe Donald should have shown up earlier.
She's there. She's not too far. Don't worry. Passenger, you're home, Mommy.
You're a big guy, Brian.
And Melania is a young, beautiful woman. There's,
But I almost...
Secret Trump footage? Hell yeah.
And of course, you see Barron running around the house here. Melania is so hands-on with him. You always see her out and about with Barron. What kind of mom is she?
She's a great mom. She's a really loving, beautiful mom. And
she makes it so I don't have to deal with him at all.
Than her son.
And of course, you've got
Her son,
grown-up
he calls
kids.
him.
You've got a little one. Can you believe that you're going through this again?
Well, I go through it, and the interesting thing, you appreciate it a little bit more as you get older. And now I have a 4-year-old, but I almost appreciate the other children more just by having Barron. So it's really quite wonderful.
I think you're going to have more.
That's so funny.
Wait, he hates him.
He fucking hates
I appreciate my other kids more because they could speak English.
Yeah,
and they
sound
weren't
like
the children
Americans.
of illegal migrants.
Melania is a young, beautiful woman. There's, lots of years ahead to make
Well, that's true.
more
It
Trumps.
certainly is possible.
Voila.
Trying to get a little bit. Nice, Baron.
Yes.
Good.
Smile, man. Smile, 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 smile. Where is that?
Horrific. That child is so much pain inside him. That was some like Danny from The Shining smile.
More higher.
Riding.
Like that?
Leaning backwards.
Yeah.
More. Leaning backwards.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, voilà.
Baron is a beautiful little boy, so sweet, and you are just such a
Creepy.
Watching you with Baron is so touching as a mom because you could just see the love that you have for him. Any more kids in your future?
And the disdain you have for your
I
husband.
have 2 kids. I have a big boy, Donald, and I have a little boy, Baron. So my hands are.
That's funny. Because it's true.
I have to change both their diapers.
I have to bring them both.
I'm teaching both of them how to read.
Full now, and especially with the business that I started, really the schedule is really busy.
Well, you make cute kids, so hopefully we'll see other little Trumps running around.
I never say never, but for now, sometimes you don't sleep
Stop
enough,
talking about
and
it like
you
that.
just go. It's everything. It's a balancing act. I think life is balancing act, and it's just.
Yeah, she balances her immigration status with Donald Trump. And now she's
didn't even
immune
hear
because
the rest of the joke. I just heard it was an immigration status joke, and that was funny enough.
Everything comes naturally then. You just need to, a first role for me is to being a mommy and a wife, and then a businesswoman, because Baron still needs me. He's only 4 years old, and I want to be there for him. This is the living room.
This view, oh my goodness. This is well, of course, would it be anything less than the best view in New York City?
Oh, it's fantastic, and what you could see whole New York and Central.
that's a pretty good view.
Honestly, though, who cares?
No, that's fair.
Like, honestly, though.
It's a nice view, though.
Like, Central Park, I could give a fuck less. I have one of the buildings that can see trees.
Yeah, but all the trees.
Best view in New York City.
Like, I used to be like really sold on this
of
aesthetic
course.
of like being able to live in a high rise and look over
Yeah.
the city like you own it.
Uh-huh.
But now it's like
It's kind of gross.
I don't even want to look out my windows. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'd rather go outside, honestly.
Yeah.
But also, I think that's a better view than Central Park. Like having the city.
Man, I bet you they had a great view of the Twin Towers.
Would it be anything less than the best view in
But
New York
also,
City?
Oh, it's fantastic, and
you've got two massive buildings blocking most of the view.
See whole New York and Central
That
Park,
building would
and,
have a
when
better
it's
view.
changing the colors, you know, we have a snow, we have
a
now
snow.
it's spring, so summer.
We actually
fall,
get to see
beautiful,
what
beautiful,
season it is
beautiful,
because we
And
could
see your
look
windows over
outside
there,
and
you-
see that fall is happening.
Did you guys know what she sounded like? I had no clue what she sounded like.
You've never heard her before?
Never heard her speak.
My favorite Melania Trump saga is the Christmas decorations and how mad she is about the decorations. Do you know about this?
You have windows.
I do
You
not.
have 360-degree.
Correct. Yes, whole apartment. It's all around, so it's very special. It's beautiful.
I mean, would you expect a billionaire to have anything less than that? Like your front door is an elevator.
Do a lot of entertaining in here?
Sometimes,
so
yeah, cocktail
there's two parts
parties.
to this story.
and
First, we
then
need to
the
see her decorations because it's one of the things the first lady does is decorate the tree and stuff for Christmas.
Yeah. Now skyscrapers are dumb, but they are high density living.
I was about to say they are practical.
Yeah. Like they're incredibly practical if you really want to think about it.
So people said that her Christmas decorations in the White House were the worst of all time.
Uh-huh. Well, based on
I
this
haven't
building,
look, I haven't looked at any others. I could give a fuck less. I just know about it because the story's funny, because apparently these are like the worst ever.
Okay.
You know, I'm just reiterating what the homos are saying.
Fair enough.
But there's, yes, this is what we.
Full screen.
Like, people are really criticizing this room. And I want to say there's a room where it's like all red trees.
Ew.
Right? So the point is that people were tearing apart her decorating.
Mm-hmm.
Like multiple times, multiple years in a row. Where they were talking about her decoration. So these tapes came out exposing her or something. I don't remember.
Okay.
This. I just remember. Of course, it was reported on because it was when Trump was still relevant before he started running again.
Mm.
See, 4 years ago. So it was right when the out cycle of Trump. Okay, hang on. This one, go.
All these kids that I met,
Oh, these kids.
they are
How do
here
I
at the
reach
shelters
these
because they were brought by it through coyotes, the people, or trafficking, and that's why they put them in jail. And the kids that they go in shelters, and the way they take care of them, it's, you know, they even said, the kids, they say, wow, I will have my own bed, I will sleep on the bed, I will have a cabinet for my clothes. It's so sad to hear it, but they didn't have that in their own countries. Right. They sleep on the floor.
Here's her. She's literally apologizing for the kids in cages. They're like, wow, they were like, we get a bed. She's saying that they were nice child jails.
Yeah.
Lord, they are, you know, they are fed. They are taking care nicely there, but you know, yeah, they are not with parents. Nicely. It's sad, but when they come here alone or with coyotes or illegally, you know, you need to do something. Right. And a lot of like moms and kids, they are taught how to do it. They go over and they say like, oh, we will be killed by gang member. We will be it's so dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
So
now she's doing
to stay here.
Now she's doing the. Oh, the jihadis were not torturing, are trained to tell people that they are tortured.
It's a lot of,
she's calling these children that are in cages but have beds.
It's a lot of played out routine, isn't it?
And they're the ones that are the bad ones.
Yeah, and they are not, you know, it's not true that they would, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Some of them, they're using that lines that, you know, they're not professional, but they are taught by other people what to say to come over and to, you know, to let them go, to stay here. Because, you know, they could easily stay in Mexico, but they don't want to stay in Mexico because Mexico doesn't take care of them the same as America does.
Wait, that didn't have anything about the Christmas decorations in it.
Cool.
That was like a completely separate clip. This.
It's officially the most wonderful time of the year at the White House, but tell that to the leftist media.
Tell that to the leftist media.
They say I'm complicit. I'm the same like him. I support him. I don't say enough. I don't do enough. Where I am, I'm working like a my ass off. I know. That Christmas stuff that, you know, who gives a about Christmas stuff and decoration, but I need to do it, right?
Yeah, but 100%. You have no choice.
And then I do it, and I say that I'm working on Christmas, planning for the Christmas, and they said, oh, what about the children that they were separated? Give me a break. Where they were saying anything when Obama did that?
I know.
I cannot go. I was trying to get the kid reunited with the mom. I didn't have a chance. It needs to go through the process and through the law.
But here's my thing. Hear what you just said. But instead of that, if your messaging, you were so loved.
They would not do the story. We put it out. They would not do the story.
I'm telling you.
You would not believe it. They would not do the story because they would not do the story because they are against us because they're liberal media. Yeah, if I go to Fox, they will do the story. I don't want to go to Fox.
All I can say is, when will this war on Christmas end?
Who's this guy? Who's this twink?
Bitcoin.
I'm fucking losing it over this Christmas decorations, bro.
Fucking insane. Get a grip.
I love it.
Dinner in the big dining room.
You're very daring to decorate in such a light color with having parties in here. I'd be so afraid red wine would be all over the floor.
Well,
oh my God! Shut up!
Careful,
somebody
so
choke
I'm
her!
not doing babies parties here.
Quick,
sure, you
get
know.
her!
Fucking hell! All right. We're finally done with the
colors are so light. Aren't you worried about red wine getting all over? Maybe don't have fucking drunk people over spilling wine all over the place, Miss Wino interviewer.
Yeah, good point.
How often are you spilling wine, Mom?
So I think we've gotten the gist about the ATACMS. It's a non-issue.
How long was that I like my suitcase tangent?
Maybe 20 minutes. Worth it. That was great. Maybe we'll clip that. I'll put it down as 2 hours 44.
Art. We call it art.
I'll show you how I've noted it down as well. Do you see? Look at screen.
Yeah, suitcase. That's how it's spelled.
I do believe.
Yeah. So ATACMS. Fuck. Not a big deal. Corporate press is selling you scary stuff again. It's just Ukraine getting the playing field equalized. That's all it is. There's no problems here. Russia is bluffing, and if they're not, they're going to get annihilated. So, yeah, I don't care. I'm not anywhere near that's going to matter. I'm safe on my island. But you guys, I don't know. Either way, history says don't worry.
That Putin.
Simon says.
Let's have a look.
But I also want
Let's have a look at some dumb shit from my country, my stupid little island where nothing matters and people get mad about trivial shit that is completely irrelevant.
Quickly speak about the pro-Hamas activists who are trying to deprive Australian children of the chance to celebrate Christmas.
That's amazing framing already. Incredible.
Amazing.
Christmas is a magical time for kids all over the world. Joy, sparkle, hope, and yes, presents. Well, over the weekend, there were ugly scenes in Melbourne where pro-Palestinian protesters hijacked the opening day of the Maya Christmas windows, even though the official event had to be cancelled.
Oh no, dangerous, violent bubbles.
Okay, look, I found the tweet I was talking about. I wouldn't threaten nukes when your population density looks like this.
That's fucking amazing. Could you tag me in that? Amazing. All right.
We don't have to deal with this every single weekend. And now the pro-Palestinian extremists are saying that children in Australia
yeah, this is pretty much Australian Fox News, yeah.
Can't be happy because children in Gaza are suffering.
Oh my God, the Maya Windows unveiling has been cancelled. You know what else has been cancelled? Tens of thousands of Palestinians. If you care more about the windows than Palestinian kids, then that says something about you, not protesters.
We can't say... We cannot be saying Palestinian kids get canceled when genocide is happening. We cannot say... We cannot do the cancel culture comparison, guys. It's not the first time I've seen it either. It's gotta stop.
That's great. I didn't even pick
Another
it up.
activist, Sarah Saylor, said, and I quote, "Oh, you want to celebrate Christmas, but ignore the massacres happening in the lands where Jesus was from."
Look, this is a pretty good message. That's a pretty good statement in considering all things. If you are ignoring massacres and genocide happening in the land where this is supposed to be celebrating, what are you doing? Who are you? Celebrating pagan holidays and reimagining it as Jesus' rebirth, and then... Is that Christmas? Am I getting it wrong? Christmas is pagan, right?
So is Easter.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
it's solstices.
I'm correct. I just wanted, before I started ranting, I wanted to make sure that I was correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Christmas is a pagan holiday. So it is another one of these dressed up fake Christian holidays that the church co-opted because they realized that paganism was bigger than Christianity.
Yeah.
And
so the winter solstice, at least this year, is December 21st.
Okay.
Christmas. Right?
Yeah, okay, so it's the winter solstice.
It's not even just paganism. The solstices, like the fact is like ancient humans, and I'm just talking like, when they were still in at least triple digits AD, even, like they had a much more advanced knowledge of basic astronomy than we do.
Yes, yeah. Calendars have really cucked our knowledge of astronomy and the stars. Plus, pollution stops us from seeing them.
Well,
so
yeah, the light pollution is the main thing.
Yeah.
But like, also, like, if harvests didn't go well, you died.
Yes.
So knowing how the Earth rotates
helps,
and how the stars function
is a genuine skill set that you genuinely need.
Yeah, well, like even people who like the Sumerians, they had advanced knowledge of astronomy, but they didn't exactly know that Earth was round.
Ah, interesting.
But they still had accurate astronomy. They knew when seasons would change.
I mean, it's not really relevant that the Earth is round unless you're doing...
No, but they actually thought it was
atmospheric stuff. A dome?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Which is pretty much what flat earthers do believe. It's like a coin based, and the atmosphere is a dome.
Interesting.
You think of water on surface tension.
Yes.
Almost.
Yeah, okay. Interesting.
But
yeah,
they believed that the stars were actually gods and stuff like that, and a lot of the stuff.
Interesting.
So the religion rotated around a lot of astronomy for these people as well.
That's cool. See, that is a
real
logical...
astronomy comes when telescopes get invented.
Ah, okay. I mean, this is logical. What's up, new person?
Hi, dude.
Lots of new people today. What the fuck is going on? How are you? Okay. How are you finding? Please let us know how you find. But yeah, this is a genuine point that people should be making. Is if like you want to celebrate this pagan holiday disguised as a Christian holiday, supposed to be celebrating the birth of this dude, born who was, by all respects, Palestinian or Jewish, if you want to, whichever way you cut it. The lands that this guy was from is currently seeing genocide. Why are you more worried about windows displaying celebrations of this than the genocide in those lands? I know. How good is this? Okay. How did you find us? Please inform us.
Probably because we were talking about suitcases.
We were trying to summon Bisky. Bisky did not come.
Well, this demand that Australian children be deprived of joy because of a war thousands of kilometres away is disgraceful. As activist Drew Pavlo responded, they would never ever demand Muslims not observe important religious holidays. They never demand the UNMA suspend
I'd like to
Eid
thank the Academy.
He's made it. He's made it, guys.
The imprisonment of 1 million Uyghur Muslims. They only attack Christian and Jewish religious holidays. If these activists truly cared about Palestinian children, then on October 8, 2023, they wouldn't have celebrated the massacre.
That's actually a pretty good point. But also, I'm not sure what Eid is.
Huh?
I'm not sure what Eid is, so like...
It's also... So that it's Easter for them. So right, it's the spring holiday for Muslims. Right. So it still comes from those same cultures where people would celebrate spring. So it's literally they do change because of the Muslim calendar. But next year it'll be March 29th.
Okay.
The equinox is March 20th every year.
Yes,
it's always March 20th. So it's literally right after spring equinox. So it's like and then like Passover, right? Passover is on April 12th.
Also, I'd like to retract my statement saying that Drew made any point. I want to revise and say that no, he didn't, because they're not actually protesting the event of Christmas. They are protesting the corporatization of a capitalist corporation, using Christmas to advertise through window displays while a genocide is going on. So it's got nothing to do with Christmas itself, and more to do with the corporate celebration of capitalism, which is also the thing that is feeding the Israeli genocide. Drew, by the way, clip that. Actually, clip that. John, clip it.
No.
Clip it so I can send it to Drew when I tell him to shut the fuck up.
Maybe I'll have it. Maybe I got it in time. So like Eid is like the end of Ramadan.
Yeah.
Right. So like Christians, they have Lent.
Yes.
So Lent starts that spring equinox period and it ends on Easter. Where you have Lent, you also fast. Ramadan, that's the main thing you do is fast with Ramadan as well.
Okay.
Ramadan starts a little earlier though. Normally, it starts in like February.
Okay, so like it's not really because what I was trying to figure out is whether it was an apt comparison, which it isn't.
I think it's perfectly comparable to Easter.
No. Okay, I'm talking in the context that we're talking about these Christmas window displays. That comparison is not relevant because you are straw manning the argument that the protesters are making in order to be able to make that comparison. So, because nobody is protesting Christmas, they're protesting Maya, the company, using the Christmas windows while a genocide is going on and ignoring it completely, and also helping the people in Melbourne completely ignore it.
So
in Israel,
Muslims don't necessarily, they have holidays that are in December, but the important ones are spring equinox, and then what is it when it's
it wasn't the point
summer.
that I was asking.
I know, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
There's not a comparison holiday for them.
Okay. There's not
they
like
don't really
Christmas.
have a winter holiday.
Yeah,
they do, but it's just not important.
The
spring and summer holidays are important.
Interesting.
But what's the center of summer called?
I don't know. Peak?
equinox. What? It's not equinox.
Summer solstice? I don't fucking know.
Yes, that's what it is.
It is?
Yeah, winter and summer solstice.
Why are they
Right,
equinoxes on the other side?
It has to do with the position of the Earth.
Oh.
Hang on, I'll show you.
Strange. Here we go, guys. We can add another thing to shit that we learn is astronomy. Learn astronomy when talking about Palestine.
You see?
Ah.
But the rotation and the tilt affects it as well.
Interesting.
So it's they measure the position of the sun. So the equinox is when the sun. So like when it's noon, the sun will never be perfectly overhead.
Yeah.
Unless it's equinox.
Huh.
Then it's a perfect 90-degree angle. And it's the same time every year because it takes us the same amount of time to rotate the sun. So holidays in many cultures exist around these dates specifically.
Yes. Yeah.
So in Islam, it's the March and June ones that are the most important.
I'm running a blank.
I know who he is.
Okay.
I don't see. Do you still have Twitter? I don't see Anime Zelensky on Twitter that much.
Twitter account. Maybe.
I don't use Twitter a lot.
Does not ring any bells. I'm not sure.
I know who they are.
Ping me on Twitter. Maybe that'll remind me.
Oh, yeah. So I know. I can imagine in my head what account it is because I know an account that has a lot of flags.
Bunch of blue and yellow flags.
I'm pretty sure.
Retweet my shit all the time. Have you got the Delta in your name at the moment?
Instead, they would have demanded that Hamas release our innocent hostages. They would have demanded that Hamas release the hostages, lay down arms, and stop attacking Israel. This would have not only been the right thing to do, but it also would have avoided further Palestinian suffering. But they didn't demand this. In my view, they don't truly care about the Palestinian cause because they don't say a word when footage emerges of Hamas mistreatment and torturing of Palestinians. Or when the Channel 12 Israeli journalist went into Gaza and interviewed dozens of Palestinians who spoke of how Hamas had ruined their lives, taken away their sons, and destroyed their families. Here's that footage.
Okay. No. So seriously, so if we give them credit that these are legitimate people who hate Hamas inside Gaza,
which definitely exists
inside Gaza, yes, but not vocally.
No.
Right. So let's just say, because a lot of people who are pro Palestine will immediately dismiss this as fake. I don't care. Because the entire point of it to begin with is to justify genocide.
Yeah.
So to even entertain this whole argument of whether it's fake or real is stupid. Anyway, check out this. I'm going to send you a really cool picture. And you're going to be like, oh my God, my mind is completely blown. I didn't know this is what that thing was about.
I did know that, actually. I've been watching a lot of science stuff. I learned that recently. That it would say an astronomy thing. There's also settlements and burials around it too, which is interesting.
But that's the same.
Extraordinary reporting there, and I have a journalist on my show on Thursday.
Build Stonehenge, right? it's a crazy thing to just do, to pull out. What's the astronomy? I just sent him a diagram of Stonehenge and how the paths of the sun line up on it. But like, you make this entire thing just because of how important those periods of the year are.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, the stars and the sun and the moon often are gods in a lot of these religions. Like, the Mayans are like a moon cult.
Possibly.
The moon is the most important deity in the Mayan religion. It's a god of fertility.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Because most of the time it's solar cults.
Yes.
Who went into Gaza and interviewed those Palestinians, but not a word from any of the pro-Palestinian activists about Hamas is truly ruining the lives of Palestinians, and it has been doing so for over 400 days. Well, and actually 17 years before that too. These activists only protest because it's against Israel, against Jews. And now they want to ruin the joy of Christmas for Australian children. Now, many families have an annual...
Yes. Okay.
I don't care if they don't protest China. I literally could care less.
This profile picture?
Yes, that's exactly who I thought it was.
Okay.
Right, they said yellow flag, yellow and blue flag.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
like, oh, it's not
that's the one that I picture. I just want to double check. Okay. Okay. No problem. I like to know who's here.
Annual tradition of visiting department stores to see the beautiful Christmas display in the window. These are memories they'll have for a lifetime. Traditions they'll continue with their own children and grandchildren. Families catch the train to go into the city and have a beautiful day out. But now this was cancelled thanks to that angry mob of Israel haters.
Oh my
Ray
God.
Hadley performed an epic
Israel
strain
haters.
against Albanese over all of this on Friday morning. I was cheering in my car while listening, and here's some of his strongest comments.
Anthony Albanese, I didn't think you'd be as low as a snake's belly, but I think you're pretty low at the moment. And Penny Wong's right behind you. He is the worst Prime Minister we've ever had. The worst. Throw all of them in. Malcolm Fraser, Gough Whitlam, go through the list, whoever you like. He's the worst Prime Minister we've ever had by the length of the strait.
And the Australian public can see very...
Objectively untrue. John Howard was the worst one we've ever had. It's pretty clear.
Clearly what's happening here. How a rabid mob is trying to destroy the joy of Christmas here in Australia.
It's so dramatic.
And how Albanese is too weak to stand up to any of them because he's putting politics over the right of kids to enjoy Christmas in peace.
I know.
This hour in Melbourne's CBD, where protesters are right now rallying outside Myers' Christmas windows despite promising not to.
Straight to Nine's Kiara Parker, who is there. Kiara, police are now on scene.
Yeah, that's right. It took them about half an hour, but about a dozen police are now on scene after a group of pro-Palestine protesters turned up this morning after Myer revealed their Christmas windows. That's despite promising on Friday that they would...
Not the bubbles!
Turned up this morning after...
What a costume. See, look at what the fucking signs say and look at how they report it, right? Notice how much they're leaving out. And notice that they never speak to the protesters.
Myer revealed their Christmas windows. That's despite promising on Friday that they would
hate Christmas and Jews. Why would they talk to anti-Semites, Jack?
wouldn't come and demonstrate. There were only about 4 protesters, but they made their voices heard, shouting, "Bombs are dropping
while
we're
about
shopping."
4 protesters, and that other lady was crying about it.
Yep. No, this is a. I think this
4 people.
No, I think this is a different group. Like this is the main group isn't there. This is just like rogue people doing it anyway.
Well, I think what the main organizer said they won't do it, but they can't stop people. From
they can't
showing
stop
up on their
people.
own.
Exactly.
And holding signs, "You look stupid," looking at windows while kids are being murdered. Police have told them if they move inside this barrier where I am standing and obstruct the view of families wanting to look at the Australia Zoo theme, that they will be moved on. We spoke to one of the protesters about why they wanted to come and take a stand.
Hey!
More than 17,000 children have been killed in Gaza by Israel. You think about the children. Can we think about all the children? That's what we're asking. Sanction Israel in the genocide and we'll quit showing up.
They say they're not crashing Christmas. They're trying to show the true meaning of Christmas, which is compassion, they say. This has infuriated Melburnians, which Melbourne is now being dubbed the protest capital.
Where the genocide is happening.
That group of protesters has now actually moved on, but we'll have to wait and see when the store opens soon whether they will return. Retailers are furious. They say businesses are suffering as these rallies continue each Sunday.
Wow, you mean businesses are suffering? Maybe you should push the government to sanction Israel. Maybe that would stop the protests. Or you can go the fascist way and ask the state to arm the police heavier and increase police presence. Maybe that's a good way to make your country feel safe. But no, it's definitely the protesters' fault. This is the kind of retarded thinking that I have to live with in my everyday life, by the way.
Sunday, they're calling for protest permits like in other states. The theme has now been unveiled. Very little fanfare this morning at 7:30. Nobody was here when Santa came out and pulled down the curtain with his elves to show the Australia Zoo theme. And families now are just starting to line up to take a look. They'll be on display until January.
Hope they can do so in peace. Thank you so much, Kiara Parker in Melbourne.
We used to joke about the miserable leftists and the anti-Christian woke brigade and how they'd want to kill Christmas if they could. Well, it's no longer a joke. Under the guise of pro-Palestinian or anti-Israel protests, that's exactly what these Grinches have tried to do. As you would have heard, the official launch event for the Maya Christmas windows in Melbourne was cancelled because of fears about the protesters, turning a fun event into a pretty dismal affair.
Maya cancelled its party and pulled back the curtain on its Christmas windows early at 7 o'clock this morning. There was barely anyone on Bourke Street to celebrate with Santa.
Yeah, it was pretty sad. Christmas cheer was replaced by Christmas fears. And even still, the idiotic protesters soon turned up, bringing their Christmas jeers designed to brighten lives, especially for kids.
I'm surprised he did that with a straight face. Honestly, that's talent. I would not have been able to do it.
We shouldn't have to put up with this, and neither should the children in Australia. Enough is enough, Australia. Time to fight back.
Some took that
Quality
upon themselves.
person there. You could tell by the great tattoos they have.
This woman asked for, then snapped one of the protesters' signs.
Sanction Israel in the genocide. We don't have to do this anymore. I'd rather go to yoga.
Should be in the gutter. This is for the kids. Don't ruin it for them.
These protesters are rude, they're selfish.
So,
oh my God, it's
that
literally
response,
for people.
Hold on, no, this was different. You misunderstand.
No, that was the same one.
No, there are two different days. You are misunderstanding.
They were interviewing the same lady.
It's the same lady, different days. There was a previous protest, and then there was the 4 people who were there by themselves. I forgot what I was going to say.
And they're wrong. They're just hopelessly ill-informed, of course.
The response from the regular person is the general response that you will get from Australians. When I say that Australians are apathetic, this is what I mean. It's apathetic and it's blind nationalism. Is something that I've realized is criticizing Australia results in the general public reverting to a rage-filled nationalist NPC. It's a real problem.
Zionists are terrorists, they chanted. In other words, there should be no state of Israel. These people are not about peace. They're not about justice or about people in the Middle East living side by side.
That's not what Zionism
They're about getting rid of Israel. I wonder, do they know anything about Christmas? Do they know it celebrates the birth of Jesus Christ, who happens to have been a Jew?
Oh, my God.
Do they know the first Christmas was more than 2,000 years ago?
Oh, my God.
And that it happened in Bethlehem?
Oh, my
God.
God.
Right there on the West Bank, just 10 kilometres from the middle of Jerusalem?
Yes.
Yeah, Jesus' parents were Jews, and they came from Nazareth in Galilee, right up there by the Sea of Galilee in modern Israel in the north. They travelled all the way down through what is now the West Bank to Bethlehem for the birth. all territory that is now either part of Israel or occupied by Israel. Doesn't it occur to these mindless and hateful protesters that the very story of Christmas, the facts of Christmas, whether you believe in the sanctity of it or not, the facts of Christmas are actually a timely reminder of the
and the people occupying.
Bro said the facts of Christmas.
And the people occupying that land are committing genocide.
And killing people.
Is that the spirit of Christmas? You fuckwit.
Place of Jews in that part of the world.
He's wearing
the place
an
of the
Israeli
Jews
pin,
in Jerusalem, in the Holy Lands, in Israel.
Hang on, pal.
Long before anyone even...
Let me stop you. Maybe don't make an argument on how it's okay to genocide newcomers if you used to live there long ago. Considering you live in Australia.
Yeah.
I think it's okay. He's literally saying he thinks it's okay for the Aboriginals to kill him.
But it also...
Please kill me. I'm here. Kill me.
It also tracks that he would be in support of John Howard's boat policies too, which is essentially kill the newcomers.
You're a boat.
Came up with the word Palestine. Don't pretend the Jews are modern imposters. Don't.
Can we go and look at immigration documents from, let's say, 1890 to 1940?
You'll never believe this. If they just gave Palestinians equal rights to vote, all this territory would then be Jewish land.
Crazy.
Because it would technically be a full annexation of that land.
It would be.
So why don't they do that?
Why?
Doesn't seem like it's about that, huh?
Can you imagine the vote suppression from the Israelis in that fucking democracy? Jesus fucking Christ! There would have to be international peacekeepers there to make sure the voter suppression doesn't happen.
Don't pretend they're some kind of white colonialists. Just deal in reality. And ask yourself, who is trying to eradicate whom from the Middle East? Which country has worked hardest for...
Right now, I am only seeing Israel bombing 3 countries? Interesting. Is that the answer you were looking for?
Peace and
the war on
plurality
Iraq
for
was
democracy.
still wrong.
Yeah.
Just because 9/11 happened and we could associate it with somebody else.
Yep.
The Middle East. And ask yourself why the protesters don't call for the release of hostages, don't call for the capture of murderous terrorists, and don't call on Hamas and Hezbollah to stop killing innocent people. Why not? Why do they support organisations committed to genocide and terrorism and the obliteration of the Jewish people?
Specifically, they're protesting a genocide.
Yeah. But no, I guess we got to still everything.
Hey, how come they're only protesting the Nazis and the Holocaust, and they're not talking about how the Soviets enable them?
Where's the humanity?
You know, the Soviets are massacring people too right now.
And another thing, why do state governments and police forces allow protesters to bully people like this? They say they're upset about what's happened with the Christmas display.
No one has the right to try and ruin someone else's tradition. To anyone who wants to spread hate and division here in the city of Melbourne, here across Victoria, there is no place for you.
It's literally November.
Yeah. This is the Labour leader of Victoria, by the way. Are you ready
so
to
much more cringe when Australia does this America shit.
Yeah.
No place for this behaviour.
But hang on a second. What about the role of the Victorian government and the police there? We know that during COVID, they were brutal on arresting and dispersing any lawbreakers or protesters.
Oh my goodness.
Yet since COVID, when it comes to climate protesters blocking the roads, the government and police have been laid back, sometimes leaving it to citizens to step in. And they've let regular anti-Israel protests take over the city streets, chanting offensive slogans and often directing hatred at Jewish Australians. And the police haven't intervened then to return the streets to all citizens. In fact, the Premier's been clear.
People have a right to come together and to peacefully protest, and that right should absolutely be respected.
Yeah, they let them go, like they've done in Sydney with the hateful chants and the celebrations over the slaughter of innocent Israelis. There's been nothing but deference to these hateful protests. And then they wonder why Maya or any other organisation or group is too frightened to celebrate Christmas, too worried that protesters will disrupt their right to enjoy their lives. That's the real worry here, the real lesson. The softly approach of the state governments and their police forces, so desperate to respect the so-called rights of the protesters, well, they've left law-abiding citizens vulnerable to these protests. The activists are restricting the rights, they're restricting the liberties of their fellow citizens. And that should not be tolerated.
Yes. Protesting.
It's a tradition that's delighted Victorians for almost 70 years.
People expressing rights takes away rights from other people.
Here you go. You ready for this ABC shit?
It's a tradition that's delighted Victorians for almost 70 years. But this year, the event officially launching the Maya Christmas windows has been cancelled.
We're from the country. We always come down to see the window and take our grandchildren. You know, I think that's sad.
It's something that I used to do with my mum when I was young, so it is quite special.
A pro-Palestinian group, separate to organisers of Melbourne.
So the best part about this whole thing is that it's entirely connected to this shop, right? Notice how there's so much fucking advertising around it telling you that it's Maya. This is literally an advertising campaign from this shopping centre. And that's another reason why this is perfect to target.
Melbourne's weekly CBD rallies took issue with Maya's Share the Joy slogan and organised a protest arguing there will be no joy or frivolity while children in Gaza are massacred. In response, Maya has cancelled the event, citing the need to ensure the well-being and safety of customers and team members. The windows will still be on display from Sunday.
I understand. There's never been a violent pro-Palestine rally unless there's people there antagonising them. They're just loud. They're so soft. This country is so soft.
It's pretty disappointing to actually see that people would actually take it upon themselves to try and disrupt what is essentially a family event.
The protest has now been cancelled, but event organisers say it was always going to be peaceful and non-violent. Meanwhile, the Premier seized on the division, spruiking a planned overhaul of Victoria's hate speech laws.
Oh my God.
No one has the right to divide, and no one has the right to try and ruin someone else's tradition.
The opposition...
Hey, Jacinta Allen, you're a cunt.
They're demanding permits for protesters.
Some thugs.
By the way, she's the leader of the left-wing party. This is the dickhead leading the right-wing party. These are the options that we have in Victoria.
Protesters want to come and keep Victorians away from their own city. It's not acceptable.
Do we really think the same sort of morons who want to disrupt a beautiful Christmas tradition for families are going to apply for a permit?
Yeah, fuck your permit, cunt. How about that? How about you go fuck yourself? I need to get the fuck out of this country.
Organisers of the regular Sunday pro-Palestinian rallies say they support anyone raising awareness about the war in Gaza.
If you care more about the windows than Palestinian kids, then that says something about you, not protesters.
Police say they'll still be ready to respond to any potential...
I mean, that's all you really need to say. It's like, if you really care more about these stupid fucking windows than kids dying, you are fucked in the head. Dude, I saw that as well. I saw the Turkish flag as well. Although they did cut diplomatic ties.
Flare-ups over the weekend. Mietta Adams, ABC News, Melbourne.
Fucking get out of there, cunt.
Pro-Palestine protests have been cancelled. A planned demonstration outside Myers Christmas windows in Melbourne will no longer go ahead after the retail giant scrapped its official launch event. The backdown comes after the Victorian Premier accused the protesters of politicising Christmas. Samantha Butler has the details.
Pro-Palestine protesters have backed down on plans to disrupt one of Melbourne's much-loved Christmas traditions after Myer cancelled the official unveiling of its Christmas windows at Burke Street Mall this weekend. Myer made the decision to...
What?
I said I love Lebanon's flag.
Scrap the launch event overnight, citing safety concerns after anti-war protesters took to social media, calling for activists to crash the Christmas windows reveal. The planned disruption drew widespread criticism from the Victorian Premier, Victoria Police, Melbourne's Lord Mayor, the Chamber of Commerce and Anti-Defamation Commission.
It's really disappointing to actually see that people would actually take it upon themselves to try and disrupt what is essentially a family event, a family experience.
Shut up, cop.
And it's all about the kids.
In a statement, the rally organisers...
Yeah, it's all about the kids.
All I heard was a pig squealing.
Said Myers' Share the Joy campaign is offensive, given the devastation children in Palestine are experiencing.
Yeah, exactly.
They insisted the protest was always going to be peaceful and non-violent, but confirmed in light of Myers' decision to cancel the window reveal, planned disruptions will not go ahead. Police say the group had refused to cooperate or engage with them, but they are pleased by the change of heart.
Any protest group, the organisers, reach out to police, engage with us. We're here to help you facilitate a peaceful protest.
This is believed to be just the second time Myers' Christmas window reveal has been cancelled since the display began back in 1956. Myer has reassured the public the windows themselves will still be open from Sunday right through to January 5, and police say it is safe for families to attend on Sunday. They will have plenty of boots on the ground.
Great. I love militarised police presence at my Christmas things. Hell yeah. Thanks, cops, for keeping us safe.
Back in 2015,
Oh, my God. It's 20 minutes. Do we want to?
No.
Okay.
We'll do Ethan Klein and him on a
No, this is Israel is worse than ISIS.
No, I do not care.
Okay.
Him targeting Ethan is funny, and other than that, I don't care.
Okay.
Like, do we really need to go over why Israel is bad?
And true.
And that's the thing. To say Israel is worse than ISIS, it's only in the same way that you could say America's worse than China. Capacity.
That's why I wanted to do that video, is because I feel like we would have a lot to say.
I just think that it's a dumb argument, that's all.
Fair enough.
Israel has more capacity to do harm.
Yeah.
Than ISIS. Also, they are worse than ISIS.
At a soup kitchen in Khan Yunis on Tuesday, these Palestinians held out empty pots,
and the
hoping
tech
for
that
meals that
Israel
cooked
would have.
Yeah.
Right? And the political scapegoating. Like, and you can't imagine that because it's impractical, because Israel built itself up from that long.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, it got to this point slowly over time. ISIS was a star that burnt very bright.
And faded very quickly.
Exactly. Al-Qaeda's still more important than ISIS. Depends on who you ask, but...
Yes.
If you ask people who hit the World Trade Center, most of them would probably say ISIS. Just because it's... just like how they confused Julian Assange and Edward Snowden.
Yeah.
There is that video that we had.
Yeah.
Bryce. There's a shortage of food and supplies in Gaza, and there's been a big increase in looting. Only days earlier, nearly 100 trucks carrying food for Palestinians were violently looted while entering the enclave. 2 UN agencies told Reuters it was one of the worst aid losses over the last 13 months of war.
These people are literally being crushed.
The situation is very difficult, said this man, who added that this was the only soup kitchen with food every day. The looted convoy.
Where?
Aid losses. Only days earlier, nearly 100 trucks carrying food for Palestinians were violently looted while entering the enclave.
Yep, they are.
2 UN agencies told Reuters it was one of the worst aid losses.
I I don't blame them either.
I mean, if there's children there, though, that's what's...
Yeah.
Like, this guy, the adult here, is clearly in pain.
Yes.
Over the last 13 months of war. The situation is very difficult, said this man, who added that this was the only soup kitchen with food every day. The looted convoy had been transporting food provided by the UN agencies who spoke to Reuters, UNRWA, and the World Food Programme. It was instructed by Israel to depart at short notice via an unfamiliar route from Kerem Shalom border crossing, according to UNRWA's senior emergency officer Louise Wateridge. Of the 109 trucks in the convoy, 98 were raided. Wateridge also said some of the transporters were injured during the incident, but did not detail who carried out the ambush. Fighters from Hamas and other Gaza factions have formed an armed force to prevent gangs from pillaging aid convoys in the embattled territory. The force was formed this month as public anger rose at aid seizures and price gouging. That's all according to residents and sources close to the group, who say it has staged repeated operations, ambushing looters
No, I'm doing something very funny. Hold on.
during the incident, but did not detail who carried out the ambush. Fighters from Hamas and other Gaza factions have formed an armed force to prevent gangs from pillaging aid convoys in the embattled territory. The force was formed this month as public anger rose at aid seizures and price gouging.
They constantly say Hamas is taking the aid and charging people.
Yeah.
So Reuters just came out here and said Hamas is trying to protect the aid.
Well, I think there's actual verifiable proof that this is happening now. I think they've changed their tune, is what I am gathering, because we know that people have been having to buy food from Hamas, food that is the aid.
How do we know they're not just different criminal groups
That is true.
taking advantage of the situation?
That is true.
Doesn't Hamas have better things to do right now?
Potentially, yeah, but there could also be smaller factions. It could be people claiming to be Hamas.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Or it could just be Israel saying, yeah, that was Hamas.
True,
And
true.
every Western journalist then saying, that was Hamas.
True. It's a fair point.
That's all according to residents and sources close to the group, who say it has staged repeated operations, ambushing looters and killing some in armed clashes. On Tuesday, dozens of Palestinians held a funeral for a member of Hamas security forces, who died a day earlier in clashes with looters at food aid trucks. Gazan Daya al-Nasara said everyone is against the bandits and looters, but people are being forced to buy from them.
You are, against your will, obligated to buy a flour bag from a thief for $53, which is lower than its normal price, which has now reached $120 to $133, because you can't pay $133 for a bag of flour.
Before the war, a sack of flour sold for $10 or $15. In the West Bank, the head of the haulers union, Adel Amr, said he's concerned about his drivers making the trip to Gaza.
Of course, we get worried for the driver in Gaza that comes to transfer the aid, which is not merchandise. So he leaves his home risking his life, not knowing if he will come home from gangs and the thieves and the armed gangs in Gaza.
Amr said he was also concerned the supplies they bring in will never make it to the people who need it.
An Israeli bombardment also reportedly damaged Kamal Adwan Hospital in northern Gaza. That hospital is one of the last remaining functioning medical facilities in the northern Gaza Strip.
Wait, you mean to
It
tell me
is
there's
clearer now
hospitals
than ever
in Gaza
before
still?
that Israel will not allow Palestinian civilians to return to their homes in northern Gaza. They are clearing it out, and it's actually been announced that they will not allow Palestinians to return to their homes, or what remains of their homes, because as we know, the majority of the buildings in the Gaza Strip, the entirety of the Gaza Strip, have been leveled by Israeli forces. But in a media briefing on Tuesday night, the IDF Brigadier General Itzik Cohen told Israeli reporters that since troops had been forced to enter some areas of northern Gaza twice, such as the Jabal, intention of allowing the residents of the northern Gaza Strip to return to their homes. Now, Cohen also said that humanitarian aid would only be allowed into the southern portion of the Gaza Strip. No humanitarian aid is allowed into the northern part. And he argues that there are no civilians left in northern Gaza. And while the international humanitarian law experts are arguing that this breaks all sorts of international laws, it's unlikely that anyone will do a damn thing about it, especially the Biden administration, which has stood by and allowed Israel to do essentially anything and everything it wants in Gaza, in the West Bank, in Lebanon. But now Cohen is also arguing that his statements were taken out of context. Brigadier General Cohen's comments had been taken out of context during a discussion about Jabalia and did not reflect the IDF's objectives and values. The spokesperson also said that the briefing had been on background and that the general should not have been quoted in Hebrew media reports that emerged. So in other words, we really didn't mean for this to get out, and it's unfortunate that it did. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and believe that they're carrying out what's been shown to be carried out in northern Gaza. And we'll get to some of those details in a moment. But both the Israeli military and government have repeatedly denied that they're forcing Palestinians out of the northern Gaza area. Now we have evidence. Rights groups and aid agencies have alleged that despite the denials, Israel appears to be carrying out a version of the so-called General's Plan, something we reported on last month, actually, which proposes giving civilians a deadline to leave and then treating anyone who remains as a combatant. Israel cut the territory in two earlier this year by creating what it calls the Netzarim corridor, separating what was once the densely populated Gaza City from the rest of the Strip. In Tuesday's briefing, Cohen also confirmed that northern Gaza has now been split again to divide Gaza City from the more rural north. So that's 400,000 civilians that remain in northern Gaza, according to UN estimates. So to say that there are no civilians left in northern Gaza is a lie. And the bombardments, the bombings, the military activity by the IDF continues in northern Gaza, and it's been devastating. We're going to get into that in just a moment. Cenk, first you jump in.
Okay, so first of all, this General Cohen has clarified the matter. It's exactly as we told you guys. That is textbook ethnic cleansing. We're going to remove everyone from northern Gaza, and then they're going to resettle it, and they're going to take it. That is what this war has been about from day one. So this whole thing about self-defense, it was never, ever, ever about self-defense. It was always a plan to take this land. In fact, the great legendary IDF, Mossad, Shin Bet, etc., well, they knew about October 7th. They've admitted that they knew about October 7th, and they didn't do anything about it. Is it because they knew, oh, we need an excuse? Oh, it was the Palestinians that made us slaughter them. It was the Palestinians who made us murder them and ethnically cleanse them so we could take more of their land for safety and breathing room. So look, there's no more excuses left, but I will preview this for you. Now, soon, the talking points will shift from, we are not going to take land. That is outrageous and anti-Semitic. How dare you say that too? Well, of course we're going to take the land. There's no civilians left there. All 400,000 are terrorists. When he says there's no more civilians left there, that doesn't mean there's nobody there. That means we're going to kill them all and call them terrorists. So remember what the most critical part of what Anna just read you is when the guy who said, oh no, the general should not have said that, said he said it in a background briefing. What that means is, it's not that he didn't say it, he did say it. It's not that he's not a top Israeli general, he is. It's not that we didn't mean it, we do. It's just that it wasn't supposed to come out. It was in a background briefing. We haven't shifted our talking points yet. Soon we'll have all of our propagandists all over television and Piers Morgan, etc. And we'll have them telling you, of course we have to take the land. It's because of the terrorists. The terrorists! That's why we slaughtered all the civilians.
I don't even know why they bother lying. It's not like Biden's gonna do anything about it. Kamala Harris partly lost the presidential race because the Muslim American, Arab American vote dwindled due to the lack of willingness to commit to holding American weapons as leverage to rein in what Israel is currently doing. Okay. So like, why even lie? I mean, the moneyed interests already bought up our politicians. You guys can do whatever you want. You can commit any war crimes. The international community won't do a damn thing about it because, I mean, how could they? Israel is backed by the top military power in the country, in the world, and that's the United States, of course. So, I mean, we are currently funding the slaughter of so.
Okay, you are garbage.
Hold on a second. How loud is that in comparison?
I mean, all of them need to just be louder. But the suitcase was super quiet.
Okay, let me test something. Tell me if this is louder.
Louder than what?
Than before.
I couldn't tell you. It's about the same.
I'm gonna say that that's irrelevant then. Was that louder?
About the same. I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Because I'm just trying to suss how the actual volume is.
It could be louder. It could be quieter. It's just way too similar.
Okay. No. If nothing changed, nothing changed. I'll have to change it in the actual editor, which is fine.
What are you putting?
So many innocent people.
Huh?
What are you putting it in the editor as?
How many decibel? I just turned it up. 9.
9 decibel.
I'm gonna go until the peak is touching the
max.
top.
I normally do the sound bites to fucking basically hit 0.
0.
Yeah, which is what you're not supposed to do. That it's supposed to go as high as -2. I put them at 0 for the sound bites, just so they're louder than even.
That would be incredibly quiet. I don't know why you would do that.
0 decibels. That's when mics blow out.
Like the audio is fine, but the one that I exported was at 9, and I turned it up because they are quiet. So I don't know how to turn them up.
I don't know whatever system it's using to listen to the audio. Are you doing volume or decibels?
Like I'm literally turning, like it's
Volume
loud as
is different
fuck.
than loudness.
Okay, how do I make it louder? Because how do I fix the problem that you were telling me it has?
I'd have to
obviously
see
that's what
your
I'm
program
doing.
looks like.
It's
I need to see the
literally
screen.
it's literally DaVinci.
Oh, so right click, normalize audio, and then do simple peak program. Put 0, hit enter.
What is simple peak? True peak?
Simple peak. It's true is fine too. Simple's just the better one for sound bites, in my opinion.
Okay, that's fine. Let's try that. Audio only. MP3. Add to render queue. Replace. Render. All right. Let's see.
If you like your suitcase.
If that works. All right. I hope this works. That one, that one, that one.
I like my suitcase.
Very loud. As loud as you want it. That's it. That's what I'm talking about. Loud as fuck. It would see because
Beautiful.
if the Young Turks is perfectly balanced and we're playing it on max volume, that would still be louder than them.
Okay, well, let's test it.
Right. We are aiding and abetting a country, a government that's currently stealing land. And this is all happening under a Democratic administration's.
Beautiful.
Watch.
So, and you make the best point there.
You want me to
Israel doesn't need to bother lying anymore. They could just say, we bought.
Yes, I've got 16. Oh, well. Okay, do we want that? I feel like that could be funny.
No. I literally have the entire library on my drive.
Oh, yes. Upload them. I have.
It might actually be on
12.
Oh, no, hang on. I'm not on my personal account. 1 second.
Loudest suitcase. I think I'll turn it down a little bit. Because it did say -2.
In my opinion, that's why I put it at 0 for the sound bites.
Okay.
I'm gonna get them as loud as I can before they break. Because technically any louder, but then the apes, for example, I put it like +20.
That's fine.
Like it's so blown out. so like who knows how loud it would be on when it's not being balanced by StreamYard.
Yes.
We bought Joe Biden, we bought Kamala Harris, and we bought Donald Trump. What are you going to do about it? Nothing you can do about it. Now that Trump's coming in, first of all, they announced this after Trump wins because they're like, oh, there's no rules left now. Boom, we're free. Well, why do you think Netanyahu backed Trump? I mean, he has Biden and Kamala Harris completely under his control. Why did he bother backing Trump? Trump's more of a wild card because Biden and Kamala Harris are at least going to huff and puff before they let them annex that land, right? It's not going to mean anything. Anna's right.
I mean, they're uploading them to the drive.
No, they're already there. I'm literally going to send you the link to the library in just a second.
Okay.
Here you go. You just click that link and you
haven't stopped them 1% yet. And you think Joe Biden, they lost the election. He's free to do anything he likes. According to the Supreme Court, he can't even be held liable for anything he does, let alone normal, decent things to do like this, right? You think he's gonna change? He's not gonna change 1%. But Trump, Netanyahu thinks this. Whether it's true or not, we're gonna find out.
And they should
Netanyahu thinks, I made a deal with Trump. He's gonna let me annex that land. He's not gonna do anything about it. Great, I got to steal more land. And if you're a supporter of Israel, and you're saying, that is outrageous to say that they're stealing land. Then promise me that if Israel moves in settlers into that land and starts stealing it, that
honestly,
you're going to object. You're not going to, are you?
I just drown everything out, but that Chunk says at this point. It's just glazes over.
Okay, download that one.
Yeah,
then you're going to shift to your new excuse of the Palestinian civilians are all terrorists, so they made us kill them and steal all of their land. I mean, safety, self-defense. Now you see all the goddamn lies. And then Netanyahu fired Yoav Gallant, his defense secretary, and that's because Gallant didn't want to go back to getting into occupying Palestinians, etc. He was a slight barrier. It's not like Gallant's a good guy. Gallant carried out this genocide, right? But he's like, you only want to do genocide and you don't want to steal all the Palestinian land and burn them into the goddamn ground and murder them all. Okay, you're fired. So, okay, congratulations. Now Trump's going to come in here and he's going to let Israel do whatever the hell he wants.
Just like Biden. Let's be clear.
Yeah, Anna. But at the same time, why did Netanyahu back Trump?
It doesn't matter. They're both the exact same when it comes to Israel. Like nothing gets under my skin more than knowing, like we've just witnessed Biden allow Netanyahu to commit the most horrendous atrocities, and we're trying to pretend like Trump would be worse. How could it possibly get worse than this? They've been annexing the West Bank.
Here's who's not dumb. As much as I hate that evil guy, Netanyahu is not a sucker. He's not like, golly gee, I'll just back Trump even though he's riskier for no reason. No, he has a play. For whatever reason, Netanyahu thinks Biden and Kamala Harris would not have let him annex that land. I guess, or maybe they would have drawn a line somewhere. Northern Gaza.
There are a bunch of those. There are a bunch missing.
You can't just annex land. Like Russia has done it in the past, but not like this. Like it's too hard to say what's going to happen. It's unprecedented. It could be nothing. Missing. You know, nothing does ever happen. The UN might do nothing.
There are a few missing.
Those are just the remastered ones.
Okay.
As a southern Lebanon, a giant war with Iran. Netanyahu thinks Trump is not going to draw any lines. He's going to fund all of my wars. He's going to let me attack Iran like nuts. He's going to let me start a giant war in the Middle East, and he's going to let me occupy and steal any Palestinian land I like. And that is a fair assumption.
That is a fair assumption. Is your assumption that Biden would stop him in doing any of that?
No,
or Kamala Harris would stop him in doing any of that?
No, because they've shown no inclination to do that. And you're right, and that's why she lost the Dearborn, Michigan by a 2-1 margin like an idiot because she loves her donors so much.
How was that?
Why are you gay?
You are garbage, is what I want.
Why are you gay?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Good
loudness.
Okay.
So I got no love for Biden and Harris, who fully funded this genocide. But I'm not.
Over the video?
That one isn't as loud as the other one.
Okay, I'll turn it up. But you can still hear it?
Yes.
I'm not saying that they've been great. I'm saying that Netanyahu clearly thinks that Trump is going to let him do worse. That is definitely why this has started. So, but either way, it doesn't matter. Anna's right. Joe Biden's not going to stop this. You think he's going to cut the funding now or cut the weapons now that we know they're going to try to annex northern Gaza?
I mean, Joe Biden circumvented congressional approval to get more military aid to Israel without congressional approval. Okay, like Biden has destroyed his legacy. This is his legacy. This is who Biden is. And Kamala Harris says that she wouldn't have done anything differently had she been elected president.
When she starts talking, let me give you some. I can hear again.
Yeah.
Updates on what's happening in northern Gaza. Let's put the B-roll up so you can see the latest footage of, the beautiful skyline in Gaza. And of course, what I mean by that is it's been completely leveled. There is no skyline. Every building gone, gone, gone. All right, so.
We use the term fascist in America. This is what fascists do. They destroy an entire area and murder people inside of it. Jesus Christ, if this isn't fascism, what is? Israel, are you proud? Are you proud of the monsters you have become? Look at this place. Now they're gonna murder everyone inside northern Gaza. Go ahead, Anna.
15 people were recently killed in an Israeli airstrike in the northern town of Bet Lahia. The director of the Kamal Adwan hospital there posted a video showing patients fleeing the top floors of the hospital due to an Israeli strike. And artillery fire. On Wednesday, social media footage also showed waves of several dozen displaced people carrying their children and rucksacks and walking south through flattened areas of Gaza City. And many told reporters and the Associated Press that they haven't eaten for days because of the lack of humanitarian aid that's reaching the northern part of the Gaza Strip. Now, civilians are also getting killed at a rapid pace in Lebanon as well. Let's not forget about that. Israel's war with Hezbollah, now in its second month, shows no signs of slowing or stopping. At least 30 people were killed in an Israeli airstrike on a residential building in Barja near Beirut on Tuesday night, with rescue efforts continuing into Wednesday. Many of those killed were women and children because of course they were, and that's according to a local municipality employee. That same employee further stated that this was a civilian building in a civilian neighborhood. There were no indications of anything to do with Hezbollah or weapons. We don't know why they struck. What we saw were women, children, and civilians that were killed. So this continues. I mean, the carnage continues, and I have no reason to believe that the Israeli government will feel hindered by the Biden administration or the upcoming second term of Donald Trump. And it's devastating to know that we Americans are the ones who, whether we like it or not, are funding this. Our government is supporting this, and that we as American voters don't even have an option in our electoral system for candidates that would maybe do something a little different in regard to our foreign policy to Israel.
Okay, so last couple of things here. First, I'll go to YouTube members. Account one said Kushner Estates. Remember Jared Kushner, the son-in-law of Donald Trump, said that Gaza would make for a very good waterfront property, and they could make a lot of money if they just built beautiful tourist areas there. Of course, after they get rid of the meddlesome Palestinian civilians there.
Okay,
and so right before the election, Jared Kushner announced that he is 100% against the ceasefire.
See if this link works.
There are no Hamas leaders left. They're all dead. There are no Hezbollah leaders left. They're all dead. There's nothing left to kill. But it doesn't matter. Kushner says no ceasefire because, count one, you're right. He's got buildings.
What'd you say?
I sent you a link.
Okay.
Check if it worked. It might not yet. Now, not all of those are functional because some of them I exported wrong to the folder and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The remaster, they're all perfect though.
Okay. That's fine. I mean, if it's just readjusting the audio, I can do that.
Nah, some of them might not even open.
Okay. I'll see.
Did it open though?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. To build it in there after that ethnic cleansing of Gaza is over. So that monster is coming back into office, and they're going to be in great shape there. But again, to Anna's point, well, Biden's got 3 months left. Why doesn't he say I'm cutting all their funding? Why doesn't he do anything? And by the way, these are all like you'll see with your own eyes. You'll see that they will annex northern Gaza, they will resettle it, and that Trump will allow them. Trump will give them endless funding, and Jared Kushner will do his plans, and you will see that Biden will, in the 3 months he has left, will do absolutely nothing to stop them. Because as long as the donors keep bribing these guys, they're genocidal maniacs. So if you think that Biden and Kamala Harris are moral people, you're going to be proven wrong in the next 3 months. They're not going to do anything to stop this. Anything at all, even though they lost. They have nothing left to lose, and Biden's nearly dead. It does nothing matters. Their slavish devotion to donors is unbreakable, totally unbreakable. And when Trump gets in, he's going to do the same or worse, and he's promised it. He's apparently promised it to Netanyahu, who certainly promised it to the Adelson family that gave him $300 million over the course of these last 3 elections. So corruption in America is 100% complete. We're occupied territory. And well, don't mess with the Israelis. Maybe northern Gaza is coming to a place near you soon because there isn't anything they can't do because they have 100% bought both parties. So Chutulu, another YouTube member, has the only solution left. Says yes, boycott Israel. Of course. What decent human being would buy Israeli products, send money to Israel? Travel to Israel? To a genocidal state that revels in their fascism and their terrorism? and is in the middle of stealing more land and starting more wars? And MAGA guys, okay, let's see what happens. Your beloved Trump, you told us 2,000 times over, was anti-war. And that he was America first and he wouldn't fund all this. We're all gonna get to find out together. And if, by the way, if Trump doesn't and he reverses course, Democrats, I'm warning you right now, I'm gonna give him 1,000,000% credit. Because I don't give a goddamn if they're Republican or Democrat. Do you do the right thing or do you do the wrong thing? If Trump is actually anti-war, and he doesn't fund Israel's genocide and ethnic cleansing.
If he makes history as the first US president who's willing to check Israel and not allow it to do anything and everything it wants, and I mean that. I know that there have been other Republican presidents in the past who have, tweaked Israel here and there. But if he actually pushes back significantly and ends this war, not just in Gaza, but in Lebanon as well, yeah, he deserves a lot of credit for that, but we'll see.
Yeah, and people say, oh no, you can't give Trump credit for doing the right thing. Oh, goddamn right I can. But my guess is that's about a 5% chance, and 95% chance Trump's gonna go, money, I want the money. Because that's what corrupt son of a bitch he is, just like Joe Biden, just like your beloved Kamala Harris, who says, green light the massacres. So good luck, America. Your politicians are the most corrupt people on earth.
How it feels to watch the Australian news putting that much effort in.
Few issues in modern international relations have been quite as divisive as Kosovo. Its decision to declare independence from Serbia in 2008 split world opinion and continues to affect discussions on other conflicts, including Ukraine. As many pointed out, Kosovo's declaration of independence violated the long-held principle that parts of states couldn't unilaterally secede, claims rejected by Kosovo's supporters, who argue that it is in fact a special case. So, just how exactly should we really understand Kosovo? Hello and welcome. If you're new to the channel, my name is James Kerr-Lindsay, and here I take an informed look at international relations, conflict, security, and statehood. Sometimes an issue arises that exposes deep problems and contradictions in how we think about international relations. One of the best examples over the past quarter century has been the question of Kosovo's 2008 Declaration of Independence. Even today, the international community remains deeply divided over the issue. While half of all UN members have recognised Kosovo as a sovereign independent state, the other half still regards it as Serbian territory, albeit formally under UN administration. But the effects are far wider reaching. Many separatist groups point to the Kosovo example as a justification for their right to break away from a country. Likewise, Russia has used the case to justify its acts in eastern Ukraine, arguing that if Western states could declare that Kosovo had a right to secede from Serbia, then it could make the same case for Crimea and the Donbass. And yet, at the same time, Kosovo also highlights many of the most severe problems regarding the ways that we think about secession and self-determination. As I discussed in a recent video, while we use the term self-determination as a general concept, it has in fact come to mean two very different things in modern international relations. On the one hand, in colonial contexts defined as overseas territories, it grants a right to independence. However, in the case of existing states, the concept means a right to meaningful self-rule. It doesn't grant a right to unilaterally break away. And yet, Kosovo has been presented as an exception to this rule. So, just how exactly should we think about the Kosovo case? Like many other issues, Kosovo is wrapped up in a complex history. While there's long been an ethnic Albanian presence in the region, it became part of the medieval Serbian kingdom before being conquered by the Ottoman Empire in the 15th century. This lasted until the start of the 20th century, when the Balkan Wars forced the Ottomans from most of their remaining European holdings. While this led to the creation of an independent kingdom of Albania, Kosovo was instead conquered by the Kingdom of Serbia. As a result, when Serbia united with other South Slavic states following the end of the First World War, Kosovo became part of the new Kingdom of Yugoslavia. Although there's a fierce debate about the exact ethnic composition of Kosovo, it's generally accepted that most of its population at this stage were ethnic Albanians. This would become especially significant following the Second World War, when the Yugoslav monarchy was overthrown and the country's new leader, Josip Broz Tito, reconstituted Yugoslavia as a communist federation. Crucially, though, Tito distinguished two distinct groups within the country. First, there were the nations, the six peoples seen as native to Yugoslavia: the Bosnians, the Croats, the Montenegrins, the Serbs, and the Slovenes. Each was given its own federal republic. Then there were the nationalities. These either had an external national state, such as the Hungarians, Italians, Slovaks, and Bulgarians, or were transnational communities, such as the Jews, the Roma, and the Ruthenians. As the Albanians fell into this second category, Kosovo was never made a separate federal republic. Instead, it became an autonomous province of Serbia. But despite this, it steadily gained more powers, eventually gaining an individual seat on the Federal Executive Council, alongside the six republics and Vojvodina, another autonomous Serbian province. However, and crucially, under the 1974 constitution, Kosovo and the Kosovo Albanians didn't receive the nominal right to break away from Yugoslavia, like the nations and the republics. On the 4th of May 1980, Tito died. Without its strongman, Yugoslavia gradually began to weaken, and by the end of the decade, the cracks were showing, not least of all in Kosovo, where ethnic Serbs argued that they were now facing growing discrimination by the ethnic Albanian majority. In March 1989, the Serbian president, Slobodan Milosevic, abolished Kosovo's autonomy. Faced with this, opposition to Serbian rule increased, and in 1991, the Kosovo Albanians organised an unofficial referendum showing an overwhelming support for independence. Meanwhile, by this stage, Yugoslavia as a whole had begun to collapse. As Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia and Macedonia all broke away, sparking a series of bitter wars, questions also arose over Kosovo's status. While the Kosovo Albanians argued that they should also have a right to independence, a commission set up by the European Union to investigate the legal questions arising from Yugoslavia's collapse concluded that as Kosovo was not a formal republic, it didn't have the right to secede and gain independence. Instead, it would have to remain a part of Serbia. All this would come to the fore in 1995 when the war in Bosnia finally ended. With their calls for independence ignored, the Kosovo Albanians now launched an armed insurgency against Serbian rule. While this gathered little international attention at first, by late 1998, the fighting was increasingly intense and civilian casualties were growing. As a result, in early 1999, a peace conference was convened to discuss Kosovo's future. However, this failed to reach an agreement. And as the West blamed Milosevic for the impasse, NATO began bombing Serbia. And in June 1999, after 78 days, Serbia agreed to withdraw its forces from Kosovo. But while the UN Security Council placed Kosovo under UN administration pending a final settlement, under the terms of Resolution 1244, Kosovo officially remained under Serbian sovereignty. Once again, this would be crucial. In the following years, tensions continued in Kosovo as pressure for independence remained strong amongst the ethnic Albanian majority. This erupted into major inter-ethnic rioting in 2004. Faced with this, and despite hopes that the future of Kosovo could have been delayed indefinitely, the Security Council agreed to start formal status talks in early 2006, led by Martti Ahtisaari, a former president of Finland. However, whilst Serbia was willing to offer Kosovo extensive autonomy, the Albanian population insisted on full sovereign statehood. As the deadlock threatened to lead to a new outbreak of violence, this time aimed at NATO and UN presence in Kosovo, the United States and leading EU members agreed that the
Okay.
We're just getting to the good part.
I think.
Why are you gay?
Oh, no, it's wrong. You are garbage, okay? You're garbage.
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
Shoving me harder, daddy.
I like my suitcase.
Bro, I don't understand it. It like hurts my brain.
Hot take. Single source of truth should only be the sub sound.
Fair. Fair.
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
What do you mean? What the hell? What do you mean? This is what I've been focused on for like the last 15 minutes. I decided to finally set up my my launchpad thing that I have. I have 4 more buttons that I can do, but I'm not doing them now.
Apes.
Yes, actually, I might replace.
Apes blown out.
Yeah. I might replace the single source. I think. Yeah.
The only realistic outcome was now independence. However, realising that they threatened to create a dangerous precedent in international affairs, they argued that Kosovo's independence was in fact a unique case in international relations. Its claim to statehood was based on 3 specific features. First, the systematic human rights violations that had been committed by Serbia. Secondly, its status within Yugoslavia. And thirdly, its period of self-rule under UN authority. As a result, following the failure of UN-led talks and a subsequent process overseen by the United States, Russia and the European Union, Kosovo declared independence in February 2008. But while the United States, Britain, France and most of the European Union immediately recognised Kosovo, Russia, China and much of Africa and Asia refused to recognise it, arguing that Serbia must agree to its independence. Even now, 15 years later, Kosovo remains recognised by only half the world, and continued Russian and Chinese opposition means that it has no chance of joining the United Nations. More to the point, Kosovo remains a deep source of contention with profound implications. Many observers regard Kosovo as a prime example where the long-standing principle of the territorial integrity of states has been violated. I hope you're finding this valuable. If so, please consider giving it a like and perhaps subscribing to the channel if you haven't already. It all really helps. Thanks so much. And now, back to the video. So, what exactly does all this mean? As uncomfortable as it may be for many to hear, from a strictly legal point of view, Kosovo's independence was in fact contrary to established international relations principles regarding self-determination and the territorial integrity of states. The general understanding is that the right of self-determination leading to independence only applies to colonial territories or areas under military occupation. It doesn't apply to territories or peoples within existing states.
Where is the
Kosovo
Googleable?
Was part of Serbia.
Huh?
Why is Googleable
I might not
there?
have it.
Wow.
I might not have it.
Also, the sex is only for children one is not there either.
Yeah, sometimes I don't put them in the right file.
Yeah.
Hang on.
I'm fucking better than you.
Hang on.
Uh-huh.
I got some more stuff.
So there wasn't a generally recognised right for it to gain sovereign statehood. Of course, many will point to a subsequent International Court of Justice advisory opinion stating that Kosovo's declaration of independence didn't violate international law. This is of course true, but the court made it clear that it was referring only to the declaration, not to the effects of that statement. The judges emphasised that they took no position on whether or not Kosovo was in fact a state. They merely said that there was no legal prohibition on the Kosovo authorities claiming to be a state, a vast difference between the 2 points. As for the unique case justification, this is at best meaningless and at worst dangerous. There are no such things as unique cases in international relations. Once a rule has been broken, even for the best of intentions, it becomes a precedent. In the case of Kosovo, the effects have been profound. Just months after much of the West recognised Kosovo, Vladimir Putin seized on the case to justify Russia's recognition of South Ossetia and Abkhazia from Georgia. Likewise, he used it as a pretext for Russia's decision to annex Crimea and eastern Ukraine. Meanwhile, Moscow has also used Kosovo's unilateral declaration of independence as a powerful tool in its propaganda arsenal, arguing that the West bends international law to fit its needs while rejecting the right of others to do the same. In this sense, Kosovo's decision to press ahead with independence and the West's decision to support it violated one of the most fundamental principles of modern international relations.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Namely the territorial integrity of states. However, while Kosovo may be wrong regarding legal norms, in political terms, Serbia's position has been highly self-defeating. While Kosovo may not have had the automatic legal right to independence and should not have unilaterally seceded, Serbia should have accepted the will of Kosovo and allowed it to go its own way. In the context of Yugoslavia, it amounted to a republic in all but name. And without Tito's decision to decree that only the nations are republics and therefore secession, Kosovo would in fact have been Yugoslavia's 7th republic. More to the point, any remaining Serbian claim over Kosovo was effectively made redundant in 2006 when Montenegro finally split from Serbia and became independent. If the Montenegrins, who share close ethnic, linguistic and religious affinities with the Serbs, didn't want to remain in a union with Serbia, it became wholly unrealistic to expect Kosovo to do so. As for the Serbian claim that extensive autonomy was a serious option, this seems unlikely. Having been given extensive self-rule under UN supervision, the price for Kosovo to fully accept continued Serbian sovereignty would have been far more than most ordinary Serbs would have been willing to take, as well as almost certainly requiring Kosovo to have nearly complete...
another link. You click this link. You tell me what you like there.
I see nothing here.
I sent it.
Yeah, the link sent me to a dead page.
I sent again.
Yeah, there's nothing here.
Dead page. Red rum.
Well, it says new folder and there's nothing there. I don't know what else
the
to tell you.
folder has a bunch of stuff in it.
Well, there's nothing there. I don't know what to tell you.
Complete autonomy, it would have meant giving Kosovo substantial representation in the Serbian national parliament and within the government, civil service, diplomatic service, and the military. It would have also been extremely costly. Kosovo was always one of the most economically underdeveloped parts of Yugoslavia. This would have meant that Serbia would have had to pay vast amounts for little apparent return. Of course, while some Serbs would argue that maintaining control over an area with such important historical, cultural, and a religious place in Serbian life would have been worth paying the price, all this would have been far more effectively managed and protected with an amicable agreement to let Kosovo go its own way. Indeed, this would have been far better than the current situation, where Pristina is steadily pressuring the Serbs in Kosovo to accept its rule. Meanwhile, Kosovo has become a deep source of antagonism between Serbia and the European Union. So, where does all this leave us now? Of course, there's little ground for compromise.
Yep, that'll work.
The unfortunate thing is nobody gives a fuck about Kosovo. And I know this because every time I've tried to fucking do a story about Kosovo, nobody cared.
At the extremes of the debate. Many Serbs will continue.
No, we need to do it anyway, though. It needs to be out there. The information needs to be out there.
Well,
to insist that Kosovo
unfortunate.
With Serbia and point to Western hypocrisy, completely ignoring the specific context of the situation. Meanwhile, many Kosovo Albanians and their Western supporters will cling to the idea that Kosovo is somehow a unique case and that it is in fact solved, thus refusing to engage with Serbia on the substantive questions of status.
This is pretty easily Googleable.
Indefinitely. For all these reasons, it's time for this to change on both sides.
Did that come through?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Does it come through when I'm muted?
This is pretty easily Googleable.
I heard it.
This is pretty easily Googleable.
Great. Excellent. Good.
The Kosovo Albanians need to face up to the fact that their independence is built on a fundamental anomaly in international relations that can't be fixed until there's a compromise with Serbia. They were promised an outcome, complete independence and universal recognition, that simply couldn't be delivered. Instead, even today, Kosovo remains outside the UN. Equally, Serbs also need to face reality. As painful and humiliating as the loss of Kosovo may be, in the broader context of the breakup of Yugoslavia, it's utterly unrealistic to expect, let alone demand, that Kosovo remains under Serbian sovereignty. Despite the wounded pride, finding a way to let Kosovo go would be far, far better for Serbia. Meanwhile, it's also time for the West to recognise its mistakes and turn its attention to resolving the issue fairly and equitably. Having imposed a settlement that went against international principles, they've spent 15 years trying to fix the problem by pressuring Serbia to take something that no other country has been forced to accept in modern times. All this has had disastrous consequences. Apart from the deep resentment that this has fed in Serbia, it's provided Moscow with an ideal opportunity to turn this to its advantage, not just using it as a precedent for its own efforts to seize territory in other countries, but also to highlight Western hypocrisy more generally. The big question at this stage is whether the situation can be salvaged. On the one hand, there are ideas for a settlement that would finally allow Serbia to accept Kosovo's independence. These range from considerable autonomy even through to redrawing the border to allow Serbian areas to remain within Serbia. More to the point, a fair and equitable settlement agreed on by both sides would restore balance to the international order. Once a deal is reached, the matter is closed. It sets no precedent.
Loud. That's good.
No, low. That one. No. That could be. I could get that one louder.
Okay, I will do that.
But I made copies of all the ones in that folder, so now you should be able to see them because they're owned by you. Well, owned by that account because they're copies.
Yes, I see.
For any other territory. It'll become a mutually agreed separation specific to the circumstances. Even
this
now,
is pretty
Serbia and
easily
Kosovo
Googleable.
can yet
That one's
find
pretty
a
loud, I
solution
feel.
that respects international principles
great.
and accepts the realities on the ground, and in doing so, ends one of the most problematic issues of modern international relations. And yet, for all this, there remains another serious problem. Would Russia allow any deal reached between Kosovo and Serbia to pass through the UN Security Council without securing a similar arrangement for the territories it seized in Ukraine? In this sense, the effects of the Kosovo case may well yet be felt for a long time to come. I hope you found that useful. If so, here are some more videos that you might find interesting. Thanks so much for
the normalization didn't do anything to that one, so that's as loud as it's going to be.
That is fiat currency, brother, and it ain't no
That's
good.
way louder.
Maybe it was just the video. I don't know.
Bro, I do not understand it. It like hurts my brain.
I gotta learn the buttons now.
Govern me harder, daddy.
Well, you can get hobbies in there.
No. Is that in the drive?
Check the new folder.
Yep, I see it.
It's in there.
Adding immediately. That one will be going up the front. That one can replace the air horn. I don't know, because the air horn's so basic, but it's great. It's a classic.
Well, it's like that one guy who only has the
one
explosion.
Yeah.
And his whole soundboard.
Just leave us out of your weird hobbies!
All right.
Perfect. Already at perfect volume.
Beautiful.
Now, like StreamYard, sometimes it was hard to use them because StreamYard, if there was multiple things going, StreamYard would bring them down, even if I had the decibels high.
Yeah.
It's very noisy.
This is pretty easily Googleable.
At once.
This is pretty easily
garbage,
Googleable.
Okay, you're garbage.
So I can get multiple going at once now. Look at that.
I like my suitcase.
I literally cannot wait until Bisky comes in, and that's the first thing he hears.
watching and
With the new hellscape that is the U.S. government under an impending Trump presidency, there is no shortage of things.
I had a feeling that this might be a lib, so I'm gonna go put food on.
No, she's like she's a lawyer.
Oh, okay. This might be an interesting video then.
She's like Legal Eagle, but way more communist.
Okay. Well, let's hold this for next. Yeah, let's hold this one and we'll go to Annette.
Hi guys, we're going to do a little arts and crafts today. I made a graph. This is a graph that the right and the left have both been obsessing about lately, and I want to talk about
map looked better.
God, she's
now this isn't precise. I made it myself, but okay. So we're gonna go over the years. Let me see. The first year is gonna be 2012. That is when Obama was running against Romney, and then the following year is 2016. That is when Trump was running against Hillary.
What's the funniest part about
this? That's when Joe Biden was running against Trump during COVID. And then we have this year, 2024, and that's when Kamala was running against Trump. If you guys remember,
I'm making food. What do you want?
Allegedly.
So the graph she's showing, did we look at the fucking Hank Green thing about why the graphs are wrong?
Yes.
So the graph she's showing is a copy of a graph. She literally didn't use the graph. She drew a copy of the graph.
And didn't look at the number?
And the graph doesn't start the value at 0. So she's drawing a copy of a flawed graph.
Amazing. Incredible.
Mm-hmm. What can you expect from my wife?
That in 2020,
no
the election was stolen due to a lot of reasons. I'm going to have allegedly salad because I'm still in a warning here. But allegedly, we saw that at the polling places where they were counting them in some cities and states, they were blocking up the windows, then pulling out big bins with ballots. There was a lot of shenanigans allegedly going on during the 2020 election because obviously all the questions are coming from the 2020 election. It looks kind of shady. Like no one has hit that high before. That's in the millions, by the way. So we're kind of looking at this 15 million, 20 million Democrats. Where did those votes go? These 20 million votes is the exact reason why we woke up wondering why there was this crazy 20 million 3 a.m. drop. Remember the spike we kept talking about? The drop allegedly?
Oh
now,
my
I'm not
God.
going to dismiss 2020 being, a little different with COVID. There was a lot of different things going on the right and left. Like with COVID, there was a lot of door-to-door, like ballot harvesting, which could be allegedly, looked at election interference, which is usually tending more to be on the Democratic side. They use more funds to do door knocking and harvesting of ballots. So that can obviously, we had a big jump too. So it could be everyone was at home, everyone was mailing in their ballots. So what the right is saying is that we knew that allegedly the 2020 election was stolen, because where is this 20 million people? Where did these votes go? Now, most of us on the right don't care that he didn't get elected in 2020 anymore, because it works out better this way. We needed those 4 years to show to the rest of the world and the rest of the side that identity politics is what causes the division. They needed to see that with the 4 years under Biden and Kamala. The election she had with all the P. Diddy friends and not going on podcasts, not being able to speak like a regular person. They needed to see.
Don't talk shit about my wife.
Wasn't even fit to be driving a vehicle or doing anything. And we also needed these 4 years to get the politicians on our side for this new generation. We needed Tulsi, we needed RFK Jr., we needed all these people, everyone that was on the left, like Elon, to also wake up, and then we can, start rebuilding.
Elon on the left.
Politicians for the people. We needed to get rid of the Obama administration. I brought my easel closer. It took me forever to find this and drag it out, so I better use it. Okay, so the left are like, where are these 20 million voters? They should have voted this year. So to break it down, I don't know if I was close enough to the microphone. The left doesn't understand why those 15 to 20 million people didn't vote this year. They are now election deniers. Like
we literally understand.
Why wouldn't those 20 million people vote over here? Like, you're telling me that 20 million people voted for Joe Biden over Obama? Everyone and their mama, everyone in America voted for Obama because everyone's racist. I didn't.
It's almost like people were really upset about COVID.
People voted in droves for Biden against a second term.
People didn't even know you could mail in ballots and then they learned that election.
Yes, and still Democrats got less votes. So if you really think about it, why?
So this brain rotted take being like, hey, the 2020 is the anomaly.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is their cope for their 4 years.
So it's very funny. Democracy. It's very funny because Trump did very bad.
Yeah.
As well.
Yes, he did. Awful. Really, really bad.
It's actually, the election turnout is actually very bad.
Yeah, as I think I calculated, it was like 28% of the adult population voted.
What do you think of this graph?
Looks
it
like
goes to 2020.
Looks like graph go up.
Mm-hmm. So it would be a little bit back down to this size this year, right? It would be around this. How come we don't talk about the year before those 2 years where it was a high anomaly?
What is it? 92? Look at that third party vote.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
Isn't that Nader? Or is Nader 2000?
Not sure. But yeah, the 2020 vote.
This is like, isn't this the evangelical psychos that came in during that Bush election?
But like the 2020 was also a vote against Trump as well. Like it was that, and like the beginning stages of COVID were awful under him, and that's why he got voted out.
But like look at the reduction between 2008 and 2012.
Yes.
Right? Now, I know that the current isn't on here, but it's really not that difference in reduction.
No, it's back to normal.
Than this like hot year.
Yeah.
Right? And even the year before that hot year, it's about the same.
What's the bet?
Right?
Voting
so this year is
lower.
about the same. If you take these years just alone, starting in 2004, and then all the way up to the current year, your averages would settle out around the top where these graphs are.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't go up here. It would be around here.
What's the bet the next election is going to be even lower turnout?
I imagine it will be in this ballpark, but to be lower than 2004, that would be crazy.
I mean lower than this year. It could be
lower than 2016.
Lower than this year. Yeah. Lower than this year.
Which means that it would be about the size of 2016.
Yes. Roughly.
Yeah, that's how I was trying to remember his name. And look at, you know what's interesting about that in 92? I mean, he definitely took votes off the right, and that's why a Democrat came in office. You can see that. But like overall, more people seem to have voted in that block. Like even if you add these to the red here, it wouldn't fucking meet what it was in 84 or 88. It would be way higher. So it's pretty cool when you look at like multiple graphs instead of drawing one with bad data that didn't set the values at 0. Honka, honka. My ass. Schizo posting. Oh, you're playing a not. I mean, not on screen. You silly goose.
Well, one thing, by the looks of this, allegedly, it kind of on the Democrat side. How the hell did Joe Biden win over? Like, make it make sense. Math ain't mathing.
COVID.
I wonder if she knows that she's wearing trans colors.
Even got more votes the election before, not by much.
She's
look
obviously
fishy,
she loves trans people. My wife's progressive.
I'm gonna leave a comment saying, "Good to see a conservative in support of trans rights. Love your jumper."
Nice. That's a fucking sleeper comment right there.
But this kind of looks fishy. I need the left to start thinking. You need to start using your brain. I get a lot of comments on the people on the left. They love bringing up January 6th, and they're like, well, when you guys lost, you guys stormed the Capitol, and you guys are insurrectionists, and blah, 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 blah. Well, one thing...
Well, it wasn't just storming the Capitol. It was storming the Capitol.
He still doesn't admit he lost.
Yes, right. That's the thing, which also means that if he didn't lose, he's been president for 8 years, which means he's now subverting the democratic process and going for another 4 years, making it a 12-year presidency. But on top of that, you guys, MAGA supporters, the cult, thought that occupying a building in 2020 was how you overthrow an election. When we saw...
What do you expect when you radicalize a group think like that? You expect them to be able to start thinking autonomously once they get in?
But it wasn't just that they stormed the building, then spent 4 fucking years crying about it, sooking about it, never shutting the fuck up about it, and now all of a sudden people bringing it up are now the sooks. They're the ones whinging. Why are you crying? Say the ones who have always been the Karens. Like, there is no comparison here.
By the looks of this, allegedly, it kind of does look like it was stolen, but I'm happier with...
What's the bet she sits there in her... Wait, no, this needs to be said.
Stop. You need to jump back, though.
Okay. What's the bet that she is one of those people who looks out the window, right, through the curtains with a mug and like a bedrobe, like a dressing gown, right, angry that kids are running past?
I don't know. I think
just
she
like
seems to like
kids.
Great pause face. Okay, now we need to. Can we go to normal speed if we're not on it? I need to hear the pronunciation of stolen.
Lost. You guys stormed the Capitol, and you guys are insurrectionists, and blah 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 blah. Well, one thing, by the looks of this, allegedly, it kind of does look like it was stolen. But I'm happier with this outcome now.
What was that?
But let's go back to what.
What was that pronunciation?
It does look like it was stolen, but I'm happier with this outcome
Stolen.
now. But let's go back.
Did she just
like I fuck
say...
up words? I fuck up words all the time, but sometimes they just jump out at me and it gets funny.
Did I put the doofus on here? No, I didn't put doofus on here. Damn.
Don't call my wife a doofus.
Well, one thing, by the looks of this, allegedly, it kind of does look like it was stolen, but I'm happy.
So based on what? Did I just hear the magic words of "it looks like"? Ooh. What do we know about the words "it looks like"? Well, there's pictures of pyramids in Antarctica that look like the pyramids in Egypt, that look like the pyramids in South America, which means Nazis were the true master race. Because it all looks like, right? That's exactly how we quantify evidence. Numerical genius.
Happier with this outcome now, but let's go back to what you were saying. So yeah,
it would be funny if you got fired for denying the 2020 election while using graphs that are misrepresented, which you've not just not analyzed but copied onto a board. That would actually be very fucking funny, to be completely honest.
Yes, we went to the Capitol. If we're not happy, the politicians are our servants. They work for us. So if we have issues with them,
okay,
we are
if
going
January
to go
6th
to their
did happen,
doorstep,
it was good. Got
because that's based. You guys, when you're upset, you take it to our streets. You burn our cities down. You loot. You steal. You kill. You murder. We go to the source. We are not the same.
I thought. Wait. You just posted the other day that America isn't run by cities, it's land that votes and shit, and that the cities don't matter. So now it's your cities. Do we care about the cities or not?
Apparently.
I'm confused.
This is how we differ. And a lot of like musicians and like pop stars or what have you are saying they're not going to like perform.
Didn't people steal shit from the Capitol when they went in? Isn't that called looting?
Yeah, but she's saying it was based because it was against.
Didn't people die?
She said it's based because it's against the government.
Didn't police die?
No, she's not. You're not listening to her. She's saying it's fine to do those killings as long as it's in anti-government action. As soon as you bring it to our cities, then you're the problem because you're mad at the system and taking it out on regular people. We took it out on the government, is what she's saying.
Cops of the government. I'd say they're agents of the state. I wouldn't say they're the government. She's pro-cop, though. Very strange. It's very strange that you can be so pro-government but anti-government at the same time and hold this contradictory belief while also being complete bootlickers, while opposing the people who you should be in favor of, because the problem that you will always come to, especially this chick, is capitalism.
Her videos are only going to get funnier.
This is true.
Now that Trump's in office.
This is true. It's so good for us that we found this a month before the election, 2 months before the election. This is going to be a gold mine. And this comment's going to blow up when she blows up.
In any red states. I'm going to put up the map of the election. Like, are there any blue?
Land doesn't vote, sweetheart.
No, wait. I thought the problem was that they were going to those cities that you had. She's literally doing it. So you're saying you went to our cities. What cities?
Yeah.
Blue states? Can you point to a blue state? Because there are a few. Look at Oklahoma's all red. And there's a few other states in there that are all red. There's only blue cities. So have fun playing in Cuba. And I'm sorry.
What?
She was like, that was a great joke. I fucking owned them. Cuba, ha ha ha, Cuba. Who is only the way that they are because of the US government and the government that you support.
I don't
you
understand
fucking clown.
The joke.
You know, Donald Trump kept the embargo on Cuba, which is why Cuba is still to this day decimated. Crazy. You know, Trump could have taken that embargo off, this magical anti-war guy. Could have, didn't. Crazy.
But if you vote blue, look at the map again. Bring up the map again. If you vote blue, how can you think you're in the right? How can you think you're on the right side of history and everyone else in the country?
Okay. Population.
Yeah.
Land does not vote.
Hold on. I need that map. Here it is.
Density?
No, the arrow map.
No, but the thing is, it's literally just like libertarians and roads. They will say the same dumb shit over and over again.
Yeah.
It's like, how many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
Well, this is also a better map as it sits right here anyway. Because this actually gives you the blend and shows you that it's not as dark red or as red as she likes to make it out to be. Like, realistically, if you're looking at that, and let's bring up her map again, right? Because her basic bitch QAnon map, right? So, that versus this. Tell me, which one, if you're a Trump supporter, which map would you prefer using? This one, or the one that shows you that it's not
one is the electoral map.
Yeah, but this shows you that it's not as cut and dry as you like to think.
Yeah, but these people don't want to understand things.
No, they don't, because they don't want to look further than things that confirm their biases, because just like Hassan, just like most people we look at, they are team sports enjoyers, and they don't actually give a fuck. That's the big difference. So if we're looking at an actual map that represents the actual feelings of people, I would pretty close to say that California is probably a blue state. New Mexico.
Also, the funniest part,
Colorado.
Votes were still being counted when they started using that graph.
Yeah. Look down here is that Alabama? There's blue wedge in Alabama on the west-hand coast, on the west-hand border.
What about it?
Like, is that Alabama? Hold on.
Here. That's Mississippi.
Right here?
The Mississippi River.
Why is there a blue chunk in Mississippi? What the fuck?
Oh, it's following the river. So more populations developed along the river.
Okay. Population density again, right?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it funny how we see population density coincide with blue votes? Crazy, right? So it's not so much people voting red, it's when you concentrate people, the overrepresented Republicans get put where they should be, which is nowhere near the top, because the Republicans are a dog shit party that serve nobody but the rich.
Also, if you live in a blue state, your vote is less than virtually every other person who lives in a red state. So I don't know what you're crying about.
Like
saying that the cities have power or something when it's the opposite.
It's insane. Like the cope from these people, because actually educating yourself and learning about the system that teaches you that it's actually heavily in favor of the Republicans.
This is pretty easily Googleable.
There's only blue cities, so have fun playing in Cuba. And I'm sorry, but if you vote blue, look at the map again. Bring up the map again. If you vote blue, how can you think you're in the right? How can you think you're on the right side of history
It's not
and
a joke,
everyone
it's a sweater.
else in the country is wrong? Look at the map. Like, it's crazy to me. We need to start using our brains. Guys, I do have a video coming up. I promise I'm going to do meltdowns on the left, meltdowns from the left, and celebrities.
Turns out people didn't vote for Kamala Harris because they also thought she was wrong. Wow.
Crazy.
Would you believe it?
Who would have guessed?
Welcome, everyone. I'm Sandra Smith in for Neil Cavuto, and we begin with Peter Doocy. He's in West Palm Beach, where Trump and Musk have been spending a lot of time together, and I suppose they're about to spend even more time together. Peter?
Yes, and Sandra, before the SpaceX launch, we have some breaking news. A new nomination from the president-elect. He wants Dr. Mehmet Oz to be the CMS administrator. He is saying in a statement, the president-elect, that Dr. Oz will work closely with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to take on the illness industrial complex and all of the horrible chronic diseases.
Illness industrial complex. Fuck, I hate these
Dr.
people.
Oz spends a good amount of time here in Palm Beach, close to Mar-a-Lago. Somebody else who's been down here a ton lately, Elon Musk, but today he has got the president-elect on his turf down at SpaceX in Brownsville, Texas, before landing Trump Force One there. The president-elect said, "I'm headed to the great state of Texas to watch the launch of the largest object ever to be elevated, not only to space, but simply by lifting off the ground." Good luck to Elon Musk and the great patriots involved in this incredible project. Something else that happened while Trump Force One was in the air. The president-elect nominated Howard Lutnick to lead the Commerce Department. He says, in part, he will lead our tariff and trade agenda with additional direct responsibility for the Office of the United States Trade Representative.
Okay.
This was
So
Lutnick
Kamala
talking
Harris
tariffs at Madison Square Garden last month.
On last update, okay, she got 74 mil, right? Joe Biden had 81. Trump had 74 last time. So Kamala Harris got basically as many votes as Trump did last time.
So no more people voted for Trump. It was just less people voted for the Democrats.
No, Trump did better. Trump got 2 million more. 2 to 3 million more. But not much more. But 81 compared to 74.
That's a lot of people.
Joe Biden got 81. Kamala Harris got 74. That's really bad. Like, that's a extremely poor turnout. You should have at least retained and had like 70. If she that's the thing, is Trump got 74 right last time. She should have at very least gotten 76. Trump would have still won with that, because Trump, well, actually it would have been pretty deadlocked at that point. It would come down to the Electoral College for sure. But that's the thing, is this, like, people didn't vote. They also didn't vote for Hillary.
Yep, they sure didn't. What was her vote count? What did she get?
Okay.
Give me the numbers. How dare you?
25 years ago, we had no income tax. And all we had was tariffs. All we had was tariffs. And we had so much money.
These people are retarded.
President-elect Trump is also initiating a new standoff with Chuck Schumer, the Senate Democrat leader. He says on Truth, the Democrats are trying to stack the courts with radical left judges on their way out the door. Republican senators need to show up and hold the line.
God, I hope the Democrats successfully pack the courts with radical left-wing judges, because anything to stop them able to do this shit.
Okay. So I'm just starting from 2000, right? 50-50.
Low.
Right? So we're just doing, I'm just doing the first numbers, okay? We're not talking millions, so just 50-50, right? Next election. Okay? 62-59. Okay. That's a significant increase.
That's a
in
big
voters.
jump. That's what, 22 million increase? 21 million increase?
Well, we're just doing first number, so...
Yeah, I'm talking overall.
Complicating it.
Overall.
Okay. So again, 62.59.
Mm-hmm.
This one, 69.59.
Even more, 8 million more. All for Obama.
65.60.
Okay. So Republicans stayed about the same.
This is also population increases, you know?
Yeah.
So then 62.65. Uh-oh. Wait a second. Where's the growth?
Interesting. The Democrats.
Where's the growth there? What happened? He had, it seems like, wait a second. It's about the same number, isn't it?
Interesting.
Isn't that weird?
What's the next one?
81.74.
Insane. Those are fucking insane numbers.
Right? But it's the people who should have been here.
Yeah.
Right? So if it's like 8 to 12 million like each election, right? And this one it barely raised. So you just add up 2 elections at the same time and you get these numbers.
So explain the drop this year.
They ran Hillary Clinton again. But it's still up compared to, like, you still have the general population increase. Right? So we will probably see the next election have this type of increase than it had.
I didn't realize Biden had so much electoral college votes.
I mean, COVID really helped. People were really upset about COVID and Trump's response to it. That's why Trump got blown out. And like Trump literally only raised votes by 2 million. Only 2 million more people voted for Trump. So these maps that show the entire nation shifting right, you know, like that arrow map, which is a good map just to show you voter trends. The issue is that those districts all shifted right because people didn't vote for Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
They didn't want her. That's the thing. It's like America is also decided by people who don't vote.
Yes.
So I'm sure next year or in the next 4 years, clip this. Don't forget it. Come at me in 4 years. Both parties will get above 80.
That's your prediction?
Yep.
Okay.
Why wouldn't they?
It's a fair prediction.
One of them should have hit 80 again.
Yeah.
Why did they not hit 80 again? Like, ridiculous decrease. I love people being like, that many more people voted for Joe Biden than Obama? Yeah. Like, Obama did worse his second term.
Yeah.
But look at how low McCain is. Nobody wanted to vote for McCain.
President-elect Donald Trump has named 2 more people to his administration, investment banker Howard Lutnick as Commerce Secretary and Dr. Mehmet Oz, the noted TV personality and heart surgeon, to head the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Dr. Oz will oversee programs that provide health care coverage to about half of all Americans. His talk show, which ran for nearly 15 years, was one of the most popular during the daytime. But he's pushed questionable medical treatments not backed by experts and has sometimes promoted misinformation. In making the announcement, Mr. Trump said that Dr. Oz fit right in with the Make America Healthy campaign. Lev Fasher of Stat News has been following Oz's career, and he joins me now. Lev, thanks for being with us. So you profiled Dr. Oz back during his Senate run in 2022 in Pennsylvania. And back then you pointed out that while he is a medical doctor and a noted heart surgeon, he also spent much of his career embracing untruths, as you put it. What did you mean by that, and what kind of reaction are you hearing to him being named to lead CMS?
That's right. This is someone who, in the course of his famous TV show, his career as a celebrity doctor, essentially was known for promoting weight loss supplements that didn't have any evidence to support their use. He at one point tweeted about astrology being a valuable tool to learn health information from.
Go.
So he has a lengthy track record of that kind of dubious statement, to put it mildly. He once even got in trouble with the Food and Drug Administration for suggesting that common brands of apple juice have unsafe levels of arsenic. So as you can imagine, there's a lot of concern being expressed in the public health community upon the announcement of this nomination, because he is going to be running this sprawling, massive federal agency that is responsible for millions and millions of Americans' healthcare.
And that sprawling agency means he's in charge of Medicare, Medicaid, the Children's Health Program, would oversee the healthcare exchanges. So what kind of influence could he have on policy?
Yeah, it's a fascinating pick, because this is, as you say, a celebrated surgeon and a celebrity, but this is a very bureaucratic agency. It's both a regulatory agency and essentially an insurance provider. So he's going to have immense influence over many of the levers of government when it comes to providing healthcare. He's going to be reporting, if both of them are confirmed, to Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who would be serving as health secretary. So it's going to be interesting to see how those two work together. And in some senses, they are aligned. In others, they are not. Oz, at various points, has been supportive of vaccines against COVID, against measles, mumps, rubella. So whether there are certain issues that in terms of he's at odds with the Republican mainstream and the Trump administration, as well as with RFK, that
yeah, he just goes through firing people. As soon as they disagree with him, he fires them.
Is an unknown still.
So this is an agency that covers more than 150 million Americans. In his nomination, President-elect Trump said that Oz would, quote, cut waste and fraud within our country's most expansive government agency, and what some say is a signal that there could be cuts coming, possibly to entitlement spending. Tell us more about what that could look like and who that would impact.
Yeah, Trump has talked about wanting RFK and Oz as well to go after what he's calling the illness industrial complex. And it's interesting in the context of Mehmet Oz, who has in the past been a big supporter of Medicare Advantage, essentially Medicare plans that are run by private companies. He's actually supported a near universalization of coverage for Medicare Advantage, which amounts in one sense to a huge expansion of health coverage for Americans, and in another sense, the privatization of one of the biggest safety net health programs we have. So it remains to be seen, what he's going to do in this agency, which has immense influence over how much doctors are getting paid, what procedures and drugs are covered. They've played a huge role in determining coverage levels for GLP-1 drugs for weight loss, like Ozempic, Wegovy. So he has a lot of power here, and the way the Trump administration asks him to wield it is going to be very fascinating to watch.
You mentioned the nomination of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to lead Health and Human Services. He would be Dr. Oz's boss if Oz is also confirmed to this position at CMS. Just step back for a moment and tell us what this says to you, big picture, in terms of these two men being nominated for these positions, about this next administration's approach to the role these agencies should play.
Well, to put it very mildly, these are not people who have the approval of the medical and scientific establishment. People who've been working in public health for decades, people in academia who research health and medicine, they are not fans, generally speaking, of RFK and of Dr. Oz, because they have a long track record of putting forth misinformation about vaccines in particular, sowing doubt just about basic public health measures that haven't historically been contentious. So clearly, President-elect Trump is signaling that even more so in his next administration, he wants to shake up the establishment. He wants to upend the status quo when it comes to public health and just the more basic ways that Americans are provided with healthcare, access medicine and medical care. And these two are about as outside the mainstream as you could conceive of for picks to run the health department and the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services.
All right. Lev Fasher of Stat News joining us tonight. Lev, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Breaking news to tell you about in the last few minutes. Donald Trump adding another former television personality, it's a theme here, to his new administration, nominating Dr. Oz to serve as the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services Administrator. That's a position that manages Medicare and Medicaid and other programs that cover half of all Americans, half of all the people in this country. It's a position under the Department of Health and Human Services that will require Senate approval to be confirmed. Trump says Dr. Oz, who ran and lost the Senate Pennsylvania race in 2022 to John Fetterman, will work closely with RFK Jr. to, quote, take on the illness industrial complex and all the horrible chronic diseases left in its wake. Trump says this about Dr. Oz, quote,
this man exclusively eats McDonald's. I just want you all to know that and be aware of this. Donald Trump, the man who exclusively eats McDonald's, is appointing pseudo-intellectuals, anti-intellectuals, and literal snake oil salesmen to cabinet positions. We are in idiocracy. And I know it's a eugenics movie about how dumb people shouldn't be allowed to breed, but it's also a satire. And satire should not be real life. I don't think that's a bad comparison.
Maybe no physician more qualified and capable to make America healthy again. Dr. Oz, of course, has no experience in government. Joining our coverage is Puck chief political columnist and MSNBC national affairs analyst John Heilman. Also joining us, MSNBC contributor and columnist Charlie Sykes is here. Maya is still with us. John Heilman, president gets to pick whomever he or she wants in their cabinet. And this president has been very attracted to television figures.
Well, I mean, Nicole, least surprising thing in the world that Donald Trump be attracted to television figures. That's all he is himself, is a television figure. Also, our next president of the United States. I have to say that in the spectrum, I don't want to dismiss any of these nominees.
Should have just committed to bagging him. Should have just committed to making fun of him. That's all we should fucking do. Don't even pay attention to his legitimacy as the president. Just mock him. Fuck Donald Trump. Honestly. Mock him to his face. That would be ideal.
Dismiss the importance of them. This is an important public health. This is an important job that relates to healthcare, and at least it is true that Dr. Oz is a doctor. And I don't want to try to define deviancy down here, but I will say that if he had nominated Dr. Oz to be the head of Health and Human Services, I think we all would have breathed a sigh of relief. At least if the alternative was Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who has no relationship to public health whatsoever. And I think you would have said what you just said a second ago, which is the president gets to pick the people they get to pick, that they want to pick. That's their prerogative. But I have to say that when you hear that quote, which is that the two biggest jobs in terms of healthcare policy and healthcare administration in the country now are going to be run, if Donald Trump gets his way, by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Dr. Oz. That is not something that anyone who has any relationship to the healthcare system is going to greet with a whole lot of enthusiasm, I would think, if they are in their right mind.
Charlie Sykes, there's something about the two planes on which we have to examine these, right? There is the intention from the Trump side, which is to throw shiny, round-shaped grenades into the news cycle. But there's a political reality. There are no agencies that touch more people and have more political power if they get screwed up than Medicare and Medicaid. None. There are no two programs that have the potential to turn red state governors against you if they get screwed up. There are no agencies that have the ability to turn old voters against you if they get screwed up. There are no agencies that have the potential to create a homelessness crisis anywhere in the country if they get screwed up. There are no agencies that have, a president's fate in their hands politically like these two if they get screwed up. And they're now in the hands of RFK Jr. and Dr. Oz.
Yeah, can we just start with that sentence? As soon as John said it, if we would have said a couple of months ago that the healthcare system in America would be, that these two agencies would be run by RFK Jr. and Dr. Oz, and that Tulsi Gabbard would be at the top of the Intelligence Committee and Matt Gaetz would be Attorney General, people would have said, oh, you guys are suffering from Trump derangement syndrome. Stop making this stuff up. Look, competence is obviously not a priority in these choices. And John is absolutely right. It is remarkable to the degree to which this administration has, in fact, defined deviancy down and defined absurdity down, because you put it all in context, and you have people who are utterly unsuited for the.
Okay, I mean, we knew that.
A new nomination from the president-elect. He wants Dr. Mehmet Oz to be the CMS administrator. He is saying in a statement, the president-elect, that Dr. Oz will work.
There's no way. Is this just a straight up rip of Fox News? Oh. Basically.
There's a lot of controversy about some of Donald Trump's picks so far. Some, and we've discussed them, are excellent.
This guy, his name is Andrew Bolt. He is one of Melbourne's
This is getting depressing. What are you
premier
talking about?
fuckwits. This is one of Australia's premier fuckwits. This is just anything. Just like if he's walking past, you're a dickhead, or just general, just like petty insults that he just can't say anything about, just to like give him the sense that nobody likes him.
I sent
because
you thing.
that is how you destroy this person. What is this?
It's just for the bathroom stuff.
Oh, yes. I have multiple videos of that stuff, yes.
But then there's people like Tulsi Gabbard as Director of National Intelligence. She's been extremely pro-Russia and I would say
by the way,
very naive at times. And then you've got Matt Gaetz.
I found a wacky, fashy New Zealander channel.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I found it on one of the privates or the secret streams.
No. Oh, Matt Walsh Factory Reject Black's been called. What?
His Attorney General has now been accused of paying women for sex, including a 17-year-old. Now, he denies it, but a lawyer for two of the women has now come forward. Here he is.
Both of your clients testified that they were paid by Representative
at the
Gates
bottom
to have sex.
That's correct.
Of the channel I just sent. You got to just go look at the bottom of what other channels it recommends. That's what he placed there. He specifically put those channels to recommend.
Oh my god.
What do you think?
Amazing.
Tell everyone what you see.
Well, he's got the Conservative Coalition linked at the bottom along with the platform, which black symbol, white writing looks pretty fashy. Says it's independent media, but I'm going to say that they're Russian funded. But I could be wrong.
The last time the NZ woke left tried to cancel Jordan Peterson, here's them talking to Candace Owens, sucking Jordan Peterson's dick.
Yeah. So
New Zealand first.
Oh my god. This
dude, it's a total schizo channel.
The one that you sent me.
Yeah. So like when I found it, I'm like, oh my god. Jack's gonna love this. And it's all about their government.
There's music that he's put here. And
I think that's lists. Playlists.
Maybe?
Yeah, so it's like music mixed artists. That's not uploaded by him. It's just playlists.
Oh, they just playlists.
Because you can put anything.
Yeah, but he put them on his channel, right?
No, they're not technically on his channel. They're just playlists.
Right.
You can it's all still the original owners.
This guy there's a podcaster linked here. I don't know who this is, but I'm going to say that he's probably a fucking idiot. It's a great name for a podcast, though. Slam Dunk. His name's Duncan. That's a great name. Let's see what else he's got. Chris Lynch Media.
Large KFC shopping activist with nose ring speaks.
Oh my
this
God.
guy fucking hates the Maori.
Okay, so the second channel that's linked there seems to be another schizo channel.
Who cares about that? His channel's the Max Schizo.
Oh my god. Oh my god, it's like a news baby channel. It's like a news baby, but the guy's a 26-year-old baby. That's amazing. Yeah, wow. Wow. I hadn't actually looked through his
videos. Yeah.
Channel. Yeah, wow.
It's total schizo post.
This is Michael Yon level.
Mm-hmm.
Just like posting government clips and schizo posting.
No context, just complete fucking
crazy,
loopy shit, bro.
And they're all a couple minutes each.
Mm-hmm.
all on the same day. This guy, I can smell the Cheetos.
Look at how
Wow.
many subscribers he has.
That's fucking embarrassing.
How many there are?
Yes. That is just amazing.
You can look at his music taste to really figure out what kind of guy he is too.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. What do you mean?
No, because that's what I mean. Because the playlists are there.
Yeah, that's what I
he
mean.
created
And
the
it was
playlist.
like YMCA and
Yeah.
fucking Queen.
That's what he listens to.
Hilarious.
The House was very clear about that and went through each. They essentially put the Venmo payments on the screen and asked about them. And my clients repeatedly testified, what was this payment for? Well, that was for sex.
Sean Spicer, is the Senate really going to approve this pick, Matt Gaetz as Attorney General?
No.
Look, I think when it comes to all of the president's nominees, he's seen the movie before, if you will. This time around, he wants people who are going to fight for his agenda and to get things done, not be there for themselves. And whether you like Matt Gaetz or not, the bottom line is Matt Gaetz has been fighting for President Trump since day one. He's at almost every rally of his. He is a fierce defender of his online and on television programs. And I think the president admires the way that Matt goes out and fights for the president's agenda and his policies. And that's what he wants, not just among Matt, but Pete Hegseth at the DOD and Robert F. Kennedy at the Department of Health and Human Services, Doug Burgum at the Energy Department, or the Interior Department, rather. So you're going to continue to see people who have demonstrated to President Trump that they understand why they're getting nominated, not to suit their own interests, but to advance the America First policy interests.
Sean, we're hearing all sorts of stories what it's like down at Mar-a-Lago, where Donald Trump's Florida home. Half of America that wants a job seems to be flying down there to say, President, give me this, give me that. You've got Elon Musk, the world's richest man, head of Tesla, head of X or ex-Twitter, down there almost daily, it seems, and he seems to be, well, reports say, having outstayed his welcome with a few key Trump advisors who seems to be wanting to be everywhere. What do you know of that? You've been down there. What's the atmosphere down there? And is Elon Musk unwelcome now?
I was down there Thursday. He seemed very much welcome. The president actually commented on how much he's enjoying Elon's presence.
It was
I think there are going to be some
was
people
not happy
who
with him.
want to assert their authority and their prowess, and so they're going to get tired of Elon. But at the end of the day, all that matters is Donald Trump, and he seems to be enjoying Elon's counsel and friendship. So until that happens, it doesn't matter what a bunch of the aides think. It all comes down to what President Trump thinks. And frankly, from what I can tell from the photos that get posted on social media, it sounds like the family's enjoying Elon's presence as well.
And what's the atmosphere down there like, Sean?
You know what, Andrew? It was jubilant. People were giddy, excited. I was trying to figure this out, and I'm actually trying to write a column on it because I wanted to put it into words. After 2016, I think we felt excited, but at the same time, we were immediately told by the left and the media that our victory was hollow. It was Russia that did this. We didn't win the popular vote, and they immediately wanted to downplay the significance of Donald Trump's historic win in 2016. This time, when I went down to Mar-a-Lago, and there were just countless of my former colleagues down there and a lot of his big supporters, it really was this sense of we really did it this time. We won the popular vote. We crushed it in the Electoral College vote. We made gains with blacks and Hispanic voters, young people, women. And so this idea that the victory was so undeniably real was on almost everybody's faces. I mean, you just walked through, everybody had a permagrin on their face. They were just so excited, ready to celebrate. I thought 2016 was pretty special. It would always have a special place for me. But I will tell you that I think the extent and the breadth and the depth at which Donald Trump won this election is something that everybody down there is reveling in.
Sean Spicer, thank you so much indeed for your time.
You bet, Andrew. Good to see you.
And the rest of Trump's administration is starting to take shape. Former Senate candidate and celebrity doctor Mehmet Oz is Trump's pick to run the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. But the newest name is the one that's causing some concern now. Professional wrestling companies WWE's co-founder and current campaign co-chair, Linda McMahon. She's known for having fun and sort of creating her own cameos in skits during wrestling matches. And one of her most famous employees, Hulk Hogan, actually...
The rest are more about Linda, I think. Yes.
Gave a keynote speech on the final night of the Republican convention in August as well. Now she's being tapped to run the Department of Education just weeks after being named in this lawsuit, claiming that she helped create a culture of sexual abuse at WWE. Senior White House correspondent Selena Wang is in West Palm Beach with more. I tell you, all the controversy and the background and the stories behind these picks continues to come forward. Selena, let's talk more about what we know now about McMahon and the impact that this lawsuit could have on Trump's pick.
Yeah, Kira, I mean, the controversies around Donald Trump's cabinet picks continues to mount. It is unclear what impact this lawsuit could have on McMahon's confirmation. But as the head of the Department of Education, she'd be overseeing federal policies that impact millions of students. And the Department of Education also handles investigations into how schools are handling these sexual misconduct allegations. So that is pertinent to the lawsuit that we're talking about. So this lawsuit alleges that Linda McMahon and her husband, who are co-founders of WWE, that they created a culture of fostering and tolerating alleged sexual abuse against underage ring boys. The lawsuit alleges that they failed to act when these allegations came to light in the 1990s. But look, McMahon and Donald Trump, they had a long history. Donald Trump has been a longtime fan of WWE. And during Donald Trump's first term, McMahon served as the head of the Small Business Administration. But currently, she's been serving as transition co-chair for Donald Trump. So that means she's been spending a lot of time with him down in Mar-a-Lago, helping to vet and advise on potential candidates. But Kira, what's interesting is that she would be leading, if confirmed, the very department that Donald Trump has vowed to dismantle.
All right, Selena Wang, thank you so much.
New tonight, President-elect Trump naming former WWE CEO Linda McMahon as Education Secretary.
And that means she'll be in charge of a department Trump has proposed abolishing. Dick Brennan here now with what she brings to the role. Dick.
Well, Maurice and Christine, President-elect Trump continues to make his cabinet picks at breakneck speed. McMahon was his transition co-chair and head of the Small Business Administration in his last term. Now some of his choices begin to campaign for confirmation. Tomorrow, the nominee for Attorney General, Matt Gaetz, and the choice for Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, will be on Capitol Hill visiting any skeptical Republican senators. In Texas, President-elect Trump was joined by Elon Musk and his pick for Education Secretary, Linda McMahon, in a statement calling her a fierce advocate for parents' rights who served for 2 years on the Connecticut Board of Education, where she was one of 15 members overseeing all public education in the state. Trump has promised to disband the Department of Education and said McMahon will spearhead the efforts to send education back to the states.
3, 2, 1.
Trump also watched as first buddy Elon Musk launched one of his SpaceX rockets. Musk's influence is also taking off, as he seems to be almost always by Trump's side.
You know, he likes this place. I can't get him out of here.
On X, Musk stood by Trump's choice for Attorney General, tweeting, Matt Gaetz has a spine of steel and an axe to grind. Gaetz was under investigation by the House Ethics Committee over sexual misconduct allegations, including having sex with a minor. Gaetz has denied it all, and the president-elect is digging in his heels.
Mr. President, are you reconsidering the nomination of Matt Gaetz?
No.
How far are you willing to go to get him confirmed?
But Senate Republicans are not yet convinced of confirmation.
I wouldn't bet my house on it one way or the other.
Trump also moved to fill out other top jobs, today naming transition co-chair Howard Lutnick to lead the Commerce Department and celebrity Dr. Mehmet Oz to run the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services.
So you're open to confirming him then?
Well, yeah, I am.
Democrat John Fetterman defeated Oz in the 2022 race for U.S. Senate in Pennsylvania.
I'm not going to have like a knee-jerk, well, no, just because he said some mean things to me in an election or whatever.
Meantime, Trump got some good news on the legal front, potentially a years-long pause in his sentencing in the criminal hush money case in Manhattan. Now, the House Ethics Committee meets tomorrow. Meantime, CBS News has learned other materials tied to separate investigations.
He's got to be the luckiest person alive, doesn't he?
The Trump administration is taking shape, and everybody's upset. Like,
no,
anybody
I don't
who
care
supports
about
genocide
this.
has ample reasons to be.
Bathrooms.
Fuck the bathrooms. Hold on. Yeah.
I've literally.
We begin in the United States, where Republican representative from South Carolina, Nancy Mace, has stirred a massive controversy with a bill to keep transgender women from using women's bathrooms at the Capitol. The bill is in direct response to the election of Democrat Sarah McBride, a representative-elect from Delaware, who is set to become the first openly transgender member of Congress in January. Asked why she introduced the contentious bill, Mace said she is a victim of sexual assault and a biological man walking into a women's restroom triggers her trauma.
Victim of abuse myself. I'm a rape survivor. I have PTSD from the abuse I've suffered at the hands of a man. And I know how vulnerable women and girls are in private spaces. So I'm absolutely 100% going to stand in the way of any man who wants to be in a women's restroom, in our locker rooms, in our changing rooms. I will be there fighting you every step of the way.
Now, Congresswoman Mace further said that she wants her resolution to be included in the House rules package for the next Congress.
Someone needs to punch her in the face and tell her to shut the fuck up.
Mace has also indicated that if the bill fails, she will file it again in the next congressional session. The 2-page resolution bans House members and staffers from using single-sex facilities other than those corresponding to their biological sex. It covers bathrooms in the Capitol and allows the House Sergeant-at-Arms to enforce the prohibition.
You know, it would be even funnier? Making all bathrooms gender neutral. That would be funny. Now, all bathrooms can be used by anybody. Period. Stop complaining.
Meanwhile, Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene went so far as to threaten McBride to a physical fight.
You know, Sarah McBride, as he calls himself, formerly Tim McBride, is a biological man, and he should not be using any of our restrooms in the Capitols, in our office buildings. But Nancy Mace's resolution doesn't go far enough. A resolution is just a statement by Congress saying that Congress disagrees with something. We need something more binding, and that's what I just brought up at the microphones there in our conference. Is I directly asked Speaker Johnson what the men in our leadership are going to do about this.
Now, the bill comes as no surprise as Republicans have spent the last 2 years in the House proposing legislation to roll back transgender rights. Meanwhile, Republican-led states have been trying to pass laws to prevent transgender people from using single-sex bathrooms in government buildings. And throughout his campaign, President-elect Donald Trump's strategy was to paint Vice President Kamala Harris as a radical on transgender issues. The deeply contentious issue has put House Speaker Mike Johnson in a difficult position.
For anybody who doesn't know my well-established record on this issue, let me be unequivocally clear. A man is a man, and a woman is a woman, and a man cannot become a woman. That said, I also believe, that's what Scripture teaches, what I just said, but I also believe...
One, why do I give a fuck what Scripture teaches? Where the fuck did John go? Very strange. He's gone. He's dead. He's died. Why do I give a shit what Scripture says? Firstly. Secondly, I don't give a fuck what your stance is. Thirdly, why is it so hard to just not be a cunt? I really don't understand why it is so difficult for grown-ass human beings to just not be a gigantic cunt of a human being. Why is it so difficult? This is the only question that I want answered. Really, at what point in your life has a trans person ever impacted you? Anybody who complains about this is an open, general question to anybody who is actually willing to answer. In what aspect has the existence of trans people impacted your life beyond your terminally online existence that has made you susceptible to literal narratives coming out of Russia? Like, you can go back and look at their anti-gay bill from 2016, I think it was, where they were saying the same things: degenerates, tradition. All of this ties back to shit that I was seeing when I was on the chud side of the internet, on Gamergate and whatnot. This is all I would see. And now everybody who says this rhetoric has this Christ is King bullshit in their bio. It has to be connected. There has to be a connection here. And it's every single person in American Congress saying this shit is also religious. Heavily religious. So he's a dominionist, specifically. So I'm not sure what the connection is to dominionism and Russia. However, there must be one, right? There must be one. So it's like, why are we sitting here listening to these people debate over the rights of people to exist? Literally to exist, right? They just want to be left alone. At the end of the day, I swear to fucking God, if I was to ask a trans person, any trans person, right, maybe at the end of this stream, we'll find a trans person to raid, and we'll raid them. And we'll be like, hey, would you like to be just fucking left alone by the government to exist as a trans person? Or would you prefer to actively tell people and advertise that that's actually a bad idea? We should not do that. But if somebody does come into the chat that is trans and we see or we know that they are, we'll ask the question if they're familiar with us. Because I'm actually curious. My mouth is dry. But yeah, so it's like, I really, really want to know how, in any way, has trans people existing impacted you? Have you ever noticed a trans person going into the bathroom with you? If you say no, then I doubt all. Hey, there we go. Beautiful. Hello. Question. Because this was all me opining and theory, right? So this is the bathroom thing that they're trying to do in Congress. So my question is, would you rather just be left alone by the government? As in, they just don't care. Just a regular ass person. Doesn't fucking matter what's on your documents, right? That kind of shit. Because who really gives a shit? Oh, dude, government bureaucracy. Are we really going to hold people's rights back for government bureaucracy? Fuck it. Fuck your bureaucracy. Deal with it. That's your job, right? So my whole stance is based... Well, exactly, right? This is where I'm kind of basing it off my own personal opinion of, like, leave me the fuck alone. And this is kind of why I hate Australia, is because it's so over legislated. I'm just like, leave me the fuck alone. Get away from me. Fuck off. Just let me drive my car. Let me live my life. Get fucked. Right? I imagine that extends to trans people wanting to transition to just be happier. Right? This also could be spurred on by the fact I've been watching Philosophy Tube, and they've been doing, like, they do back and forth between the what they were before, right? Pre-transition with post-transition. And I'm like, this is such a cool concept. I love it. And the one that I was watching was the Judith Butler one. Which, that being said, if you haven't fucking watched that video, go and watch that video. It is so eye-opening in every single way. The theories that they're talking about apply perfectly to everything. It extends to this epistemic bubble thing that I've been learning about, as opposed to the echo chamber and all these sort of concepts that I sort of never really knew about. And it all is intertwined and wrapped up into this perfect little thing. I don't give a fuck about the politics. I'm just watching for the philosophy and shit. But it's fucking... I've been loving it. But anyway, it might be spurred on by the fact that, like, I was just listening, right? I was just listening, and I was super high, and I get, like, my empathy just goes through the roof when I'm stoned. And I'm like, I'm just listening to the story. It could have been scripted. It felt pretty genuine. I don't know. I feel like scripting a discussion between your old self and your current self is something that must be pretty hard. So just listening to the script, it was just very, very interesting. And I'm like, this doesn't feel like an impersonal story. It feels like it's very personal to everyone. And it's like, I don't know how people can go through life and not put themselves in other people's shoes and just be like, well, what if this was me? I wouldn't want this to happen to me. And it's like, but if you use the equivalencies of like, oh, well, I don't want to be put in the shoes of a Christian, right? Okay, well, how about the Christian? Put yourselves in the shoes of the trans person, right? You are half a percentage point of the population of the world, right? Something like that. Pretty small population. So let's say Christians are now 0.5% of the population, and let's say trans people are the norm, right? We're 99% trans people, right? And every single trans person wants to kill or see made illegal the existence of the 0.5% of Christians. That seems like a pretty fucking aggressive stance to take, right? That seems pretty aggressive. Like you would go, "Whoa, man, what are you doing?" Okay, so let's transfer it from Christians to Jews and from Jews to Nazis. Right? So let's go, hey, the Nazis want to exterminate 0.5% of the Jews, which is the entire population. That seems like a pretty fucked up plan. You might even start a world war over this. So, you would probably be like, maybe I don't want to be on that side of the aisle. Maybe I don't want to be on the side of the aisle that says these people existing purely by happenstance because we don't like the idea of it because of a preordained religion. Seems like a pretty stupid fucking idea, doesn't it? Now, I don't know. I don't know about you, but if I was to put myself in the shoes of the 0.5%, I would probably not want that to happen to me. So I would then therefore extrapolate that I would not want them to do that to somebody else. And then I would then circle back to World War II again because we love this. And go to that what was it, the adage? It's like the poem, the we did not speak up one. Anyway, I'm going to play the video because my food is in the oven and the timer went off. I'll be back.
I believe that we treat everybody with dignity, and so we can do and believe all those things at the same time.
Now, Sarah McBride has responded to the latest bill, calling it a blatant attempt from far-right-wing extremists to distract from the real problems Americans face every single day. Other Democrats, including Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Senator Chuck Schumer, said the proposal is plain bullying, mean, and cruel. Sarah McBride's election has clearly made Republicans uncomfortable even before her arrival at the Capitol. Now, of course, it is ironic that this very hot-button issue that many Republicans ran on is now staring them directly in the face inside the halls of power. Which direction lawmakers decide to take is unknown, but what we do know is that members are already drawing battle lines when it comes to transgender rights.
Thanks, Sonia. Well, a filing from Congresswoman Nancy Mace causing complicated conversation. She's introducing a resolution to ban transgender women from using the women's restroom at the U.S. Capitol. Our Sedacia Smalls reports on the details.
Congresswoman Mace is pushing a block on transgender women using the women's restroom, she says, as part of the House rules package, and she's working to make the ban go beyond Capitol Hill.
I want to make sure that no men are in women's private spaces, and it's not going to end here. This shouldn't be going on any federal property. If you're a school,
it's honestly crazy though. Did you guys tell me? Yeah, first they came. That's the one. First they came for the communists, right? That's the thing that I would go back to, right? Or there's a line in. I will get the lyrics up. Give me 1 minute. Oops. And I know we're not really talking to Run the Jewels these days, but this song is kind of pertinent for this situation, right? The song Walking in the Snow has a line here. So I'll just read the whole verse. I'll just read it because I'm fucking Ben Shapiro reading rap lyrics. Hungry for the truth, but you get screwed and drank the Kool-Aid. There's a line. Hold on. There's a line. It ends directly at the edge of a mass grave. That's their design. Funny fact about a cage: they're never built for just one group. So when the cage is done with them and you're still poor, it comes for you. The newest, lowest on the totem. We golly gee, you have been used. You helped to fuel the death machine that down the line will kill you too. Ignore the illiteracy. The words are small and the screen is far away. But like that is kind of a perfect sort of thing, I think, to sum up my ideas behind this. It's just like I don't understand why it's so hard to just like not be a cunt. I don't know. It's pretty strange.
Or an institution that gets government funding, this kind of thing should be banned. I think it's sick, it's twisted.
And there's only one openly transgender woman heading to the Hill, new Representative-elect Sarah McBride of Delaware. Mace has been vocal about how she thinks McBride shouldn't have a say in women's rights. However, Jace Woodrum with the ACLU of SC says Mace's policy is for her own political gain.
Now, I'm a transgender man myself. Where should I use the restroom? My birth certificate says female, but imagine what would happen if I used the women's restroom. Policies like these create more confusion and discomfort for everyone. We all care about safety in the restroom, but Representative Mace's policy has nothing to do with safety.
He adds that restroom protection laws are already in place. In part, quote, he says, will there be gender inspectors at the door? Government simply has no place in our bathrooms. Mace says she's planning to push the ban.
What do you mean? What do you mean? It has no place in bathrooms? It's in the bedroom. It can go anywhere the fuck it wants to now. This is what you voted for, you fucks. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, this is why you don't listen to conspiracy theorists and nutcases on the internet and then turn a terminally online campaign into a terminally online government. How about we don't do that? That would be great.
In the schools and other federal properties. Rep-elect Sarah McBride responded to Mace's policy push, saying in part, quote, this is a blatant attempt from far right-wing extremists to distract from the fact that they have no real solutions to what Americans are facing. Working for you, Sadeja Smalls, News 4.
Sarah McBride doesn't get a say. I mean, this is a biological man. He does not belong in women's spaces, women's bathrooms, locker rooms, changing rooms, period, full stop.
Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace introducing a resolution to ban transgender women from using the women's restrooms at the U.S. Capitol.
I don't know. As an Australian, I feel like we should teach the Americans to liberally use the word cunt, but only at TERFs. I think this is a good idea. I've done it a couple times. They really don't like it. So if in response to any like transphobia, just be like, okay, cunt. And just leave it at that. I have a picture. I just put the two sparkle emojis on the other side, on either side of the word cunt, screenshot it and shrunk it down. And now I just go, yeah, no worries, and post the word cunt, the biggest cunt you've ever seen. That's the purpose. So like this is, yeah, people don't like it. And that's why you should do it. That's exactly why you should do it. Because it also destigmatizes the word a little bit too. And then it also becomes a term specifically for TERFs, which is even funnier. Oh yeah, Americans hate it. And I've never understood because it's such a good word.
The move comes just weeks after the first transgender person was elected to Congress. Democratic Congresswoman-elect Sarah McBride will be sworn in January. She responded in a post on social media. She writes this, quote, "This is a blatant attempt from far right-wing extremists to distract from the fact that they have no real solutions to what Americans are facing. We should be focused on bringing down the cost of housing, healthcare, and childcare, not manufacturing culture wars. Delawareans sent me here to make the American dream more affordable and accessible."
Fuck a terminally online argument. I love this.
McBride's soon-to-be Democratic colleagues
based and grass-touching. We love this.
Defended the incoming lawmaker, Congressman Joe Morell, telling Axios, quote, "I think we have a lot of problems in America. I don't think spending time worrying about..."
I don't think there is one. I think, yeah, they're all in pretty liberal use, to be completely honest.
The restroom is in order.
We are not a Christian prude nation. We don't really care.
Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez called the move plain bullying, while Congresswoman Becca Balint said cruelty is the point. Our panel is back. Kristen Soltis Anderson, trans issues became such a flashpoint in this election, in no small part because of that one ad that the Trump team put a lot of money behind that really broke through. The flip side of talking about this is that usually these measures impact a very small number of people, whether it's transgender women and transgender girls in women's sports, or a situation like this where there is one member of Congress who is clearly being targeted by this bill. Clearly, Nancy Mace is going to get some attention for doing this. When you look at this back and forth, how do you see this cutting?
Well, first, I think it's important to unpack why that ad was one that Republicans ran so often and ultimately felt was a successful ad in the campaign. And
next. I need a soundbite that is just me going, "You're a cunt. You're a fucking cunt. You're a dirty fat cunt." Something like that. Yeah, like I've never understood it. I don't get why people give so much fucks about a word, like, or like being online. Oh, words, block them. Oh, blocking doesn't work? Turn the phone off. Go outside. Ride a bike. Go look at animals. Go fucking lay in the grass. Stare at the sky. Put some headphones in and fucking relax. The internet is not a real world. It literally doesn't matter. And like, I understand that it is a getaway for some people, and it is a place that they try and get into a safe space, whatever you want to call it. Go on Discord, get a community. I don't know what to tell you. Like, the solutions are so easy. And I say this, I say it's so easy. It's very flippant. I don't mean to be that flippant, but like, you get what I mean. Like, it really is a matter of like, it's on you. It really is on you. Nobody's gonna fucking help you. Nobody gives a fuck about your problems. Nobody gives a fuck about my problems, which is why I don't like televise and tell people about my problems, and why I get frustrated when I have to tell people about my fucking problems, because they're my problems, right? And it's like, it becomes a bit different when my problems are not so much my problems, but they're like empathetic issues, which is like, people should be caring about it. It's a little bit different, but like, when they're personal problems, yeah, exactly. Go outside and fucking do shit. Like, find a hobby. Literally go out and fucking find a hobby. Get a skateboard, fall over, bruise your knee, climb a fucking tree. Gen Z's got it all over. Like, they're essentially, from what I hear, they're abandoning phones and they're going outside and they're doing real things all over it. Fucking love that. That's great. I hope that's an actual thing that's happening. That is how community builds. That's how community stays together. That's how information warfare doesn't break through, because we're so isolated. And I don't know what the fuck happened to him. I'll message him, but I'll see. Modem isn't working. It's funny because John's been waiting the whole show to talk about the bathrooms. Yeah. Has it been captivating? Clip that shit. Clip it. I have noted it down because I actually did want to. As soon as I started talking about this, I wanted to clip this. There's so much shit that I've been wanting to say because we haven't covered news for so fucking long. But like, John will do his coverage of the bathrooms in the next show. But I don't even. So in that case, we're not going to watch any more videos. I'm going to finish my food and I'll continue talking until I'm done because it's about 6 hours, and I think it's about time to finish. But it's just like, I don't know. It's such a silly issue to just have problems with. When it's like this, though, it's a bit different because this is workplace bullying. This should be not happening at all. She got elected. She has every right to be there as everybody else. Because the building doesn't have the amenities, she has to go somewhere. Looks pretty female to me. I don't know about you, but I'd be like, why is that chick in the bathroom? What the fuck? Wrong bathroom. Like, what? Like, I don't understand where these people. It's a. And this is why I brought up the Philosophy Tube video, because she was talking about phantasms. That's the fucking word. Phantasms. Fucking. Oh my god. This is. And then. Then she literally said fucking unreality, and I lost my mind. I'm like, this is the proper word. This is the academic term for unreality. A phantasm. I'm like, this is great. What a great fucking word. They live in phantasms, and everything they do. And I totally agree with her. This is everything I've been theorizing is this. What does chat say? I think you're a cunt. That's what that was. Well, I have. I'll play a couple of the meme things that I have that are pretty good. But I need to. Love that video. That's one of my favorite ones. So that was one of the ones that I was going to say. But I will bring up this one now. Because it's a good one. I just need to find it. I have lots of pictures, but not a lot of because not a lot of people use it. It's like you only really find British or American. Sorry, Australian. And funnily enough, the other one that I have is British. So I don't know if this one would be funny.
Not understanding the facts does not make them any less true.
Hold on.
Not understanding the facts does not make them any less true.
It's not really funny, but it's like kind of good one, but not really. It's like, you know, there's some funny. Where the fuck is it?
But what Mama don't know won't hurt her.
That's a good one. You could get this one.
I know more than you.
We had that one before. Where the fuck is it? This is a funny one.
Computer says no.
It's a Little Britain one. I don't know if people know what Little Britain is. You guys are probably going to judge me for liking Little Britain because it's like it's pretty. It hasn't aged well. But it's so funny. It's genuinely fucking funny. Where is this goddamn video? It's crucial. It's crucial. It's crucial. It needs to be done. Here it is.
Oh dear, I seem to have spotted a cunt. Good day.
So that might be my favorite one. But yeah, there's a few options. But what do we reckon? Oh my god. Okay. So Little Britain is very, very hard to find. Because it essentially it is basically the only show to ever get truly cancelled. And it's such a shame. But it's like, if you like British comedy, you will love this show. It's one of those like savage British comedy shows where they don't give a fuck. It's one of those ones, like Monty Python kind of thing. I'm trying to think of the guy's name. Matt Lucas, maybe? You'll know the guy's face. Yeah, I think so. It's great. Okay. He's actually lost a lot of weight. This guy. Do you guys recognize this guy? Does he ring any bells for anybody? Anybody? No. Yes. Chat. Come on, chat. Let's go. I'm talking. I'm not playing videos. I'm actually talking here. Oh my god. Okay, this will be secret time. Don't tell John. Secret time. I'm going to show you guys Little Britain. Hold on. I don't know whether this is going to get claimed, but fuck it. Okay. Okay. Do you know what Little Britain is? I'm curious. As a trans person, I'm curious if you know and what your opinion is, because I've been so curious to ask somebody. So I'm genuinely curious. These are the two main guys, right? They are, I'm pretty sure they're both gay. I'm pretty sure. I will double check. But I'm 100%, pretty much 100% certain that they're both gay. Now, this is a BBC show, right? In the show, there's a lot of cross-dressing. There's a little bit of blackface. As I said, it's it's pretty much sketch comedy, right? Old school British TV. Australia had this kind of stuff as well, where it was like sketch comedy, where they weren't really afraid to do blackface and like this wild shit. And it really depends on your taste in comedy whether you find this funny or not. But like, I grew up. Look, it's a little bit of blackface. It's bad. It has aged poorly. But it's more mocking British society, this show, than it is race. It's a really interesting. Wait. What does it do? What right? Blackface?
Vicky, do you want to pass your GCSE?
GCSE what? They don't give me either.
Okay, do you want to see what the blackface looks like in the show? Because it started. I'm pretty sure it started with. Hold on. I will show you guys. So the guy that was playing the teacher is that character. That's him. So see, yeah, like that's fair enough, and it's as I said, the other thing is I find that Americans don't get British comedy and Australian comedy much. Whenever Australians go to America to do comedy, I find that their sets change, where the comedy, it kind of dumbs itself down, and there's a lot more swearing. There's a lot more making fun of ourselves as opposed to commentary on society. And I'm sure you can see that kind of trend with American comedy with American comics, right? The popular American comics are all that kind of toilet humor shit. But like British comedy, I feel like has always been this way. I don't know. Has anybody else grown up with British comedy? Like, is this like, I feel like everybody, this is foreign to everybody. RDJ type, Tropic Thunder, ironic. Yeah. So this is kind of, this segment is based around her. Like, this character is new, and this character is just a pompous cunt, and that's like the whole thing. And it's like it's a lot of American sketch comedy has no relationship to like previous sketches, but there's like running storylines in this show that cross over seasons. So like seeing shit out of context of the whole season of the show kind of doesn't make sense. Kind of like I'm trying to think of other shows that are kind of similar. I guess you could think of it like storylines in sitcoms. Like if you were to get dropped in the middle of a sitcom, you have no fucking clue what's happening, and you'd be like, "Oh, what the fuck? That's weird." But it's like you've built that weird interaction out of context, has been built up through a storyline through the entire season. Does that make sense? I don't know what these terms are supposed to be. British comedy, Monty Python. Monty Python's kind of in the same vein. The movies and their skits are kind of in the same vein. I never watched the TV show. It possibly had that same thing, but like there are repeating characters in Little Britain. There's a really funny character that they have, which is a Welsh gay guy who is homophobic, but the only gay in the village, and everybody's gay, but he's homophobic. Like, that's pretty funny. He's all dramatic and shit, got all these leather hypersexualized clothes, and nobody gives a fuck in like this tiny Welsh town. Like the premise is funniest, but like, because that's the reaction he gets the whole time. So it depends. I don't know. It's comedy, right? It's subjective, but like this is one aspect of it. So it's like a lot of gay jokes. Obviously, them being gay, they play on themselves. Fat Fighters, I think it's called. Here we go.
Diet classes happening today all over. This is just one of many diet classes happening today all over America, where there are now huge numbers of obese people or greedy fat slobs.
Okay, so today we're going to try something a little bit different. Can we have a volunteer, please, to come up here and tell us all why they're so revoltingly fat?
So it's like I'm presenting it poorly because I'm bad at presenting things that I like to people, which doesn't help the things that I like being spread to other people, which is a folly of my own problem. But it's like, yeah, it is what it is. I highly, yeah. So it's all about the bit, right? So it's you've pretty much nailed it. Like all of these things, they're kind of in the bit. There's the characters and
people here. It was a vicious circle.
This is actually a super early one.
Jabba the Hutt?
Because like she is super racist as well. That's the other thing. Maybe this isn't. This might be the US one. The joke is obvious and like, right? It what's the? There's a movie, maybe it was Games, where there's everybody's a piece of shit. Literally everybody's a piece of shit. That's essentially what this show is. This show is essentially everybody's a piece of shit. And it's playing on the obvious racist tendencies of British people as well. So it's like, I don't know. Also, as she spells chocolate is very funny. But yeah, so that's the show. A lot of like very early 2000s edgy humor. If British humor is your thing, yeah, it is. But like, as Cal said, it's staying in the bit and stuff like that. Game of Thrones? What do you mean? What do you mean Game of Thrones? But yeah, so it's like this is just one of those things that I grew up on, which is funny that I grew up on shit like this, which is like severely fucking offensive, right? there's one whole bit that they have where they dress up as women and they go around town and nobody's addressing them as women, they're just addressing them like a dude. And the whole time is just like, no, I'm a lady is the bit. And eventually when the bit doesn't work out in their favor, they turn it off. And it's like, it's the joke, like trans people are kind of the butt of that joke, but the bit, you know, it's the bit, right? And it's really interesting that a show, how old is this, right? Little Britain was 2003, right? So 2003, they were having bits on, well, yeah, exactly. Like, we all assume that pretty much every English person is gay and racist. Like, it's a pretty safe assumption there. But like, that's sort of the general gist of the show. They tried other things as well, but they just didn't work. They were kind of in the same mean-spirited aspect of things, but they were just not funny. No, it's not Game of Thrones. It's not Game of Thrones that I was thinking. It's a different thing. But you just don't want to, you don't take any sides. You don't like anyone. You just sort of don't like the characters is the whole gist. But yeah, like that it, yeah, even in Australia that's like a thing. It's funny how much it carries over, how much Australia and England sort of cross over in that sense, where a lot of the racist shit stayed. But I guess we got fish and chips, and that's kind of cool. Yeah. Silver linings. Yeah. Downside genocide, upside fish and chips. On that note, fucking hell. Well, on that note, I am going to end the stream, I think. Yeah. I don't know who's watching still or not. Let's see. Oops. Let's see. If anybody's watching. If there's enough people, I'll send people on a raid. There's only 3. That's fine. We'll end it. All right, guys. I will talk to you guys in 2 days. 2 days. Martin's. Okay. All right. Well. Yeah, I think there's not enough people to raid. Really, we'll raid next time. We'll try and we'll bolster the numbers for Friday, and we'll raid someone hard. maybe through the Twitch stream, we should try and keep people, get them to come back at the end for a raid. Maybe that's how we do things. I don't know. We'll figure it out. All right. Catch you later, guys. Goodbye.